The king manticore opened its maw and breathed out a black poisonous mist which enveloped violent waves. Remove blind and dispel on the double. Just as Nian spoke, the light from a remove blind spell enveloped violent waves. The priests followed up on this with dispel to clear the noxious gas, but only after the spell was cast 3 times did it finally disperse. These priests only possessed a lesser version of the dispel spell, which was why the effects weren't as powerful, and why it took 3 casts to fully expel the king manticore's poison. Even so, this was already considered quite good at this point in the game. Although a small incident had occurred, the entire team was able to quickly adapt to whatever was thrown at them instead of falling into chaos thanks to Nian's leadership. Be careful of the stinger on the tip of the king manticore's tail. Violent waves. Drink an anti-paralysis potion. Nian's orders were both effective and timely. His ability at commanding the team was so great that Sleepy Fox estimated that, if they were able to defeat the king manticore, Nian's contribution for the quest would be, at the very minimum, 70% or higher. The only player who was no longer affected by the poisonous mist was Violent Waves. The surrounding 5 or 6 frontliners had all been debuffed with the blind status. Unfortunately, the priests didn't have the leisure to cure him, so they had no choice but to hastily retreat and patiently wait for the debuff to expire on the sidelines. Do any of you paladins have Purify? If you do, use it on the king manticore. Nian's eyes swept over the paladins, but none of them replied. So be it, our broken bar. I can't expect them to have all the rare skills. As the battle progressed, the king manticore's health gradually fell below 5%, whereupon its fur transformed into a shade of bright red. Though this was expected, all of the team members felt their hearts sink. The elite manticores were already frightening enough when they became berserk. Just how terrifying would the Lord-class King Manticore become when it entered a berserk state? The King Manticore's power was rapidly rising as its eyes became bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Shadow Priest, cast Immobilize now, Nian yelled. Thanks to the prior experiences with the 3 elite manticores, the Shadow Priest already began channeling the spell as soon as he saw the King Manticore's fur turn red, so once Nian gave the order, he was able to cast Immobilize on it right away. The King Manticore suddenly halted as if it had been forcibly bound by an invisible energy. Throw everything you have at it, Nian yelled. He also circled behind and unleashed every skill in his arsenal on the King Manticore. Assassinate, Lacerate, Vital Strike. Once all the mages heard Nian, they unloaded their most powerful, highest mana-consuming spells on the boss, such as Scorching Flame Explosion, Radiant Judgment, and so on. The King Manticore was only momentarily paralyzed and recovered almost immediately. A poof. However, a pouch of flash powder subsequently struck it in the eye and deprived it of its vision. Thus, it could only blindly thrash about in the hope of striking the players. Yet this crude tactic seemed effective as the King Manticore's sharp claws streaked across 3 unlucky players who happened to be too close, instantly killing them. They promptly turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the map. A berserk attack that dealt 300% damage. No player would be able to survive if they were struck by such. The King Manticore blindly attacked everything in its surroundings. Though, once the effects wore off, another perfectly timed pouch of flash powder exploded in front of its eyes, blinding it yet again. During such a crucial moment, Nian definitely wouldn't be stingy with flash powder. Frontliners, quickly retreat, Nian yelled. He evaded the blindly attacking King Manticore. After being deprived of its sight by the flash powder, it let out a rage-filled roar, but sadly had no targets to attack. Just as it began regaining its sight, Nian robbed it of its vision once more by lobbing another pouch of flash powder at its eyes. During this time, the King Manticore's health had fallen to 2%. It angrily roared as a constant barrage of magic rained down on its body. Despite being blinded, none of the team members dared to approach the boss. Its violent rage and frenzied attacks were incredibly terrifying. Occasionally, several unlucky players would end up cornered by the King Manticore and killed in an instant without any suspense. However, Nian remained the only player who hadn't retreated. He had to carefully maintain the distance between himself and the King Manticore in order to be in range to throw another pouch of flash powder once the previous one wore off. He needed to stay close to the King Manticore, but not so close that he'd end up swatted to death. After having thrown 3 pouches of flash powder, Nian quickly retreated and retrieved a sheep transformation scroll from his bag. The flash powder would no longer be effective on the King Manticore after being used 3 times in a row. Mages, stop attacking. Anyone who needs to restore their mana, drink your mana potions now. As soon as Nian spoke, all of the mages immediately stopped firing their spells. None of them doubted his orders. Even those who were in the middle of chanting their spells stopped. 8-E poof. The giant King Manticore transformed into a sheep. The transformation could buy the mages some much-needed time to replenish their mana and allow their spells to come off cooldown. As soon as those 2 seconds passed, the King Manticore promptly returned to its original form, and the mages resumed firing their spells. The transformation spell lost its effect. The King Manticore would become immune to sheep transformation and web, just like how flash powder had lost its effectiveness when it was used too often. Nian no longer had any cards up his sleeves to restrict the boss movements. Although the King Manticore only had 1% of its health remaining, its attacks were too powerful. In this berserk state, even violent waves wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike, let alone any other members in the team. Mages, spread out quickly. Don't stop firing your spells. How many of you survive will solely depend on luck, Nian said. At this point in time, the low health boss would instantly kill any player unlucky enough to cross its path. Whoever it aggroed onto would be in immediate peril as well. Fortunately, it only had less than 1% health remaining. Under the constant barrage of magic, the King Manticore would fall in 15 seconds at most. No matter what occurred, Nian believed they could drag this battle out for at least 15 seconds, during which the King Manticore would only be able to kill 3 players in the worst cast scenario. The King Manticore locked onto a nearby paladin who immediately panicked upon noticing he had taken aggro. He turned tail and began fleeing for his life, but how could he possibly outrun the berserk boss? The King Manticore instantly overtook him and killed him with a single swipe of its paw. Then it turned its head to the next target, which of course was Nian. God damn it! Why is it me? You stupid overgrown cat. Without a moment's hesitation, Nian crushed a basic haste scroll and began sprinting towards an area that was full of shrubbery, hoping to use the terrain to elude the boss. Despite the speed boost from the scroll, the King Manticore still managed to quickly close the distance and pounce at him. As soon as Nian saw the King Manticore mid-pounce, he activated his ring of woven silk and shot out a web line towards a nearby tree, instantly pulling himself in another direction. By the time the King Manticore slammed into the ground and changed directions to continue its pursuit, Nian had already run quite a far distance away. However, the Berserk King Manticore quickly caught up to him once again. Once it neared his back, it raised its gigantic paws and swiped down. It seemed this was going to be the final moment before Nian was killed. Nian dodged to the side as the King Manticore's claws streaked down, barely missing his chest. As the claws almost grazed him, Nian shifted to the King Manticore's flank and struck it with a concussive blow. The attack momentarily stunned the King Manticore, leaving it unable to retaliate. Of course, during this period, the mages had never stopped casting their spells. Magic had been constantly bombarding the King Manticore's body throughout this entire course of events. Using this opportunity he had created with concussive blow, Nian jumped back and hastily retreated. 8-bang, bang, bang. 8 A final round of spells struck the King Manticore and shaved away its last bit of remaining health. At long last, it collapsed to the ground, having been drained of all of its health. Nian sighed a breath of deep relief. He had almost been turned into mincemeat by the King Manticore's final attack. Fortunately, he had good reaction speed and managed to dodge in time. In accordance with the King Manticore's death, A bright radiance enveloped Nian. The kill had given him enough experience to not only reach level 7 but also filled his experience bar by 36%. The King Manticore dropped 4 items, a single scroll, a level 0 dark gold chestplate, and 2 fortune gems. Making sure to leave nothing behind, Nian also stripped the King Manticore's body for materials. 8S system. You've obtained King Manticore's eyes. Gather a plus 35 experience here. It's finally done. Now let's return and hand in the quest. Also, according to our agreement, this unknown transfer scroll will go to me, Nian said. The reason he was willing to run Agmo to muddy swamplands was mostly for this scroll. The unknown transfer scroll only needed 2 seconds to channel. Once activated, it would instantly teleport the user 200 to 1,000 meters away from their original location. With this, he would be able to retrieve his second chapter from the Book of Order. We've already taken too much. You used up a lot of flash powder and scrolls during that fight, didn't you? I'm sure they weren't cheap. So here, these fortune gems should go to you as well, Sleepy Fox said. He already felt extremely satisfied after obtaining the Dark Gold Fighter's chestplate, so he didn't mind passing on the fortune gems since they weren't worth much in comparison. Nian thought for a moment and said, if you insist, then it would be rude of me to refuse, before accepting the fortune gems. After all, although he already had a few in his possession, he could always use more to upgrade his gear. Sozal Valley opens tomorrow. Do you want to run it together? Asked Sleepy Fox as he looked at Nian. Nian shook his head and replied, no, I'm not really interested right now, but we'll see in the future. Alright then. A broken bar. Since Nian wasn't willing, Sleepy Fox couldn't really force him. Thus, all he could do was sigh and lament over the fact that he couldn't bring such an exceptional thief with him to the new dungeon. With the new dungeon opening, Nian definitely didn't want to attract too much attention to himself. Otherwise, he might really end up arousing the suspicion of others. They would wonder if he was a game master. How else would he already know how to beat a new dungeon that just opened? Having completed the dungeon, Nian led Sleepy Fox and the rest of the team back to Nate by taking a shortcut through some thickets. When they arrived back at the mayor's residence, Nian entered the mansion by himself, and as he stepped into the mayor's room, a cutscene began playing. 8-AO hand over the King Manticore's eyes to one of the town's residents, Ross, who in turn cries out in surprise and elation. Oh, thank the heavens! This is too unbelievable. Are these really the King Manticore's eyes? The mayor can be saved. Ross takes the King Manticore's eyes and grinds them into a fine powder before feeding it to the mayor, alleviating the poison in his body. You have earned the respect of Nate's inhabitants. A-S system. The influence of all team members in Nate has increased by 6. A-S system. For your contribution in the team, you have earned 2,200 reward points. A-S system. Holy Empire has earned 3,300 honor. A-S system. You have received 23,000 experience points and 12 silvers. A-. Specialist dungeons always gave out generous rewards. The AI system in the game would evaluate each member's performance during the run and distribute their rewards accordingly. Although Nian's contribution was undoubtedly the highest among the team, the other members received ample compensation as well. Nian glanced at his experience bar, level 7 and 76% of the way filled, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, I'm leveling so quickly. He already surpassed Sleepy Fox, who after receiving the quest rewards was only at 62%. There were still 30 minutes until the servers shut down. Since Nian wanted to get a few things done before then, he quickly traded 2 flash powders to Sleepy Fox for a silver each and said, alright, I'll be taking my leave first then. Alright, let's contact each other some other time. Oh, wait. Other than the flash powder, do you have any more of those sheep transformation scrolls and web scrolls? If so, would you be willing to sell some to me? Sleepy Fox asked. Sorry, I don't have any more on me, but I can mail you some when I resupply. It's fine if you just give me 3 silver per scroll, Ni Yan replied. Ni Yan certainly didn't plan on selling these scrolls for such a low price when listing them on the marketplace. Deal. Sleepy Fox readily agreed. Sheep transformation scrolls and web scrolls were extremely useful. Let alone 3 silver per scroll, he would still be willing if it were 4 or even 5 silver. The rewards from this dungeon run were rather decent, especially since Ni Yan was able to obtain the unknown transfer scroll. In his eyes, this was tantamount to receiving a ticket for a free chapter from the Book of Order. Sleepy Fox was quite puzzled about one thing. Why did Ni Yan seem so uninterested in everything except for the unknown transfer scroll? To the best of his knowledge, the item didn't have much use outside of certain situations. However, as curious as he might be, he knew better than to pry into another person's business. Finished, the silhouette of Ni Yan's back gradually disappeared within the busy streets. Guild leader, he wasn't willing to join our guild? Dusk asked. He happened to overhear Ni Yan and Sleepy Fox discussing this topic in private, but he didn't learn about any of the specifics. Sire Broken Bar no. He wasn't willing. I even offered him a position as an honorary officer in the guild too. It was a role with minimum restrictions, yet he still declined. He probably thinks our little temple is too small to host a deity like him. Ugh, what a pity. A Broken Bar. I wonder how high he'll be able to climb in the future. Sleepy Fox's expression turned serious. We definitely shouldn't make an enemy out of him. Yeah, it is a pity. Dusk sighed in agreement. If a player like Ni Yan were to join their guild, their influence and achievements would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Flying Stone, who happened to be standing nearby, was left dumbstruck when he eavesdropped on their conversation. Sleepy Fox was actually willing to make him an honorary officer in Holy Empire. It must be understood, this was actually one of the highest ranking positions in the guild, which only answered to the guild leader. Yet Ni Yan was surprisingly uninterested. He couldn't help but feel a sense of great pity for Ni Yan. Truthfully, when speaking for himself, he didn't have any high aspirations in terms of climbing the guild's ladder. He felt membership as an honorary officer in Holy Empire was already quite terrific. 7 knights also happened to overhear the conversation, and he inwardly sighed. Now this was truly a thief at the pinnacle. Just how long would it take for him to finally reach Ni Yan's level where the guild leader would attach such importance to him? Ni Yan on the other hand certainly didn't feel a great sense of loss over passing up the opportunity. He casually passed through Nate's transfer point and teleported back to Kalor, where he proceeded to Trembling Milo's house to purchase 26 pouches of flash powder, 30 web scrolls, and 30 sheep transformation scrolls. Finished acquiring merchandise, he sent a few of each to Sleepy Fox through the mail, then continued to the auction house. There were quite a few players still roaming around the auction house, so he started looking around for a spot to set up his stall. Scanning the area, he finally found one and sat down, but only a moment later, he suddenly received a call. 8 Ni Yan. It's me, Yao Yao. Where are you right now? 8 She happened to notice Ni Yan was currently in Kalor on her friends list, which was why she called him and asked. 8 I'm at the auction house. 8 E. What a surprise, I'm there as well. A Broken Bar. Wait, I see you. I'm right over here. Come over and meet me. 8 Yao Yao had stood up and began looking around. Eventually, her eyes came across Ni Yan, who happened to be sitting by a corner. She began jumping up and down, waving for him to come over. Yao Yao resembled a snow lotus in bloom in her pure white robes. Her sweet, pleasant smile was able to put any man's heart at ease. Such a cheerful, beautiful young lady couldn't help but attract the attention of onlookers. The surrounding crowd completely froze in place as they were rendered dumbstruck by her brilliant smile. Noticing the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Yao Yao finally realized how much attention she was attracting. In response, she stuck out her tongue at Ni Yan and hastily sat back down. Ni Yan couldn't help but force out a wry smile when such a scene played out before him. He got up from his corner and began walking over to Yao Yao. When he finally reached her side, he noticed that sitting next to her were 2 other girls, both around 19 years old. One of the 2 was an elementalist, and her appearance could be considered beautiful. She wore heavy makeup, revealing robes, and radiated a somewhat seductive charm. Ni Yan, however, didn't find these types of girls particularly attractive. The other girl was a priest who resembled a pretty daughter from a humble background. Her lovely appearance gave the impression that she was naturally agreeable and pleasant, the kind who would leave others with a good opinion after a single glance. Nian activated Transcendent Insight. The elementalist was named Fei'an Lushui, humble charm of flowing water, while the priest was named Moonchild. When he sat down with Yao Yao and the girls, Nian sensed the jealous gazes filled with murderous intent of the players in the crowd piercing through his back, so he couldn't help but bitterly smile. There was an expression known as femme fatale. This was an example of such. These two are my classmates. She's called Fei'an, and this is Moonchild. They're extremely beautiful, so try not to fall for them, teased Yao Yao as she pointed at the two girls by her side and introduced them with a coy smile. Yao Yao, the only beauty here is you. Moonchild pulled Yao Yao's arm and had a very gentle smile on her face. Nice to meet you, Nian greeted Fei'an Lushui and Moonchild. Hello, Moonchild smiled and greeted back with a gentle nod. Oh, so this is the guy you've been talking about, a broken bar? He looks a little frail and weak, plus he isn't nearly as handsome as little Rui. Beside us, a broken bar, we don't even know if he's as good a player as you've been telling us. Fei'an gave Nian an uncaring glance as she uttered in an unkind tone. Her blatant rudeness made Nian wrinkle his brows. Fei'an. Moonchild berated her friend, then looked to Nian apologetically and said, I'm really sorry. Please don't mind her. She's actually a good person at heart. Nian just smiled at Moonchild and nodded his head. Although he felt slighted, it wasn't worth his time to get into a squabble with such a girl. 8 Nian. I'm really sorry, a broken bar. Fei'an is a classmate of ours and wanted to come as well. To be honest, I'm not too fond of her, but since Moonchild didn't want to be rude, we let her tag along. Moonchild is a good friend of mine, but one of her quirks is that she doesn't want to offend anyone. If it were only me, Fei'an would be long gone. Yao Yao whispered to Nian, seemingly seething with anger. Haha, when it comes to these kinds of people, it's best to just ignore them. Nian replied. With this in mind, Nian no longer paid any heed to Fei'an. He instead directed his attention to Yao Yao and Moonchild and said, I need to sell a few things here first. I'll chat more once I'm done. All right, go ahead, replied Moonchild as she smiled. Her gentle expression could easily melt any man's heart. Nian sat down nearby and began focusing on his own business. When Fei'an noticed that Nian was purposefully ignoring her, she became so mad that her gums itched and her blood boiled. The four sat in a spot across from the auction house. Moonchild and Yao Yao were giggling and gossiping in hushed tones. Occasionally, Fei'an would interject with a few comments of her own, usually fawning over their appearance. When near these two, she could only serve as a part of the background to highlight their beauty. It's the truth. He really is a skilled expert. Yao Yao turned her head and nudged Nian. Tell them. You are an expert, right? Really? Moonchild asked in a somewhat doubtful tone. She just couldn't imagine it. Nian lightly chuckled and modestly replied, I'm only so-so. Do you think you're as skilled as our little Rui, a broken bar? Please, stop overestimating yourself. Little Rua has always liked Yao Yao. Don't think you have even the slightest chance with her. You're far from being worthy, Fei'an commented in a harsh, mocking tone while barely glancing at him. It was as though she believed it was beneath her to look at Nian for too long. Nian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this girl's stereotypical words. He reached into his bag and grabbed 3 pouches of flash powder, 2 web scrolls, and 2 sheep transformation scrolls, listing them all up for auction. He set 1 silver as the starting price for the flash powders, while the web scrolls and sheep transformation scrolls were 4 silver each. Although the little he had in his bag wouldn't have much effect on the marketplace, he hoped that, by selling them at a high price, he would be able to profit more in the long run. Even though it would sell relatively slowly, he would be able to earn quite a bit and would avoid arousing too much suspicion at the same time. The last thing he wanted was to draw attention to them by suddenly flooding the market with these rare items. Nian's lack of response quickly bored Fei'an, so she scoffed and soon turned her gaze elsewhere. The purpose of placing these items in the auction house was to gauge the market's response. Consumables that could sell for such a high price were few in number. Furthermore, they would only be bought by the players who were well off. In the end, this was just a test to see if these players were actually willing to spend the money. Just moments after Nian listed these items for auction, someone already increased the bid on one of the items. In fact, a bidding frenzy erupted for all three. However, this wasn't all too surprising. At this stage in the game, there weren't many mage players who were able to create scrolls. Not to mention, the majority of mages chose not to learn spell scribing, so the more widely available scrolls only came from NPC shops. Unfortunately, they all contained low-level spells like Fireball and would cost an arm and a leg to purchase. Control spells such as Sheep Transformation and Web were extremely rare in scroll form. After all, these spells could practically guarantee victory when fighting other players, which was why they were considered so useful. Aside from that, the scrolls were also great lifesavers since they could be used to flee when encountering a dangerous situation. Besides, to those rich players, a few silvers was merely pocket change. Therefore, the bids on the scrolls only gradually climbed higher and higher. At the very end of the bidding war, each pouch of flash powder sold for 2 silvers while the Sheep Transformation scrolls and Web scrolls sold for around 5 silvers per scroll. For being so early in the game's life, selling at these prices was terrific. Nian had once again earned a sizable profit. Sure enough, the ocean of game knowledge he had amassed from his past life was an ocean of wealth as well. Nian's items caused a great stir in the auction house. Many players were secretly inquiring about them. Just who in the world was actually able to create Sheep Transformation scrolls and Web scrolls? At the same time, many others were inquiring about the flash powder as well. With how well they sold, he continued emptying his bag of flash powder, Sheep Transformation scrolls, and Web scrolls. Naturally, the more money he earned the better. Yao Yao, look at this eroding fire staff that little Rui gave me as a present. It's a silver weapon that boosts intelligence by 6 and magic damage by 7. What do you think? Feian took out the staff and waved it around with the intention of showing it off. Since the game had barely been open for 2 weeks, a silver staff could be considered an amazing weapon, let alone one that increased intelligence and damage as well. My staff is silver as well, but its properties aren't as good as yours, Yao Yao replied frankly. She didn't display much envy in her tone or expression. You know, if you asked little Rui for one, he'd definitely give you an even better staff. He's had a crush on you for so long, so shouldn't you respond by now? Feian stared at Yao Yao and asked. Nian overheard their conversation. It seemed Feian had been bribed to be a mouthpiece. The person Nian cared for the most in his heart was Xi Yao. In spite of that, although his affection for Yao Yao wasn't etched deeply into his heart, he still cared for her greatly. Feian had treated him rudely despite being a friend of an acquaintance, and at the same time, she was also constantly trying to pair Yao Yao up with another guy right in front of him. A broken bar. Even Buddha had limits to what he could tolerate. When he saw the bored expression on Yao Yao's face, he suddenly understood this wasn't a one-time event. Yao Yao, I have an extra staff laying around. It would go to waste sitting in my bag, so why don't I give it to you as a present instead? Nian interrupted when he noticed Feian was about to urge her on some more. Hey, brat, don't you know interrupting people in the middle of their conversation is incredibly rude? It's better if you leave that garbage inside your bag instead of trying to present it as a gift. It'll save you from some embarrassment, Feian said in a disdainful manner. Well, do you realize when others aren't interested in hearing you talk, it's incredibly rude to chatter on like a squawking hen? Nian replied, showing no trace of politeness in his tone. A broken bar. What kind of staff? Show it to me. Yao Yao intentionally ignored Feian's earlier ramblings. Nian took out the staff of moonlight worship and handed it to Yao Yao. This is my gift to you. No need to be shy, Artilda. This is a gold staff, Yao Yao exclaimed. She clearly understood just how valuable a gold-grade staff was at present. Yao Yao, Let me see. What gold staff? Moonchild asked in a doubtful tone. Yao Yao shared the staff of moonlight worship's properties with the two other girls. Moonchild stared at Nian in shock. She didn't believe Nian would actually give away a gold-grade staff. However, Fei An's reaction was even more amusing to behold. Her complexion paled, and her expression immediately turned incredibly ugly. If this staff of moonlight worship was trash, then what did the staff in her hand count as? Nian, I'm really angry with you. What do you mean? It would go to waste sitting in my bag, so why don't I give it to you as a present? It seems you're tossing it away like it's actually trash. However, a broken bar, I really do like this present. Thank you, Yao Yao said with a faint smile, but then she sent him a whisper. 8 Oh no, you're only putting on an act to shut that annoying person up, but I really do like this staff. Is it possible for me to keep it? I'm willing to pay in installments. 8 No need. I actually am giving it to you as a gift. It's just a staff. After all. 8 From Nian's point of view, the gold staff wasn't really worth much. It became even more negligible when compared to their friendship. 8 Nian, do you think you're some kind of rich young master? This is a gold-grade staff. How would it be alright if I didn't pay for it? 8 Nian laughed. He understood her personality and knew full well just how stubborn she could get. 8 Fine, you win. You can pay in installments. Just give me a silver every month until you pay it back in full. How does that sound? 8 Good. Then that's settled. Only idiots would act politely with a rich money bag like you. 8 After getting her way, Yao Yao revealed a triumphant expression on her face before finally giving way to a charming smile. Nian forced out a smile. Oh, then you're telling me you're not being foolish right now? A broken bar? 8 Moonchild and Fei An were shocked beyond belief when they saw Yao Yao had actually accepted the gift. They both understood Yao Yao's disposition, as she generally never took gifts from others, especially from males. Even on her birthday, she would only accept simple things like birthday cards. Today though, she actually accepted a gift, and from a male no less. There was definitely a hidden story behind this. 8 Yao Yao, what's your relationship with this person? 8 Moonchild whispered. 8 is a good friend of mine. 8 Yao Yao replied with a somewhat guilty conscience. 8 Really? Just a good friend? 8 Moonchild asked in a mischievous tone. The expression on her face showed that she didn't believe her friend in the slightest. 8 Really? He's just a friend. 8 Afraid Moonchild would continue down this line of questioning, Yao Yao decided to put up a bold front and expressed herself clearly. While her impression of Nian was undeniably favorable, it certainly wasn't to the extent of love or anything deep like that. What Yao Yao was unaware of, however, was the special place she held in Nian's heart. Although he buried the events of his past life deep within the recesses of his mind, memories and emotions like those weren't so easily erased. 8 Right, if you say he's only a good friend, then that's fine too. 8 Moonchild giggled. She seemed to have caught onto something. Moonchild, Yao Yao, I have some business to take care of, so I'll be taking my leave now. Fei An was feeling quite bored since she was being ignored by Nian, and Yao Yao and Moonchild were chatting in private, so she decided to get up and say goodbye. Fei An, take care. Moonchild waved her farewell. Yao Yao acted a bit cold and detached, simply acknowledging that she was leaving. Meanwhile, Nian completely disregarded her existence. This cold shoulder treatment only served to infuriate Fei An even more, and by the time she left, she was seething with venomous hatred. Following Fei An's departure, the group continued to chat for a brief while, during which even the girls sold a few items of their own as well. Nian, we're going to head off here. Big Sis Lan, Blue Feather, is trying to get some last-minute leveling in, and she wants us to hurry over, Yao Yao said after checking the new messages in her chat. No problem. Let's chat some other time then, Nian replied before waving them goodbye. Afterwards, he checked his system notifications. 8 System, your flash powder X1 has sold for 2 silver, 10 copper. A tilde. 8 tilde S system. Your flash powder X1 has sold for 2 silver, 5 copper. A tilde. 8 tilde S system. Your sheep transformation scroll X1 has sold for 5 silver, 20 copper. A tilde. The money in Nian's bag rapidly piled up. Only by limiting the flash powder, web scrolls, and sheep transformations scrolls he placed on the auction house, would he able to sell them for a sufficiently high price. Although unique items appeared in the auction house all the time, they were often so expensive that only a few players would be willing to buy them. On the other hand, if he sold too many of them, it would gradually lead to oversaturation. Several minutes prior to the servers shutting down, Nian had sold 8 pouches of flash powder, 6 web scrolls, and 5 sheep transformation scrolls, earning him around 50 silver. During this time, he also visited several small towns to purchase bat teeth, only to discover that not many players were willing to sell to him. It appeared the information about Blacksmith Cade purchasing bat teeth had somehow been leaked, so all the players were selling their bat teeth to Cade instead. Since there's no more money to be made, so be it. Broken bar. I've found 2 other ways to earn money anyway. For the time being, he could earn money by selling flash powder, web scrolls, and sheep transformation scrolls. Then, when the price and demand for black phenol soared, he would gradually distribute his supply of that into the marketplace as well. Before Nian went offline, he once again emptied the marketplace of all black phenol recipes, and the alchemy ingredients required to craft black phenol. After taking note of his stock, he counted 800 bottles of black phenol, 3,200 black phenol alchemy ingredients, and 220 black phenol recipes. Due to his crazy purchasing, the marketplace was nearly devoid of black phenol, which resulted in their price increasing. However, since there was no one competing with him to purchase these items, the price didn't rise by much. Therefore, he was still able to purchase everything relatively cheap. These black phenol recipes were the most crucial part of his plans. The amount in his possession was already enough to influence the market for black phenol for some time to come. In his past life, before Sozal Valley opened, the price of these recipes weren't expensive at all. However, after the dungeon was released, many alchemists started to notice the growing demand for black phenol and rushed to purchase the recipes in order to enter that market. Even then, the quantity of black phenol produced was far from meeting the demand of the countless teams running the dungeon. As a consequence, the price of black phenol and its recipes clambered up accordingly. Yet, at present, all of the recipes on the market had unexpectedly disappeared. In other words, the market suddenly lost over 220 alchemists who could produce a steady supply of black phenol. With such a sudden shortage in supply during a time of high demand, the price of black phenol was certain to soar much higher than it did in his past life. In this fashion, Nian was almost guaranteed to make a killing off the monopoly he would hold on the black phenol market. Plus, 2 weeks after Sozal Valley opens, a new level 5 dungeon called Medusa's Lair would be released. The guilds who wanted to get an advantage over others would definitely seize the opportunity to enter the dungeon and get a head start. In this instance, the monsters possessed attacks that could petrify their enemies, so when the dungeon is added in, the demand for consumables and equipment that could prevent or resist petrification would definitely increase. From this point forward, he would slowly stockpile items and equipment with such properties. Nian glanced at his inventory. He currently had 63 silvers to his name. In the early stages of the game, this was already quite terrific, especially considering he was only level 7. In the game's present state, a single silver could buy a lot. Even the most expensive gold-grade equipment was no more than 30 to 40 silvers. Having obtained so many items, Nian tidied up his bag and personal storage, which currently contained rows upon rows of black phenol, recipes, and ingredients. After neatly organizing them, it was a rather spectacular sight to behold. The personal storage offered 200 slots of space for free. Any additional space would require the player to pay rent, 1 copper a day for every 200 slots. Nian had rented over 5,000 additional slots to store all his items, which amounted to 25 coppers a day. However, by now, He had already accumulated so much wealth that this little amount of money was practically negligible to him. After finishing all his business and game, Nian finally logged off, just as the servers were about to shut down. When he took off the game helmet, he left his room and headed to his kitchen. There, he took a tube of nutrition tonic out of the fridge and sat near the dinner table. As he drank the tube, he let his eyes wander over his shabby room. From the aged walls to the old chandelier that had collected dust and grease, they all gave him a sense of familiarity and comfort. He hadn't received any news from his parents in quite a while now. Thankfully, he already knew the truth and the reason for their disappearance, so he no longer blamed them. For the sake of securing a better life for their family, they were braving great dangers and risking their lives. What right did he have to criticize or fault them? If his parents took the risk of contacting him, what would certainly await them was death. Thus, he could only suppress his emotions and patiently wait for news of their return. After finishing the nutrition tonic, Nian proceeded with his daily training, improving his strength, agility, and reaction speed. Wearing the helmets also had another beneficial effect. During the night, they would send electrical signals through the body, stimulating the nerves, nurturing cells, and allowing the muscles to always be in an active growing state, and the results of a day's training wouldn't disappear even after a night's rest. In other words, one day of exercise in the present was the equivalent to 10 days of exercise for a person in the past. More recently, his training method was efficient, and his body's nutritional needs were taken care of as well. So in these past few days, he had experienced a substantial growth in muscle. His stature was rapidly growing as well, becoming robust and tall. 18 years old was a time of growth for a person's body, and at present, his body was transforming by the day. Bam, bam, bam. A hard knocking sound came from the front door. Nian listened carefully. The soundproofing on the house door wasn't great, so from the messy sound of footsteps, he determined there were at least 5 or 6 people outside the door. "That kid isn't home?" A hoarse voice passed through the door and entered Nian's ears. Nian wrinkled his brows upon hearing this voice, and anger began bubbling forth from inside him. The voice belonged to his first uncle from his mother's side, a person he loathed with a burning passion. When his parents had borrowed money from relatives and friends, his uncle had been the stingiest. Later on, when his father started a successful business, they used the fact that they had lent him money as leverage to coerce him into giving them a 20% stake, turning his father's own business into a family one. They took money but never worked to earn it back and constantly misappropriated the company's funds. Thankfully, Nian's father had always been strict and caught on quickly, preventing the situation from worsening. Though, after the business began expanding into conviction, a crisis suddenly emerged. Initially, his father only allowed 30% of the shares to be sold in order to safeguard the company from any mergers or acquisitions. Yet it was these exact friends and relatives cooperating with Kaozu, backstabbing his father, that led to him losing control of the company. In the end, his father became clinically depressed and was eventually forced to bow out from managing the business. After traveling back to the past, although the hatred he felt for Kaozu remained deep-rooted in his very being, it had nevertheless diminished significantly. This world had always been one where the strong preyed upon the weak. If his family didn't have the strength to defend themselves, granted even if Kaozu didn't make a move, some other big shot would have acquired his father's business instead. Taking this into consideration, the people Nian resented the most were the friends and relatives who betrayed his father, backstabbed by his close friends and relatives. A broken bar. There was nothing else that contributed more to his father falling into deep depression. Bam, bam, bam. The knocking on the door changed into heavy pounding, and he could easily sense the anger behind these sounds. Nian walked over to the door and opened it, whereupon 5 familiar faces entered his eyes. Oh, what a surprise! Uncles, aunties, you all came. Mr. Lin, you're here as well? Nian swept over his relatives as his expression filled with an increasing amount of derision and contempt with each passing moment. When his gaze finally fell upon a middle-aged man in the back, however, There was actually a hint of respect that lit up in his eyes. Nian could roughly guess why his relatives had come knocking at the door. After all, his parents had borrowed quite a sum of money from numerous friends and family. It was within expectations that these four showed up at his doorstep, demanding repayment. However, Mr. Lin's arrival was rather unexpected and puzzling. Lin Ya was his father's old friend from the army. When their family had been in dire straits, he had been one of the few people who never abandoned them. Even during the betrayal at his father's company, he hadn't been present. From what Nian could remember, Mr. Lin was a man who didn't speak much but attached great importance to friendship. When they were in the army together, Mr. Lin had even taken a bullet for his father, which left him crippled to this day. Their family definitely owed a lot to Mr. Lin. After a moment, Nian recalled that Mr. Lin had lent $160,000 to his father, which took a heavy toll on his finances. Nian found it hard to imagine what sort of promise his father made to convince his relatives and friends to loan him so much money. If he didn't know any better, he would assume these people had gambling problems. Truthfully speaking, if his father succeeded, they would earn a huge sum of money, but if his father failed, they would receive nothing in return. Mr. Lin averted his gaze when Nian's eyes fell on him. Then, he stared back at Nian with a slightly apologetic look and said, "Little Yan, I was dragged over here." Nian was also quick to catch on. After lending $160,000 to his father, Mr. Lin probably wasn't doing too well financially. In all likelihood, Mr. Lin only came because he was unable to resist the pressure from first uncle and the other relatives. In his heart, Nian didn't blame him either. First uncle and the rest sighed a breath of relief when Nian answered the door. Nian wore an expression of ridicule on his face. He gazed at his several relatives, smiling and said, "Uncles, aunties, you didn't think that I had run off, right? Well, who knows? Your parents borrowed so much money from us. If by any chance you ran off, then who would we go to?" uttered first uncle's wife in an unkind tone. Her grating, high-pitched voice was already somewhat painful to listen to, but at the moment, it became even more unbearable. Every one of his relatives forced themselves into his house. "If I wanted to run, I would have done so a long time ago," Nian sneered. "Brat, how dare you speak to us in such a tone? Stop wasting our time and call your parents up." Leveraging his seniority, first Uncle Liu Ming spoke with unrestrained arrogance. "My parents are currently busy and can't be bothered to speak to you lot. If there's nothing else, I suggest you go home." Nian then turned to Mr. Lin and said, "Uncle Lin, I'll do my best to pay back the money my family owes you as soon as possible. I know your family is in a difficult place right now. I'm so sorry we're causing you and your family so much trouble." Uncle Lin shook his head in response. Waving his hands, he said, "Don't worry about it. Although we aren't in the best of circumstances, we're not in the worst either. Granted, even if I don't have any money, I can still beg old Liu to lend me some. Your father and I are friends who would die for each other. Even if your father can't pay back the money, I wouldn't hound his son over it." Nian was quite touched by Mr. Liu's sincere words. Sometimes the saying, "blood is thicker than water," simply wasn't true. The discrepancy between Mr. Lin and his relatives was like black and white. "The money my family owes will be repaid in full. My parents have been gone for how long now? Yet you all act like they stole your money and ran away," Nian criticized as he coldly eyed his relatives. "When did you become such a presumptuous brat? Make a phone call to your parents right now." First uncle's palm came flying towards Nian's face. His first uncle had an incredibly short temper and would always beat and scold him at the first sign of perceived disrespect. Nian was very afraid of him when he was younger, but at present, he didn't fear his first uncle in the slightest. Nian reached out and grabbed his first uncle's arm, stopping the attempted slap midway. He shot a cold glance at his first uncle and growled, "I already told you. My parents are too busy to bother with you lot. You aren't welcome here, so I suggest you get out." "Brat, who allowed you to speak?" First uncle still wanted to rely on his seniority to beat and scold Nian, but when he tried pulling back his arm, he discovered his nephew's hand was like an iron claw, firmly clasping it in place. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free, leaving his heart dumbfounded. Just when did his nephew grow to be so strong? Only then did he notice that his nephew was taller and more robust than he remembered. Nian was almost 5'9" and was no longer the frail and thin child he knew from the past. He soon noticed Nian's grip becoming stronger and stronger, causing him to start sweating from the pain, which in turn made his face turn bright red, but he was unwilling to back down to a child. "Husband, what's wrong?" "Nian, let go of him, he's your first uncle, you impudent brat." First uncle's wife scolded in a high-pitched shriek after realizing her husband was overpowered. "How much interest did my parents promise you?" Nian asked, paying no attention to his aunt's words. He swept his gaze over the three relatives in front of him before releasing his first uncle's arm. Having finally regained control of his arm, Uncle Liu sighed in relief as he rubbed his arm. 10% a month. First uncle's wife replied. She looked like she had been injected with chicken blood as her expression was so distorted, even her face looked like it was twisted. 10% a month, a broken bar. In other words, his family had to pay back 10% interest every month. Not to mention, it was compound interest, which meant they had to pay back more on top of what they already owed in the previous months. His relatives were basically no different from loan sharks. When she brought up this matter, each and every one of his relatives revealed rotten expressions. "Old Liu, and I told your father he didn't need to pay any interest." A broken bar, Mr. Lin explained to Nian. His gaze then happened to fall onto Liu Ming's arm, where he saw something unbelievable. The area Nian grabbed had bruised and turned a deep shade of purple. Though it wasn't much, he did know a fair bit about Liu Ming's strength. He wasn't some martial artist, but he still exercised regularly, and he was considerably strong for the average person. Yet Nian, who was no more than a child, had taken full control over Liu Ming, rendering him helpless. The power required for such a feat was unimaginable. "Uncle Lin, the money will be returned to you soon, rest assured. As for aunties and uncles, you'll get your money back and not a penny less. Even if my parents cannot pay it back, I'll do it in their stead." Nian stared at his several snobbish relatives, his tone turning increasingly cold. He wouldn't allow his father to end up the same way as his past life, neither would he allow his relatives to get their grubby hands on his father's business. He would force upon these relatives a life of eternal remorse. Taking away all their possible means, he would leave them destitute with no hope of ever escaping the abyss he would leave them in. Only by taking care of them in such a manner would these people have no chance of nipping back at his father's heels. Nian would exact revenge on the sins they committed and make them suffer as he had. His heart had grown much colder in the final years of his past life. "You rotten punk. Your parents owe so much money. Even if we sold you off, do you really think you'd somehow pay it back?" Uncle Liu Ming's wife sneered. Unlike his wife, however, Uncle Liu Ming's prior arrogance had vanished almost entirely. He couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere around his nephew was completely different from the past. He no longer dared to treat Nian like a child he could easily push around. "Little Yan, have you been training recently? Come, let your Uncle Lin see how much you've grown." This recent development made Mr. Lin feel happy and rekindled his desire for a good fight. Seeing his old comrade's son finally grow up was also one of the things he desired to witness in his life. Mr. Lin pushed past Liu Ming and Nian's other relatives. Although the space in the house was a little narrow, it was still more than sufficient for sparring. In fact, a narrow space would actually better reflect the abilities of both fighters. Uncle Liu Ming and the others all stared at Mr. Lin with bewildered looks on their faces. Just what in the world was Lin Ya planning to do? "Yes." Nian nodded his head. He felt great respect towards Mr. Lin, but even more so a deep sense of shame. In his past life, due to their relation with the Ni household, Mr. Lin and his family were targeted and fell into poverty. Mr. Lin suddenly threw a fist at Nian. Nian put up a horizontal guard with his left arm and retaliated with a strong side kick. His leg produced a faint whistling as it flew towards Mr. Lin's chest. "Nice kick," Mr. Lin said, pleasantly surprised. He leaned to the side, dodging the kick, and then closed in with an elbow strike. Nian hastily got out of the way and returned with a powerful roundhouse kick. Mr. Lin raised his arm to block. A tilde bang. The strength of the kick forced him several steps back, regaining his balance only after supporting himself on a nearby desk. The great force that he had just been inflicted with shocked him, but the joy he felt at experiencing Nian's growth firsthand greatly surpassed his alarm. He heartily laughed and said, "Not bad. Come, let's go again." They had several more exchanges, but the outcome of the battle still could not be determined. Liu Oming and the other relatives were filled with astonishment as the spectacular scene unfolded before their eyes. Lin Ya was an army veteran, and his ability in martial arts wasn't anything to scoff at. Even 6 grown men normally wouldn't be his match, yet Nian had managed to last this long against him. Not to mention he was able to fight on par with Lin Ya the entire time. The fact that he could manage such a feat was simply just too inconceivable. 8-bang. 8 Nian and Mr. Lin both retreated several steps. "Little Yan, you've been learning martial arts, right?" "Not bad. A broken bar. Uncle Lin is already old, so I can't compare with you youngsters," Mr. Lin praised. Without restraint, he was happy for his old comrade. With Nian's ability, as long as his academics weren't too bad, getting into the #1 military academy wouldn't be a problem. They might even take the initiative to recruit him. "I've only learned a little." "Uncle Lin, you might be old, but you haven't grown weak at all." Being too modest isn't good either. "So, have you thought about what you want to do for university?" A broken bar? Mr. Lin nervously asked. "No, I haven't." Nian shook his head and replied. He still hadn't considered this matter. After all, that was still over a year away. "Apply for the #1 military academy then. I have an old army buddy working as a combat instructor there. I can ask him to put in a word for you. Besides, your talent is an additional reassurance. Your academics shouldn't be a problem either." Back then, your father had barely failed to get in, and it became one of the biggest regrets in his life. "But you'll surely pass." Next year in January, the academy is hosting exams for special enrollment students. "You must definitely apply then," Uncle Lin exclaimed. Nian solemnly nodded. In his past life, he wasn't able to pass the exam for the military academy. His father had been disappointed in him for a long time because of this matter. In addition, the moment his father received the results of that exam, he seemed to have aged several years. In this life, Nian would definitely succeed his father's dream. Hearing the words, #1 military academy, Liu Oming snapped back to reality. His nephew's recent show of ability frightened him. Nian was actually able to beat an army veteran who'd been through several wars. 2 years ago, old Liu's son had passed the entrance exam for the academy. Yet every year he came back, he'd still be put in his place by Lin Ya. Taking this into consideration, Nian entering the military academy shouldn't be a problem. Just what kind of place was the #1 military academy? It was the nation's top university specialized in nurturing talented individuals. So long as one passed the entrance exam, they would receive a scholarship which granted them a minimum of $60,000 each year. In addition, once they enrolled, they would at least receive the rank of a company officer. Every person's performance in exams directly correlated to their military ranks. Some people, after graduating the academy, would be regiment officers or higher. As the proverb goes, citizens should not oppose officials. If Nian really was able to succeed and graduate from the military academy, who knows if he might hold resentment in his heart over today's matters. Liu Oming and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw Nian's ice-cold expression. Liu Oming, "I'm thinking if little Yan passes the entrance exams for the military academy, paying back those loans won't be a problem, correct?" A broken bar? Lin Ya said to Liu Oming. If they continued to hound Nian and affected his frame of mind and studies, Lin Ya was thinking it might be necessary that he teach these people a lesson. "This shouldn't be a problem, right?" A broken bar? Lin Ya said in a menacing tone, causing Liu Oming to shrink back. Nian's other relatives also no longer dared to speak so harshly to him anymore. "Little Yan, try your best. If you enter the military academy, Auntie will be happy and proud," Nian's paternal aunt said with an embarrassed yet obviously fake smile. "Yes, little Yan, do try your best. We'll be taking our leave first." Then Nian didn't reply but simply stared at them with frosty eyes. Only now, after hearing that he could potentially enter the academy, did these 4 snobbish loaves begin putting on friendly airs in front of him. However, there was still a 0% chance that he would forgive them. Having said so, Ni Yan's relatives awkwardly left the house one after another. Lin Ya on the other hand stayed a while longer to chat with Ni Yan to give him some words of encouragement. "Little Yan, do your best. You must succeed in entering the academy. If there's anything troubling you, just tell your Uncle Lin. So long as you get into the academy, all your problems will vanish without a trace. If you do, you'll turn your parents' lives around as well. Work hard." "Uncle Lin will be taking his leave now," Lin Ya said. Thanks, Uncle Lin," Ni Yan nodded. What Lin Ya didn't know was that his family's prospects would turn around before he even graduated high school. Once his parents returned, their financial circumstances would take a significant turn for the better. After Lin Ya left, Ni Yan didn't leave the house for the whole day. Instead, he stayed at home, studying hard and relearning everything that he had forgotten. After coming back to the past, he wasn't willing to live through his days muddle-headed. He would work hard to take full control of his fate. After seeing his relatives' reactions today, it only further solidified his belief that only by becoming strong would those petty, despicable people fear him and stay far away. Otherwise, he would be harassed by them to no end. The next day, Ni Yan logged on and made his usual runs of emptying the marketplace of all black phenol recipes, and the other various materials. After finishing his business, he went to kill the field bosses that had respawned, Gato the Lion King and the Ogre Devourer. By repeating what he did the previous day, he was able to kill them effortlessly, but those two weaklings were stingy and only dropped 3 pieces of gold-grade equipment and 1 fortune gem. Thankfully, one of them happened to be a set item he wanted: a black blood gloves, resilience +7, dexterity +12. The other 2 pieces of equipment were for a priest and a paladin, though Ni Yan didn't plan to sell them since he wasn't lacking in money. In the future, he would have a steady flow of income arriving in his pockets. He would rather let them rot in his storage than put them on the marketplace lest they enter an enemy's hands. On the other hand, if an acquaintance wanted to purchase them, then he would think it over. Not long after logging in, an announcement entered his ears: Sozal Valley had opened. This incredibly exciting news caused countless guilds to rush over so they could get a head start in the new dungeon. The first team to succeed in clearing a new dungeon would receive additional rewards and honor. Not to mention, since Sozal Valley was the final level 3 dungeon, the equipment dropped there would be the best. These benefits spurred numerous guild leaders into attempting Sozal Valley with their elite members. Though the price of pioneering was wrought with bitterness and difficulty, some teams still advanced dauntlessly. Yet, in the end, the overwhelming majority would fail to even reach the boss, falling victim to the extremely potent poison of the common mobs. A hallucinogenic poison that applied the fear status debuff and robbed the player of all movement ability. A broken bar. Presently, the only cure for it was black phenol. Shortly after Sozal Valley's opening, the demand for black phenol magnified countless times over. All of a sudden, it became the hottest selling item in the marketplace. Sozal Valley was situated inside of a wide, open prairie. Today, the normally tranquil fields were bustling with activity as various teams from notable guilds dotted the entire region. Among the teams gathered in the prairie, a group of Azure Falling Sky members were discussing a certain matter regarding the quantity of black phenol in the marketplace. "This is really odd, broken biologically speaking. Since we were one of the very first guilds to enter the dungeon, you'd think we'd be one of the first groups to snag all the black phenol in the marketplace. But when our members in the city arrived at the auction house, broken bar, all of the black phenol suddenly vanished, and we were only able to purchase 3 bottles. Just which guild was able to move faster than you, broken bar?" "Captain Clear Sky, we've already ordered our alchemists to put down what they're doing and concentrate on producing black phenol." The person these guild members addressed as Clear Sky was a paladin with the appearance of a man in his mid-20s. His tall stature, standing at almost 6'3", was clad in unadorned ash-gray armor. The solemn expression on his face and imposing pressure he emanated left the other members feeling stifled and tense. As the star player of Azure Falling Sky, one of the nation's top 10 gaming organizations, Clear Sky's name was well known to the gamers of China. How long will our supply of black phenol last us for? Clear Sky asked. Someone was a step ahead of them and purchased all of the black phenol in the auction house. Thus, he could only look towards other methods. If we use them sparingly, we can still do another run of the dungeon. How many of our alchemists have learned how to concoct black phenol? Only a near broken bar, the guild member embarrassedly replied. Clear Sky's expression became even more gloomy. If their supply of black phenol couldn't keep up, then some other guild would get the first clear for Sozal Valley, which meant their rankings might fall by several places again. For a large gaming organization like them, falling 1 or 2 spots meant significant financial losses. However, this type of development wasn't only happening to them. In fact, aside from Azure Falling Sky, a Broken Bar, Victorious Return, Holy Empire, Brilliant Mother Earth, Atlantis, and almost all the other large guilds were in similar dilemmas. The market was entirely devoid of black phenol, and their own alchemists couldn't produce enough to keep up with the guild's needs. The guilds preparing to enter Sozal Valley numbered over 60, and the same problem was perplexing all of them. Captain Sleepy Fox, what are we going to do? Without any black phenol, we won't be able to run Sozal Valley. We'll end up falling behind the other guilds. I heard someone found a piece of gold equipment for warriors in a recent run, Dusk said in a gloomy tone. He felt their situation was the most tragic. There wasn't a single alchemist in the entire guild who could concoct black phenol, nor did they have any in the guild's treasury. Give me the list of drops for Sozal Valley, Sleepy Fox ordered, his tone somewhat jittery. Warriors Primal Wind and Tenacious Metal sets, Elementalist's Scorching Flame Burst set, and a bunch of non-set equipment. Dusk handed over the list to Sleepy Fox, but then, Nian popped in his mind, and he quickly added, this is only the list for easy. No one knows what specialist drops yet. Tenacious Metal set, a Broken Bar. No, this won't do. We must obtain that set. As for the black phenol, first try and find an alchemist who knows how to concoct it. If that won't do, just contact the other guilds and offer to buy some for a high price. Where do black phenol recipes and the required materials to concoct them drop? Sleepy Fox scanned over the other team members. Celadon Tides Valley, but the drop rates are pretty terrible. We can go there, but we won't obtain much. Silent Gulf and Black Charred Islands also have them. Are there any other areas? Sleepy Fox asked. Not that we know of. Tell some of our members to head over to those areas to farm. I refuse to believe this shortage will hold us back. The other guilds have probably thought up something similar. They'll be sending their forces to those areas as well. We won't be able to obtain very much if we're forced to share with too many players. Sire, Broken Bar doesn't matter. We'll just have to take what we can get, Sleepy Fox replied. As predicted, various guilds shifted their manpower to gathering black phenol recipes and the materials required for concocting it. Many teams soon departed the prairies in droves, and the bustling fields once more returned to their previous tranquil state. Recently, Kalor became even more lively, bustling with noise and activity. Many players were advertising on the streets, purchasing black phenol, 25 copper per bottle, 10 silver for a recipe. These prices had already surpassed the ones in his past life by more than 10 times over. Due to Nian regularly cleaning the auction house out of all black phenol and related items for the past several days, the shortage in supply had grown even wider. As a result, the spike in prices rose even more sharply in this timeline. Even though others were offering generous amounts to purchase these items, very few players were willing to part with them. Yet the buying frenzy was just beginning. Players possessing large quantities of black phenol quickly caught on and began hoarding their stock, waiting for the prices to swell even more. Thus, the already depleted supply of black phenol only dwindled further. After checking the market price, Nian knew it would inflate even more. Right now it was a seller's market, a state of affairs that would last for at least 10 more days. So he was perfectly willing to bide his time. After all, he had complete control of the market. Nian checked his bag. With the unknown transfer scroll, he would be able to retrieve another chapter from the Book of Order. However, before he planned to set off, a certain matter popped in his mind. Before he headed for the second chapter, he would need to complete this task first. This matter was similarly dangerous, but the reward was simply too enticing. Nian headed to the NPC shop and purchased a large quantity of consumables. Then, he proceeded to the auction house to resupply on high-quality crossbow bolts, as well as purchasing a great deal of silk cloth, which he crafted into combat bandages. Furthermore, he bought some black garbs which had the property of hiding his appearance. Nian's destination was a level 10 zone, so the flash powder, web scrolls, and sheep transformation scrolls wouldn't be of any use, but he kept some in his bag anyways just in case. Once he finished his preparations, he headed for the transfer area. Along the way there, he came across countless players looking to purchase black phenol, which only further confirmed his speculations. The various guilds were extremely desperate. It seemed his choice of investing into this market early on was clearly a correct one. Nian suddenly had a thought. Holy Empire should be feeling immense pressure in trying to secure a supply of black phenol. If he called up Sleepy Fox and lent him a hand right now, a broken bar, knowing his personality, if anything were to occur in the future, Sleepy Fox would certainly make sure to repay the favor. Selling a portion of his supply to Holy Empire would be immensely beneficial for both sides. Not only would he obtain short-term benefits, but when the other guilds see Holy Empire reaping rewards from exploring the dungeon, they would undoubtedly turn green with envy, serving only to inflate the price of black phenol to even more ludicrous levels. In short, Nian would be able to earn a large profit, make Sleepy Fox owe him a favor, and raise the price of black phenol simultaneously. This was killing three birds with one stone. How's it going? Are your runs going smoothly? 8 SI broken bar, please don't remind me. We wiped on the first run. Dealing with the werewolf's poison is just too difficult without black phenol. We barely made any progress. A broken bar. That aside, the equipment drops are pretty decent. Not only does the boss have a chance to drop dark gold equipment, even the common mobs have a chance of dropping gold equipment. Why, are you interested in joining? 8 Sleepy Fox didn't miss a beat and made use of this opportunity to try and recruit Nian. 8 Enna, not really, but I do happen to have some black phenol on me. I'm wondering if you're interested? 8 black phenol? How much do you have? 8 Sleepy Fox asked. He couldn't help but get excited. Was Nian unaware of just how many players were madly scouring for black phenol right now? 8 30 bottles, 1 recipe, and 60 raw materials. Give me an offer. 8 Nian replied. 8 Oh, so much? 8 Sleepy Fox sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought Nian would have 10 bottles to offer at most, but 30. It would be more than enough for them to not have to worry about their supply of black phenol, even if only for a short while. 8 too much for you? 8 no, definitely not too much. 8 Sleepy Fox hastily replied. He felt he'd really be shooting himself in the foot if he allowed Nian to sell these items to someone else. 8 bro, the near broken bar. Sleepy Fox, will definitely remember this favor. If anything comes up in the future, don't hesitate to let me know. 8 To Sleepy Fox, it was almost inconceivable how Nian had managed to get his hands on so many, especially when there was such fierce competition over a low supply. Just what wasn't this person capable of? 8 Then let's get straight to the point. What's your offer? 8 Nian said. 8 30 silver. 8 Sleepy Fox answered, his tone slightly embarrassed. Although his offer was already a little higher than the current market price, who knew just how high the prices would rise over the course of the next few days? Though, in truth, 30 silvers was his absolute limit. The daily costs of maintaining a guild weren't cheap. Thus, he couldn't afford to spend too much money. Holy Empire might be a large guild, but it didn't have much in the way of expendable income. 8 a broken bar. How about this? I need a few items, but I'm too lazy to go looking for them myself. How about you have some of your subordinates collect them for me? I'm looking for the skill books for 2 active skills, Backstab and Eviscerate, and 5 passive skills, Power of the Barbarian, Primal Strength, Strength Amplification, Strength of the Restless, and power of the warlock. If you find these for me, you won't need to pay money for the black phenol. The value of these skills books roughly covered the costs of the black phenol along with its recipe and materials. As for how much exactly, he couldn't be bothered to calculate. 8. The first two should be simple, but why do you need so many strength-boosting skill books? 8. Sleepy Fox asked in bewilderment. 8. Easily. That's a secret. 8. 8. You'll write a broken bar. It's going to be a little difficult, but it's doable. After all, they're still relatively common skill books. 8. Sleepy Fox said. The passive skills. Nian was looking for wordy center capable of permanently increasing one's strength, as long as they were equipped. However, they couldn't be improved, took up a skill slot, and were quite expensive, so few players found them worthwhile. 8. That's fine. So I guess it's a deal then. I'll mail you the items. 8. 8. You'll right. I'll send over 30 silver first as collateral. You can return the money to me when I collect the skill books. 8. Sleepy Fox said after thinking for a moment. 8. That's fine too. 8. Nian replied. He placed the items into the mailbox beside the transfer point and wrote Sleepy Fox as the recipient. 8. System. Blade Dancer has deposited 30 silver into your storage. 8. 8. Have sent the money over. 8. Sleepy Fox said. 8. I just received it. I'm a little busy, so let's talk some other time. 8. Shortly after hanging up the call, Nian put on the black gubs, concealing his entire appearance, and then stepped into the transfer point. 8. System. Confirm your destination. Transfer to Plague Canyon, Tasoi Village. Cost, 2 silver. 8. Yes. Since the location of the town was so remote, the transfer fee ended up being a total of 2 silver. The scenery shifted and, by the time Nian opened his eyes, he was no longer surrounded by the towering walls of Kalor, but rather, a plethora of dense thickets and plant life. However, this place was more than just forest, it was actually a town. Numerous houses had been built into the trunks of trees in the area, many of them looking weathered and shabby, the result of enduring the elements for countless decades. After stepping out of the transfer point, a man in worn, ash-gray robes who was carrying an archaic staff brushed past Nian. He could be best described as haggard and approaching old age. From the indistinct patterns inscribed into his robes, Nian could tell this aged fellow was an NPC arcane mage. The old man shot Nian an unfriendly glance and began radiating a strange arcane aura. Nian hastily bowed his head and made his way forward. Tasoi was an odd little village, translated from the ancient common language. Its name meant unfriendly since, according to the legend surrounding the village, God condemned the residents of the town to eternal sickness by spreading a plague. Moreover, the NPCs here were not only unwelcoming to strangers, but were also notorious for being incredibly difficult to interact with. It was to the point where even a single word greeting from a player to an NPC would incite such an outrage in the village that the player would be lucky to get off with just being expelled, lest they be attacked. Though he looked so unremarkable and frail that even a gentle breeze could knock him over, this old man was really a level 30 elite NPC. In fact, no resident of this town was below level 30. Therefore, from Nian's perspective as a mere level 7, this town was an extremely dangerous place. Nian knew it was imperative that he protect himself in such a perilous location. As he walked through the village, Nian encountered various NPCs with unique appearances. He kept his head low, appearance hidden behind black gubs, and hurriedly walked past them. When he arrived at the village entrance, he raised his head to look at a quaint cabin built atop a nearby tree. In his past life, many players liked shopping at that place since it sold many useful goods. However, with his current financial capital, Nian still lacked the qualifications to frequent this location. Without uttering a word, Nian silently exited the village. He followed along the winding and twisting path and headed into depths of the forest. 8. System. You've discovered Plague Forest. 8. Dull, decaying trees dotted Plague Forest. Here, neither greenery nor life could be seen in the dreary forest. The oppressive atmosphere here, combined with the dense plant growth, would easily leave players claustrophobic. The inhabitants of this forest were all extremely dangerous, each and every one of them exceeding level 30. To Nian, at his current level, they were unparalleled existences. Nian stealthily advanced through the forest. The trees here hid the sky and covered the earth. Few rays of light pierced through the gaps between the forest canopy, and the ones that did only left behind mottled reflections on the forest floor. The lighting was dim, and the stale atmosphere was stifling. Upon arriving in this forest, Nian's mind became extremely focused. When he heard the slightest of rustles, he raised his head and looked at an area between two trees off in the distance. Spread across several large trees was a giant spider web. There, a giant blood-red spider was sprawled on top of it, quietly lying in ambush while awaiting its next meal. That was the level 30 leader class monster, tempered blood spider. Even the faintest sounds would alert these highly sensitive spiders to the presence of nearby prey. Nian quietly departed the area and ducked into the maze of trees. After several more detours around other dangerous monsters, Nian eventually came across an area littered with towering stacks of stone and boulders, almost as if it was a forest itself. Under the erosion of wind and rain, these stones had become extremely smooth and round. Its overthree broken bar. Nian became even more cautious as he neared his destination. He passed through the dense underbrush, neared one of the stone stacks, and then hid behind it for cover. The sound of heavy, turbid breathing traveled between the scattered stacks and entered Nian's ears. As he carefully went over to investigate, an enormous, scaly body, lying flat on the ground, entered his sight. It was a Gaia monitor. Nian knew he would be encountering this fellow even before arriving at this location. This 5-meter-long lizard hidden between the piles of rocks was covered in sharp spikes, making it almost indistinguishable from an ancient dinosaur. As he looked elsewhere, he spotted a small cave well hidden among some boulders. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be rather easy to overlook. From where he stood, he was unable to see deeper inside the cave. "I'll need to get past this lizard first." A broken bar entering the cave without alerting the Gaia monitor wasn't going to be a simple task. By habit, Nian inspected the Gaia monitor with transcendent insight. Gaia monitor, elite level. Although transcendent insight failed to gather anything significant due to the level discrepancy, Nian dimly recalled the Gaia monitor was an elite monster that was at least level 30. Even the slightest graze from such a high-level monster would undoubtedly mean his death. Fortunately, this Gaia monitor wouldn't stay in this area for too long. That being the case, Nian patiently waited a broken bar. After 20 minutes, the Gaia monitor finally began to move. It lazily rose to its feet, then stumbled over to a nearby boulder. As it perched itself at the top, its massive tail smashed into another boulder which happened to be quite close to where Nian was hiding. 8 boom. 8 A large explosion echoed out as the boulder instantly turned to rubble, sending debris flying in every direction. 8 A pa. 8 Unfortunately, several of the fragments struck Nian as well. A'23, A'27, A'26. Yet he didn't dare to budge an inch lest the Gaia monitor discover his presence. The Gaia monitor lowered its head and scanned over the mess of rocks and boulders. Nian felt his heart skip a beat. He remained motionless as he hid behind the cover of the rock pile, praying the Gaia monitor wouldn't notice his presence. Only after what seemed like an eternity did the Gaia monitor, having not found anything strange, languidly crawl off toward another area. Once it had moved far enough away, Nian at long last breathed a sigh of relief. Good, a broken bar. It didn't notice me. At the sight of its silhouette disappearing into the distance, he finally dared to venture out and head for the cave. After arriving at the cave's entrance, Nian felt a cold wind blowing from deep within the cave's cavity. As he went inside, he noticed a slight dampness in the air as well as the walls that were full of deep scratches, presumably left behind by the Gaia monitor. This cave was its nest. Every 2 hours it would leave the area to sunbathe near some distant cliffs for 5 minutes or so. With Nian's current gear and level, even if the Gaia monitor laid motionless and allowed him to shoot at it with reckless abandon, the damage he dealt would be entirely negated by its base regeneration. Were it not for the fact that Nian knew the Gaia monitor would leave its nest for some time, he would have never dared to come to this place. As Nian gradually explored deeper, the surroundings became increasingly dim until light no longer shined inside the cave. It was pitch black. He wasn't even able to see his own hands. Thus, he could only rely on his other senses to guide him through his search. Fortunately, aside from the Gaia monitor, no other monsters inhabited this cave. Nian's time was limited. If the Gaia monitor caught wind of an unknown scent after returning, it would immediately rush inside the cave to tear the intruder into shreds. After 3 minutes of exploring, Nian still hadn't reached the end, though he discovered a faint glow being emitted from deeper within the cave. Is that just a broken bar? Nian couldn't help but get excited and hastily head towards the source of the glow. When Nian explored this area in his past life, this chest had long been opened by another player, so he had been unaware of its existence until now. In this life, however, since he was the first player to arrive in this cave, he also became the first to discover this chest. This was quite the pleasant surprise. As expected, shortly after Nian arrived at the corner of the cave, he found a shimmering silver treasure chest. Full of anticipation, he quickly examined it, and to his relief it wasn't locked. If it had been a level 30 locked chest, he would have no hope whatsoever of opening it. Treasure chests were divided into 2 categories: normal chests and lock chests. Any player, regardless of profession or level, could open and retrieve the contents of the former. The latter, however, required a skill or key of the corresponding level. Nian squatted and started opening the chest. 8S system, opening treasure chest. A broken bar. Estimated completion, 10% A broken bar, 30% A broken bar. A tilde click. A tilde. The chest was opened. Nian put his inside hand inside the chest and felt around until he found something, whereupon he took out 2 items before hastily examining the first one. Dark pendant, silver. Requirements: 20 strength, 30 dexterity. Properties: strength +7, night vision +3. Weight: 0.1 pounds. Restrictions: none. Nian's heartbeat sped up a little as he stared at the pendant. It turned out to be an accessory that increased night vision. Not only that, but he was even able to wear it right away. Thanks to his gear being good, he had long met the pendant's strength and dexterity requirements. The moment he equipped the pendant, Nian's range of vision increased significantly, so much so that he could even vaguely make out the walls of the cave, but even then, it was still extremely limited. At this stage of the game though, it could already be considered quite good. Nian then inspected the second item, Thunderbolt Blaze, intermediate scroll. Requirements: 30 intelligence, set of incantation gestures, set of invocation syllables. Description: deals 200 damage in a 20-meter radius every second for 15 seconds. Restrictions: human thief, paladin, warrior. The second item was a rare intermediate scroll, which was fairly expensive even when the average level of the player base was around 30 to 40. Their drop rates were abysmal, not to mention they were one use only. As such, they came to be categorized as too good to use among the ordinary players. For Nian to find this scroll now was tantamount to finding a priceless treasure. Its usefulness even exceeded the dark pendants. The requirement for activating the scroll could be met by switching to gear that increased intelligence. Then, he could simply switch back to his old gear when he finished using the scroll. Done with inspecting his newly acquired loot, Nian stored the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll in his bag, then proceeded deeper into the cave. After walking for several minutes, Nian found another treasure chest, a golden one at that. Unfortunately, the celebrations ended there because it was locked. A broken bar. A level 30 gold treasure chest required at least the intermediate lock-picking skill to open. So for the time being, Nian had no way of opening it. Truthfully speaking, Nian was already able to learn lock-picking when he reached level 5, but he had not because of the skill's high demand amongst the player base. Even after visiting the auction house several times, he had still been unable to find the skill book for sale, and although it could be farmed, the drop rate was 1 in 10,000. Wasting several days for a single skill book just wasn't worth the effort, so he had no choice but to put off learning lockpicking for another time. Nian felt a deep sense of regret as he unwillingly departed the area. After traveling a little further in, he suddenly felt vibrations in the ground. Shit, this isn't good. The Gaia monitor is back. The sound of heavy, lumbering footsteps soon followed, echoing along the cave walls before entering Nian's ears. Knowing he couldn't dally any longer, Nian relied on his limited vision and madly sprinted towards the depths of the cave. After half a minute, he saw traces of light as the howling of wind blew into the cave. He had finally found the exit. Nian sped up his pace and soon arrived at the end of the cave where he halted his footsteps. Just ahead was an overhanging precipice. Now standing at the edge, strong winds howled as they blew past his face. The drop-down was in excess of several hundred meters. This mountain looked as if it had been split down the middle with another cliff face straight across from him while a valley lay beneath him at bottom of the rift. As he gazed down, he could see the lush forest growing below. Nian quickly gauged how far he was from the opposite cliff face. Where the gap was the widest, he would have to cover over 100 meters to get to the other side. In the narrow regions, however, he would only need to cover a roughly 50-meter distance. Fortunately, where he stood now happened to be the closest to the opposite cliff wall. The only reason he came to this location was for the sake of reaching that cliff wall before him. With his present abilities, if he wanted to reach there, the only method available to him was this. Nian carefully scanned the opposite cliff wall but didn't find anything strange. The vibrations he felt from the Gaia monitor were progressively becoming stronger, which meant he didn't have much more time. He needed to act before it arrived. There's no point in hesitating any longer. Making it to the other side shouldn't be a problem. Mile away our broken bar, Nian thought. He prepared to make a running leap and backed up approximately 10 meters. Before making the jump, he familiarized himself with the surroundings to ensure that he wouldn't trip. Though he didn't have long since a large silhouette was rapidly approaching from behind. Nian hastily activated a haste scroll before breaking into a sprint. He gained more and more momentum as he neared the cliff. By this time, the Gaia monitor had finally arrived at the cave exit and lunged forward in pursuit. Even within the confines of the narrow cave tunnel, it was still rather fast. Its roar was akin to claps of thunder as it rushed at the intruder from the rear. Nian had already reached his fastest speed, the distance between him and the cliff quickly shortening. 5 meters a broken bar, 3 meters a broken bar, 1 meter a broken bar. After arriving at the edge of the cliff, he leapt forward and shot into the air like an artillery shell as he flew towards the opposite side. The strong winds howled past his ears, blowing into his face. But strangely a broken bar. Nian sensed that something had followed from behind and jumped off the cliff alongside him. Presumably, it was the Gaia monitor. A broken bar. Nian began rapidly descending as he flew toward the opposite cliff face. If this kind of trajectory was drawn on a graph, it would resemble a concave down parabola. Nian would continuously near the opposite cliff in this motion until he crashed into the opposite cliff or fell to his death. After falling about 100 meters, Nian was quite close to the cliff wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Featherfall Jewel's ability and gradually slowed his descent until he was floating just like a feather. As he attempted to find a place to land, Nian quickly scanned over the cliff and spotted a cluster of vines near a cave about 10 meters away. Over there, Nian shot a web line from his ring of woven silk at the cluster and firmly stuck to it. Now suspended over the cliff wall, Nian slowly pulled himself up. His right hand grasped onto the vines, and he was left half dangling in the air. 8-S system, you've discovered Raindla. Nian had arrived in Raindle, a towering mountain peak. High and steep rock walls surrounded him. As he looked up at the peak of the mountain, he recalled certain legends that said that Temple of Raindle was located above, though he had never went there himself. After being used, the Ring of Woven Silk's ability went on cooldown. Nian estimated the distance between himself and the cave. It was roughly 5 meters away. He only needed to wait for the Ring of Woven Silk's ability to come off cooldown, then he would be able to get over there. In his past life, when Nian heard someone had arrived here using only the Ring of Woven Silk and Featherfall Jewel, he thought it was inconceivable. However, now, after experiencing it firsthand, It really wasn't all that far-fetched. 20 seconds later, the ring of woven silk's ability finally came off. Cool down. Nian shot out another web line, whereupon it stuck onto a shrub near the cave's entrance. He pulled on it to make sure the line was secure, then grabbed hold and began climbing upward. Once one of his hands grabbed onto the ledge of the cave, he swung his leg upward and rolled inside. After entering, Nian discovered there was molten lava flowing within. Although the cave was small, it still contained its own little world. Numerous stalactites hung down from the cave's ceiling, forming a unique landscape. Scorching hot gases bubbled from the depths of the mountain. According to the information from his past life, there was a level 60 elite fire elemental sleeping at its core. If Nian were to enter the area, he would inevitably disturb it, though his goal for coming here was anything but that. After all, he had better things to do than throwing his life away. Nian carefully inspected his surroundings, making sure not to overlook even a single inch. His movements were extremely cautious. He didn't dare to make the slightest sound, for fear that he might alert the fire elemental sleeping in the depths. Eventually, his search led him to a hidden cranny. There, past volcanic fumes and smoke that obscured his vision, he found a small shabby chest tucked tightly behind a boulder. The chest was made of wooden plank. Through the passing of centuries, the wood had long decomposed and become riddled with holes. Yet the fact it hadn't broken down entirely in this harsh environment was the most surprising. It appeared rather ordinary, lacking the elegant designs of its silver and gold counterparts. The only feature worth paying particular attention to was the fire immunity rune engraved on the wood. Although the ancient character appeared simple, it was exactly such an inconspicuous rune that isolated the chest from the fire elements in this cavern and ensured its integrity. If my guess is correct, a broken bar, this should be it. Nian knelt down and then opened the chest. He fished around for a while and eventually pulled out a ring. Crawler ring, unidentified. The crawler ring. Alongside the silk spinner ring 1, these two rings were essential for any player who wanted to be considered top tier. Nian used transcendent insight to appraise the crawler ring's properties. Crawler ring, bronze, unique accessory. Requirements: level 0. Properties: enables the user to stick to walls and similar surfaces for 10 minutes. Cooldown: 1 hour. Weight: 0.05 pounds. Restrictions: can be equipped by all factions. The crawler ring, similar to the silk spinner ring, was a unique accessory that aided the player in traversing difficult obstacles. Why had he risked life and death by passing through a level 30 zone and sneaking into the Gaia Monitor's nest? It was precisely for the sake of obtaining this ring. Now that Nian had both rings, there were no longer any obstacles that could hinder his path. Filled with expectations, he equipped the crawler ring. After obtaining the item he desired, he thought for a moment. He could simply teleport out of here with a return scroll, but awakening the fire elemental wasn't a risk he was willing to take. The effects of the scroll's activation might alert the fire element of his presence. As he retraced his steps, he was able to hear a rather rhythmic snoring coming from the depths of the cavern, sending forth a wave of hot air with every breath. He quietly arrived back at the cavern's entrance. There, he activated the crawler ring's ability and immediately felt a strange suction force coming from his palms. Both hands stuck firmly to the surface of the rock as he began to descend the cliff. If one were to spot him from afar, he would resemble a spider as he clung closely to the rock face. He was able to move quickly and easily as if he were treading on level ground. For him, these steep, perilous cliffs were no longer a problem. While searching for a suitable stopping point as he made his descent, he eventually came across a ledge he could stand on. There, he would be able to free up both his hands to use a return scroll. A broken bar. The bottom seems like a level 20-ish zone. There are quite a few leader-class monsters there as well. Nian stared at the monsters in the valley below, then glanced back at the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll in his bag before having an inkling of an idea. A broken bar. Considering his level and gear, it was too difficult, bordering on nigh impossible, for him to deal with even a single level 20 monster, but that wasn't the case with the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll. As the rare intermediate scroll had the ability to kill monsters over level 20. Unfortunately, Nian didn't possess sufficient intelligence to cast the spell, but that could be easily remedied by finding a couple pieces of equipment in the marketplace. Thus, he set aside the thought for now and activated the return scroll. The scroll flashed, and a teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet. 20 seconds later, the circle pulsed with a brilliant light and he was teleported back to Kalor. After exiting the transfer area, he walked along Kalor's main street. He saw players everywhere, advertising that they were purchasing black phenol for 25 copper a bottle, though it was evident no one was willing to sell. At present, the bottles of black phenol were like hotcakes. All the guilds were fighting for them, so who would be willing to sell to these middlemen? 26 copper, 30 copper, 32 copper. Many guilds were trying to one-up their competition by offering even higher prices for black phenol. Though, in the end, players were still unwilling to sell, leaving these guilds wide-eyed and shocked. Some guilds would simply station their members at the auction house for the day. Occasionally, alchemists who could create black phenol would toss a few bottles up for auction, instantly spurring those guild members into a frenzy as they fought over it. The most a bottle had sold for in the auction house was 50 copper. In this timeline, the black phenol shortage had arrived sooner, was much fiercer, and was even more terrifying. The overwhelming majority of the guilds were all temporarily at a loss as to how to cope with these circumstances. With the prices of black phenol skyrocketing to such a degree, the profits these guilds were able to earn from running Sozal Valley was minimal. Despite this, it was necessary that they continue running the dungeon, since a list of all the equipment that could be obtained from Sozal Valley as well as their drop rates had already been released on Conviction's official website. Obtaining the warrior equipment that dropped from the werewolves was absolutely essential for the growth of their teams. The experience earned from killing the mobs was high as well. The only problem was that it was just too hard. There had already been several dozen attempts at the dungeon, yet no team was even close to beating it. At this rate, just how many bottles of black phenol would be consumed in the end? Perhaps, at this time, the only guild that was able to run Sozal Valley without encountering such issues was Holy Empire. Thanks to Nian providing their guild with so many supplies, they had enough black phenol to freely run the dungeon for some time to come. When Nian saw that the marketplace's black phenol shortage had become so fierce and the prices had catapulted so much in such a short period of time, even he felt considerably taken aback. He believed the players would at least have a little in stock and that the guilds would dispatch their members to gather materials. Yet in the span of a few hours, just as the shortage was only beginning, the price of black phenol had already risen to such a terrifying state. Nevertheless, Nian also understood that this price was also probably the limit. Any higher and those guilds would be losing money every time they ran the dungeon. Of course, who in their right mind would be willing to do that? I guess it's about time for me to dump my stock into the marketplace. Nian placed 10 bottles of black phenol on the auction house, whereupon a fervor of bidding immediately started on them. The bids continuously rose until they all gradually stopped at around 50 copper. With all 10 bottles sold, his earnings were rather decent. Afterwards, he listed another 10 bottles up for sale. Sure enough, they were all fought over until there were none left. He proceeded to dump small batches of black phenol into the auction house in an unbroken cycle of selling persisted for quite a while. News of black phenol being dumped into the marketplace quickly traveled to the leaders of the various guilds and caused all of them to assemble at the auction house. Nian walked along the auction house's main auditorium and eventually settled in a seat in the furthest row back. His eyes scanned across the entire place. There were several very familiar faces, all of them belonging to the top brass of the various major guilds. It was obvious the black phenol shortage had been an unceasing headache for them. Sitting not far from him were 2 other players discussing a topic quietly, though it was still within earshot for him. It seems the entire player base is concerned about black phenol right now. Say, who do you think still has so many bottles to sell? That person consistently puts up batches of 10 as soon as their last one is sold. It seems they aren't planning to dump all of their supply at once. They sure are crafty. Selling all of them at once probably won't net as much of a profit. Only by selling it slowly and whetting the appetites of those large guilds can they sell at such a high price. 1 bottle for 50 coppers, Such a price is bordering on a scam. They're earning money like crazy. Too bad the person hid their name when listing the black phenol up for auction. No one knows who they are. When Nian heard these whispering murmurs, his mouth curved into a faint smile. This was the time for him to earn big. Due to the fact that he really had too much black phenol in his storage, if he didn't get rid of it quickly and allowed the guilds to gather their own steady supply, his own stock might end up going to waste. Nian spent his time like this in the auction house, just leisurely loitering around. For the time being, he didn't kill monsters or try to level up. His mind was simply relaxing and being carefree. In a market with such high demand, his supply of black phenol sold particularly well. The guilds that managed to purchase some already began resuming their exploration of Sozal Valley, leaving the ones who hadn't feeling incredibly pressured. Granted, even though they knew they were being ripped off, progressing through the new dungeon still needed to happen, didn't it? Although the black phenol was only being sold in small batches, many guilds didn't have alchemists who could create it. For fear that the current batch might be the last, they couldn't help but purchase a few just in case. Under the pressure of the market's high demand, the price of black phenol consistently remained high. The hysteria over black phenol caused money to pour in from all sides, as the funds in Nian's bag piled higher and higher. After selling over 500 bottles, he paused to calculate his earnings. He had earned roughly 2.5 gold so far from black phenol alone. Alongside the profits from the raw materials, flash powder, sheep transformation scrolls, and web scrolls, he now had a total of 16 gold in his bag. In the next 6 or 7 days, all of the earnings made by the several dozen guilds running Sozal Valley would end up falling into his pockets. In this early stage of the game, such a frightening sum of money would cause a person to sigh in admiration to no end. Not to mention, he still had 300 more bottles of black phenol, 220 recipes, and an enormous amount of raw materials to sell. It was the recipes that were the real moneymakers. The selling price of a single recipe had already skyrocketed to over 20 silver. Furthermore, it was still going in an upward trend. Nian still didn't need to be in a rush to get rid of his recipes. After selling all of the black phenol and raw materials first, he could decide then what he would sell the recipes for. With his pockets being 16 gold richer, he instantly became extravagantly rich. Even for those large guilds, they would at most have no more than 3 or 4 gold. Beginner players all required money. The average players didn't even have enough money to use for themselves, so why would they donate it to their guild? After all, most of them were new recruits, so for the time being, they didn't hold much loyalty or feel a strong sense of belonging to their guilds. Therefore, most guild leaders would be trying to rack their brains over the problematic matter of raising funds. They could only ask their loyal members, those who had been members in other games, to draw up some funding. However, if they scraped the bottom of the barrel too hard and those subordinates silently grew resentful, this would also negatively influence the guild's growth. Now that he had money, Nian couldn't allow it to rot in his hands. He would turn his present capital into even more money. That was the sensible way of doing things. As soon as these thoughts ran through his mind, he recalled that he could buy property and land. At this moment, the game company was already starting to sell the land in Kalor. Some residences on the border streets of the city were torn down in order to make way for player-constructed shops. Every important section of land on the main streets was currently up for sale. However, Chief Administrator Telis, the person in charge of selling the land, was actually quite free from any workload. The main hall in his building was practically empty. The reason he had no customers was because the price of a single plot of land was at least 1 gold, while the plots that were in relatively good areas for building shops were valued at several dozen gold. Namely, even those large guilds would be incapable of taking out such a large sum of money to purchase such a plot of land. As for those cheap plots selling for 1 or 2 gold, they were located in less than preferable places that most players disliked, so no one was willing to purchase them, while land in relatively good locations, they couldn't afford. Thus, most players who were rich enough to purchase land could only give up on the thought for the time being. Though, in the near future, many of the large guilds would have much more capital to spend. The in-game economy would flourish even more, and every good plot of land would be fought over wildly by the various guilds. This was where the future was headed. Every guild was unceasingly accumulating their finances in preparation to expand. If a person bought a plot of land, it didn't matter if they opened their own shop or leased it to others to collect rent. They were all decent options. With so much money in his pockets, Nian only had to leave 1 or 2 gold for his own personal use, and it would cover his daily expenses for quite a while. By using the remaining funds to purchase a plot of land, not only would he able to keep it, it would also rise in value. Who would have anything against that? Virtual real estate was the same as real estate in the real world. They both possessed value. Kalor's downtown area was presently located in the southern district of the city, neighboring the Mercenary Guild. Most of the NPC shops in the city were concentrated in this area, and it was also where the auction house was located, making the area the central hub for business and player activity. As of right now, the NPC shops in the area only sold goods that would satisfy low-level players. In the future, these shops would gradually be replaced by crafting professions that could meet the demands of higher-level players who required more advanced goods and equipment. Of course, this shift in the economy would bring about changes in the structure of commerce in the city as well. Also to note was the fact that the game developers would eventually place the real-world currency exchange center in the east, causing Kalor's downtown area to slowly shift to that region of the city. Business in the south would gradually thin out until the only entity that could draw players in was the Mercenary Guild. Currently, the plots in Kalor's southern district were priced at a minimum of 10 gold. A few were even valued at up to 30 to 40 gold, whereas the ones in the eastern region would only fetch 1 or 2, some for even less. However, in 2 to 3 months, the average value of these relatively cheap plots in the east would rise by at least tenfold and several hundred for the ones in prime locations. In the next 10 years, they would skyrocket to even more frightening levels. Yet, at present, the entire region was a slum, to the extent where there wasn't a single modern building in sight. Leaving the auction house, Nian headed for the administrator's office located in the heart of the business hub. After walking for several minutes, he soon approached his destination as a towering white spire came into view. Typical of Viridian architecture, the stone walls were full of exquisite carvings and then further reinforced with mana, resulting in a faint azure glow emitting from their surface. If one inspected more closely, they would see a row of orchids hanging from the building's balcony, allowing their fragrant scent to drift down to the streets below. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Nian entered the building and saw floors so immaculate and smooth they revealed his own reflection. The more than 10-meter high ceiling would leave anyone awed at the expansiveness of this place. Additionally, various colorful pieces of artwork were painted across it, free for guests to enjoy during their stay. As soon as he stepped through the doors, an elderly man walked over to greet him. He wore a deep black, well-ironed military uniform that carried golden epaulets at the shoulders. Despite his age, he still appeared full of vigor and possessed an aura that was both dignified and domineering. Chief Administrator Telis, I've come to purchase some land. I'm happy that you've decided to take up residence in Kalor. We welcome any customer who wishes to open up a shop. We especially offer the best services to those who abide by the law. Please, come with me, Chief Administrator Telis said before heading into his office. Nian had come here before in his past life, though it was already far too late by then. Even the most remote plots of land were valued at over several thousand to upwards of tens of thousands of gold. It was also during this period that Kalor came to be known as the City of Gold. Any piece of it was worth quite a bit of money. Even the most ordinary storefronts could earn a player a significant sum. Within conviction, merchants became so rich and powerful that they possessed no less if not more influence than the top-tier players. In contrast, he had been powerless and could only leave the chief administrator's office empty-handed while filled with regret. However, in this lifetime, he would be able to obtain a vast number of extremely valuable storefronts for dirt cheap prices before most players were even paying attention to the virtual real estate market. Dear customer, which storefront would you like to purchase? Chief Administrator Telis inquired, pointing towards a holographic model of the city on his desk. All properties available for purchase were marked, and even their individual prices were clearly displayed. Nian stared at the eastern region of the city. Presently, there were over 20 properties available. The most expensive ones were 2 gold while the cheapest were 50 silver. A few of them were properties that were considered prime real estate in his past life. One of the locations was even near the yet-to-be-built currency exchange center. The market value of that property had been well over several tens of thousands of gold. While in the real world, it became even more invaluable. Yet, placed right before his very eyes, such a matchless location was only being sold for 2 gold. No other fact caused his heart to beat as wildly as this. "I would like the storefront over here," Broken Barney Yan said, pointing to the property near the yet-to-be-built currency exchange center. In the moment that he spoke, his heart began racing in his chest and he felt an intense excitement that was almost impossible to suppress. He barely held himself back from shouting out in joy. This investment of 2 gold would create unlimited possibilities for him in the future. He handed over the money to Chief Administrator Telis, and without missing a beat, the Chief Administrator handed back a title deed for the property, which came in the appearance of a scroll. This thin, somewhat ancient scroll served as a legal document in the virtual world. The contract language and terms in this document were the same as the ones in reality and bore the same protection by the law. After the first transaction, Nian proceeded to purchase 11 more properties in prime real estate locations. 2 of them were especially large, occupying an enormous area of land that made it perfect for building a towering auction house. He hoped to make it the most prosperous place in the entire eastern district. Nian glanced at his bag. After purchasing the rights to so many properties, he was only left with 2 gold. In any world, the best way of earning money wasn't to set up a commercial enterprise but rather to invest with impeccable foresight. By using money to create more money, he would achieve the goal of expanding his capital. Being reborn had given him many opportunities that he had missed out on in his past life. Kalor would become the Viridian Empire's most flourishing city in the future, while these 12 properties would become the most profitable. Even if he didn't open his own shop and only rented them out, he would still rake in tremendous sums of money. 8 system, for purchasing 5 or more properties in the city. Your influence in Kalor has increased by 5. The boost in influence would be helpful to him when doing business in and around every part of the city. When a player's influence reached 30, even if their name was marked in red, they would still be able to freely walk the streets of the city and enjoy the protection of the guards. When purchasing goods from the NPC shops, they wouldn't dare to price gouge the player as they pleased, simply for the fact that influence represented status in the city. Right after killing another player, he would still be able to parade himself ostentatiously around the streets. Just how wonderful of a situation was that? Though with his low-key nature, he absolutely wouldn't commit such an attention-seeking act. In the future, when you open a shop, you'll have to pay 1% of your profits every month as income tax. It is also necessary that you improve your shop within the next 2 months. Furthermore, you will have to pay 0.05% of your shop's value as property tax. The most you can be behind on your payments is 3 months. Failure to repay your debts within that time limit will result in the Viridian Empire seizing your property, as per stated in your contract. Do you wish to make any further inquiries? Chief Administrator Telis asked. No, that'll be fine, Nian replied. In comparison to the benefits these properties would bring him, these taxes could be completely disregarded considering how immaterial they were. After completing the transaction, he stored the deeds away, then stared at the model of the city. He could see piles of gold overflowing from these properties as they towered over the eastern region of Kalor. Now, he simply had to wait for the eventual expansion of the region. Having finished his business, Nian left the building with a sense of satisfaction. Even if he stagnated and did nothing from now on, the slowly appreciating properties almost ensured his future earnings would satisfy his expenses for a long time to come. Naturally, He wouldn't become complacent after acquiring these deeds. The grand oceans allowed the fish to leap, and the vast skies allowed the birds to fly. He still had much more business to take care of. Nian headed back to the auction house. Aside from the black phenolin materials, he also placed a batch of flash powder, web scrolls, and sheep transformation scrolls up for auction as well. Though, the majority of the money he earned would be used to purchase things that might spike in value later on. For example, right now he was focused on gathering consumables that cured petrification and equipment that increased spirit for the upcoming dungeon, Medusa's Lair. He also purchased several fortune gems in addition to the 15 he already had in his possession. For him, selling these gems or sitting on them while waiting for their value to rise wasn't worth his time. That meant the best course of action was to use them to strengthen his equipment right now. Only then could he get the most out of them. After thinking about what he should upgrade, the dark gold dagger, blood-packed, popped into his mind. Now that he thought about it, it was probably the best piece of gear out of all the equipment that was currently in his possession. Although it was a level 0 dagger, it was still dark gold grade. It certainly wasn't lacking in attack, but the most significant aspect was that it boasted a fairly rare property, life steal. If he were able to raise this dagger's attack, then it would become even more perfect. However, most players felt that using fortune gems on a level 0 weapon was too much of a waste. After all, these gems cost 5 silver each, at the very least. Many would wait until they reached the mid-30s, when leveling became much slower, to use such an expensive item, but Nian didn't have any such apprehensions. He had no shortage of money-making schemes to use in the future. Thus, if he really wanted to upgrade his equipment again, he could simply purchase more fortune gems at the auction house. All elite or lord monsters over level 5 had a chance of dropping them. Usually, ordinary players who got their hands on some often couldn't bear to use it for themselves, so they would place them up for sale on the auction house, making it so the market would never run out. Aside from increasing the success rate of socketing gems, a fortune gem, 1, could also raise a weapon's attack by 10 and a piece of armor's defense by 15. These bonuses were enough to make many players go crazy. The caveat was that the success rate would fall depending on the number of upgrades. For the first 5 stages, the success rate was 60%. If it was successful, then all was fine, but upon failure, the piece of equipment would lose an upgrade stage. From stage 6 to 10, the success rate would fall to 50%, and upon failure, 5 stages would be lost. From the 11th to the 15th stage, the success rate remained 50%, but all upgrades would be lost upon failure. As for the final stages, stage 16 to 20, each successive upgrade would provide the piece of equipment with an additional, formidable skill. Any piece of equipment that had been upgraded 20 times were existences that were as rare as legendary grade equipment. When upgrading a piece of equipment, each additional gem would increase the success rate by a certain amount. The concept of upgrading equipment with fortune gems was often the bane of players with gambling addictions. Those who were lucky would be able to raise several stages with only a few gems, thus creating an invaluable piece of equipment. In contrast, there were also some incredibly unfortunate fools, who, when falling prey to a moment of weakness, would try their luck only to lose over 10 upgrades all at once. No matter what, upgrading with fortune gems was an activity only for the rich. Ordinary players definitely wouldn't dare to do so, or more accurately, they couldn't afford to do so. Not only did Nian have 15 fortune gems, he also possessed Pandora's Box 1, which had the ability to influence success rate. Thus, he was itching to give it a try. Besides, for the first 10 stages, there was no chance of losing all upgrades. After confirming his decision, he placed blood-packed and 1 fortune gem into Pandora's box. The dagger glowed with the blood-red aura, while beside it was a gem that emitted a dazzling radiance. 8 system, do you wish to upgrade this piece of equipment? 8 Nian gazed fixedly at Conviction's clock. He calculated whether the time was on an even cycle or an odd cycle as he watched the passing seconds, his pupils reflecting each successive digit. Now Ni Yan confirmed the upgrade. 8 system, upgrade successful. Blood Pact A Blood Pact +1 A. My luck's pretty good. He examined the properties of the improved Blood Pact. Blood Pact +1, Dark Gold. Requirements, Level 1. Properties, Attack 33A36, Dexterity +11, Critical +12, Life Steal 3%, Attack Speed, 2.3, Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, Thief, can be equipped by all factions. The upgrade was a success, resulting in Blood Pact's attack increasing by 10 and its level requirement being raised by 1. As such, its attack was now better than some level 5 gold daggers. 1. Pandora's Box increases luck by 5 on even cycles and decreases luck by 5 on odd cycles. Ni Yan was far from being satisfied with just a single upgrade. He placed Blood Pact back into Pandora's Box along with another fortune gem and tried to upgrade it again. If the game time was on an even cycle, then his success rate would be increased to around 80%. 8 system, upgrade successful. Blood Pact +1 A Blood Pact +2 A. Ni Yan examined Blood Pact's new properties. Blood Pact +2, Dark Gold. Requirements, Level 2. Properties, Attack 43A46, Dexterity +11, Critical +12, Life Steal 3%, Attack Speed, 2.3, Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, Thief, can be equipped by all factions. Even with this, Ni Yan still wasn't completely satisfied. He retrieved another fortune gem, placed it inside Pandora's box, and continued upgrading. After clicking confirm, the gem began radiating brighter and brighter until a broken bar A E poof. 8 The gem burst into ashes. He felt his heart sink. The probability of failing was only 20%. Yet he had just failed on only his second attempt. It seemed even Pandora's Box couldn't help him with his innately poor luck. 8 system, upgrade failed. Blood Pact +2 A Blood Pact +1 A. However, he wouldn't allow this setback to discourage him. The price of a fortune gem alone might be enough to frighten most players. But Ni Yan wasn't most players. Such a trivial sum wouldn't be able to affect him. Failing this time meant losing 10 silver, a loss he was entirely willing to bear. 8 system, upgrade successful. Blood Pact +1 A Blood Pact +2 A. 8 system, upgrade successful. Blood Pact +2 A Blood Pact +3 A. 8 system, upgrade successful. Blood Pact +3 A Blood Pact +4 A. 8 system, upgrade failed. Blood Pact +4 A Blood Pact +3 A. A broken bar. Even with an 80% success rate, he still ended up failing 2 times before finally reaching his initial target. Lady Luck just didn't seem to be on his side. In total, it took him 9 gems to advance Blood Pact to the 5th stage. As he took it out of the box to examine, he noticed a slight change in its appearance. It seemed to shine more brilliantly than before. Blood Pact +5, Dark Gold. Requirements, Level 5. Properties, Attack 73A76, Dexterity +11, Critical +12, Life Steal 3%, Attack Speed, 2.3, Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, Thief, can be equipped by all factions. Blood Pact at its 5th stage already possessed an attack that was far beyond the vast majority of weapons in the game, even surpassing level 10 Dark Gold weapons by a good margin. He still had 8 fortune gems remaining in his inventory, so getting Blood Pact to the 6th stage probably wouldn't be too much of a problem. According to how the upgrade system worked, getting the dagger to the 7th stage would be worthwhile. It was only when upgrading to the 8th or 9th stage that the stakes began to rise, as a single failure from stage 6 and onwards would drop the weapon back to the 5th stage. As for getting a piece of equipment to stage 10 or higher, only those who possessed incredibly good luck or were filthy rich would dare to make the attempt. Ni Yan placed Blood Pact back into Pandora's box along with another fortune gem. His chances of upgrading the dagger to the 6th stage was 70%. This could already be considered fairly high, since, Without the aid of the box, it was usually 50%. In the game's current state, a Stage 7 piece of equipment was as rare as a Kylan horn or phoenix feather. As Blood Pact emitted a bright red aura from inside Pandora's box, Nian found it difficult to calm his nerves. After all, this might be the creation of the game's first Stage 6 or 7 weapon. He couldn't help but be nervous. With a 70% success rate, I might as well give it a shot. Nian clenched his teeth and hit confirm. The gem began shining brilliantly. Then, with a final flash of light, its essence was transferred to the dagger. Nian felt as if an explosion had gone off in his mind as he watched this occur before his very eyes. The upgrade was a success. After the golden radiance slowly dispersed, only the dagger remained in Pandora's box. A bedeviling crimson aura spread out as if to bask the world in its glorious presence. A Stage 6 dagger, a broken bar. Awesome. The next step was to get the dagger to Stage 7. A task which made even Nian quiver under the pressure. A 70% chance of success was indeed quite high, but that still meant there was a 30% chance of failure. It was precisely this fact that made him extremely tense. After careful deliberation, he decided to give it a shot and placed another fortune gem inside Pandora's box. He clenched his teeth and hit upgrade. It has to succeed, although it wouldn't be too much of a loss to him if he failed. He was still losing money. 8 System, do you wish to upgrade Blood Pact +6 ? Yes. He steeled himself and hit confirm on the system prompt. The visual effects started playing, ending once more with a flash of golden light. It was a success. A wave of relief and happiness washed over Nian. Apparently all of his bad luck had been used up in the previous 2 failures, as the dagger was successfully upgraded to the 7th stage without a hitch. My luck's pretty good. He examined the properties of the improved Blood Pact. Blood Pact +7, Dark Gold. Requirements, Level 7. Properties, Attack 93, A96, Dexterity +11, Critical +12, Life Steal 3%, Attack Speed, 2.3, Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, Thief, can be equipped by all factions. He had been relatively lucky this time around. With this, Blood Pact now possessed almost 100 attack, nearly rivaling even some level 15 weapons. A fortune gem was quite a costly thing. There were very few, if any, players who would be as crazy as Nian and attempt to upgrade a piece of equipment to the 7th stage. Even the leaders of the largest guilds wouldn't dare to test their luck. At the very least, they would be extremely prudent by taking their equipment to a jewel crafter for the upgrade. In the entire game, there was probably no one else who had such a high success rate in upgrading equipment like Nian. Any other player would likely need to spend, at the very least, twice as many fortune gems to upgrade a piece of equipment to the 7th stage. Blood Pact was now as brilliant as a ruby and surrounded by a pulsing, blood-red aura that seemed to emit a murderous intent. Even if he hid the visual effects on the dagger, anyone could see with just a glance that it was out of the ordinary. Attempting to upgrade the dagger to the 8th stage would be slightly risky. This was because if he failed, it would fall back to Stage 5. Aside from Blood Pact, Nian also used 2 fortune gems to upgrade his other dagger, Assassin's Decree, to Stage 2, raising its attack by 20. Assassin's Decree, Gold, Secondary Weapon. Requirements, Level 7. Properties, Attack 46 A49, Strength +16, Accuracy +12, Attack Speed, 2.5, Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, can be equipped by all factions. Assassin's Decree was merely a gold-grade weapon, so its stats weren't that great in comparison. He was only using it for now until he found a suitable replacement, which would be pretty soon, so it wasn't worthwhile to upgrade it any further. Nian checked his status page. While wielding these 2 top-tier daggers, his attack leapt to 176. Most of the thieves who were currently level 7 had an attack of around 100, so this was already terrific. In fact, it was practically blasphemous for a player to have such stats. At this point in the game, the quality of his gear would most likely make any honest, hard-working player froth at the mouth from rage. Having finished buying properties and upgrading his gear, Nian returned to the auction house and listed another batch of raw materials and black phenol for sale. Then, he opened the auction house's catalog and searched for equipable gear that boosted intelligence. However, it seemed there were fairly few pieces of equipment that matched such criteria in the market, though this was unsurprising. After all, what would a thief do with intelligence? The players who obtained such equipment would probably throw it in a recycler to be broken down into raw materials. After searching for what seemed like half a day, he felt exasperated. He still wasn't able to find a single piece of equipment. If I can't find any here, don't tell me I have to go farming for them myself or broken bar. Just how many years will that take? Thunderbolt Blaze was an intermediate scroll that required 30 intelligence to cast. An intermediate scroll was still rather rare among the current player base, but after everyone raised their levels, just about any average Joe would have one or two of these scrolls for emergency use. So, if he sat on the scroll for too long, its usefulness would diminish. Unfortunately, even the rarest of items today would become common commodities over time. He wanted to make use of the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll, but he didn't have sufficient intelligence nor could he find the equipment to alleviate this issue. Just what was he going to do? While racking his brains over this problem, Sleepy Fox suddenly popped into his mind. Nian didn't know if Sleepy Fox had any equipment that increased intelligence, but it was possible that he had some lying around. After all, for a guild as large as Holy Empire, picking up one or two pieces of thief equipment that increased intelligence was quite common. Even those pieces of equipment that no one would use wouldn't be so easily discarded. Any sensible guild would use these items to pad their treasury. Just in case it actually did have some use, it could be easily retrieved when needed. 8-AO 8 Nian sent Sleepy Fox a message. 8-AE I'm there. We've already found the skill books for the 5 passive skills you wanted. As for the 2 active skills, we're out of luck for the time being, but we should be able to get them in the afternoon. 8 Sleepy Fox said apologetically. Thanks to the large quantity of black phenol and materials Nian provided them, Holy Empire was able to get an advantage over the other guilds in running Sozal Valley. Although their team had yet to meet the boss, as they were still stuck on fighting the common mobs, the profits were nevertheless astonishing. They were able to obtain quite a few decent pieces of equipment. The experience wasn't bad either. A single werewolf provided 800 experience, so their leveling was much faster than killing mobs outside. Considering all the benefits Nian provided him, he felt ashamed that they were still unable to fulfill a simple request. At this time, the skill books Nian was looking for, Backstab and Eviscerate, were fairly rare drops. Even a large guild such as Holy Empire would only be able to obtain a few in a single day. The demand for these skills was simply too high. As for those 5 passive skills, although relatively uncommon as well, they weren't expensive or highly sought after by most players. Therefore, they were quite easy to find. Truthfully, Sleepy Fox was rather puzzled as to why a thief like Nian would want to learn so many strength-increasing skills. What was the point of filling up so many skill slots right now? Those skills would eventually be forgotten anyway. Wasn't he just wasting money at this point? Though, after thinking about it, Sleepy Fox recalled that Nian was perhaps the richest solo player he had met so far, so why would he care about losing some pocket change? 8 No worries, there's no rush. Just hold on to those skill books for now. I actually contacted you for something else. Do you have any skill books or equipment lying around that I can wear, ones that increase intelligence? 8 Nian replied. 8 Intelligence, for a thief or broken bar? 8 Sleepy Fox asked in a flabbergasted manner. 8 Per broken bar thief equipment or skills that increase intelligence? I'd prefer if it was equipment, 8 Nian said. If he had to learn a skill for the sake of increasing intelligence, when he had no more skill slots, he would have no choice but to erase it to make space. At least with equipment, he'd still be able to recoup some of his losses. 8 You should have some lying around a broken bar. I'll tell one of my subordinates to search through and check, 8 Sleepy Fox replied, as he became ever more baffled. While it was somewhat understandable for thief to want items that raised their strength, Just why in the world would one ever need intelligence? Was it possible that Nian had picked up a piece of equipment that had an intelligence requirement? Nian patiently waited for Sleepy Fox's reply. So a broken bar. After checking, we've got a pair of boots with +7 intelligence, leather armor with +8 intelligence, a pair of gloves with +7 intelligence, and 2 skill books, Farsight and Comprehension, which raise intelligence by 9 and 6 respectively. That's all we found, 8. Sleepy Fox said. 8. Eats enough. Let me borrow the boots, leather armor, and gloves for a while. As for the Comprehension skill book, name a price. 8. 8. No need. It's not anything valuable, so feel free to take them all. 8. Sleepy Fox replied. Thief equipment that increased intelligence wasn't worth very much. Even if they placed these pieces of equipment in the auction house for a low price, it didn't mean someone would necessarily buy them. Usually, they would simply sit in the treasury until enough of them piled up to be thrown into the recycler all at once. 8. Thanks, I'll return them later. Just send them through the mail. 8. Nian said. If all these pieces of equipment were sold in the marketplace, the profit earned still wouldn't amount to a single silver. The player would be lucky to receive 50 copper. Sleepy Fox would never be willing to collect payment on such items, and Nian didn't care to force him either. 8. You're right, 8. Sleepy Fox said. He believed Nian definitely had a good reason for borrowing all these pieces of equipment that increased intelligence. However, since Nian didn't tell him, he wouldn't ask too many questions. After a while, Nian headed to his personal storage and retrieved the items that he had asked for. Altogether there were 4 items that increased intelligence, 3 of which were pieces of equipment while the 4th was a skill book. On top of his base stats, these 4 items raised his intelligence past 30 points, enabling him to meet the requirements to cast the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll. Nian headed to the transfer point and proceeded to Tasoi village. Retracing the steps of his last visit, he traversed Plague Forest, the Gaia Monitor's nest, and eventually arrived back at the overhanging cliff. The cold wind, that originated from the desolate tundra of the north, whistled through the ravine. Although it would inevitably warm up during its journey here, currently the chilling nip still persisted. As Nian stood at the edge of the cliff, he stared at the dense forest canopy below. The ravine was the central region of the Plague Canyon and also where Wendell Etta herb, a primary ingredient required to manufacture intermediate anti-paralysis potions, grew in abundance. At the peak of its demand during Nian's past life, this alchemy ingredient had sold for up to 17 silver per plant. Moreover, since the mob density in the zone was relatively high and mostly consisted of quilled kobolds, a mob that was very slow and possessed no long-range attacks, it became a favorite training ground among mages who had reached level 20. The only inconvenience was that it was quite tedious to get to this zone. In order to do so, players would need to detour around a large mountain range. Usually, most players would set out on this journey by horseback. However, since Nian didn't have a mount, who knows just how much time he would waste if he were to actually walk the entire distance. Thus, the best option available was to take a shortcut by jumping off this cliff. Naturally, this was only possible thanks to the Featherfall Jewel's ability, otherwise, the fall would undoubtedly mean certain death. Nian finally jumped off the cliff. The wind whistled past his ears as he rapidly descended into the ravine below. Falling from several hundred meters high was still considerably exhilarating. After dropping over 200 meters, his descending velocity was still constantly increasing. Soon, the air resistance made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. As the ground drew closer and closer, he hastily activated the Featherfall Jewel's ability. Almost immediately, his falling speed slowed down to a crawl. Nian adjusted his position accordingly and searched for a suitable location to land at. Eventually, after finding an opening in the canopy, he safely came into contact with the ground. Nian didn't immediately take action but scanned the surrounding with his eyes instead. The area he landed in was a small meadow, roughly 50 meters in size, that thankfully happened to be beside the rock face. This spot should be finally a broken bar, Nian thought. The topography in this meadow was quite suitable for his plan. He also quickly discovered many Windletta herbs in the area. This was clearly an area that wasn't frequented by other players, as the plant was freely growing everywhere in his surroundings. Unfortunately, his gathering skill hadn't yet reached the required level to harvest them. Eventually, a quilled kobold wandered into the meadow. This monster was a bipedal, dumpy porcupine that only reached half a person's height. They wielded small wooden clubs studded with wolf teeth. Their backs were covered in sharp, ash-gray quills, which provided them with an extremely strong physical defense, and even enabled them to reflect some damage. However, not only were they especially slow, they were also vulnerable to magic, which made them easy targets for mages. This one, for example, upon discovering Nian's presence, emitted an odd, high-pitched squeak before charging straight at him. Nian instantly used Transcendent Insight to examine the quilled kobold. Quilled kobold, level 23, health 1300. A level 23 quilled kobold's health and defense were both frighteningly high. Nian retrieved his crossbow and shot 3 bolts at the approaching quilled kobold. A'10, A'11, A'10, 3 damage values rose above its head. However, as a level 23 monster, its health regeneration was astonishingly high. Thus, the damage Nian had dealt was quickly negated as its health had already recovered back to full. Nian activated Swift Retreat, with his movement speed increased by 30%. He was able to easily put a large distance between himself and the quilled kobold. After assessing its speed, he became well aware of the situation. As long as he didn't allow the kobold to get too close, he would be in no danger whatsoever. Nian proceeded to run deeper into the forest and began to draw the aggro of other monsters. Whenever he came across a quilled kobold wandering around, he would fire a few bolts at it as he passed by. After being attacked, they would immediately pursue him while flailing their clubs. In this fashion, he continued to aggro more monsters while maintaining an optimal distance that wasn't too close nor too far away from the monsters. As he led the angry monsters on a chase around the forest, the mob began to resemble a train with Nian as the conductor. Starting with only one quilled kobold, more and more joined the chase, until the size of the mob had exceeded 20. Eventually, he led the entire mob of kobolds back to the meadow he had originally landed at. Having gotten the kobolds where he wanted them, he accelerated his pace and quickly left their line of sight. Afterwards, the kobolds degrowed and returned to an idle state. As such, this group of 50 to 60 of these quilled kobolds had flooded this open area. There were around 50 to 60 of them. Luckily for Nian, it was unlikely that this group would disperse and wander out of the area anytime soon. Nian ran off to another region of the forest and continued to aggro monsters with his crossbow. Before 10 minutes had even passed, he had gathered another mob of a similar size behind him. However, unlike the previous group, several of the kobolds in this group were comparatively larger and faster than the rest. Nonetheless, since there were so many ordinary kobolds packed around them, obstructing their movements, they were unable to have any significant impact on the chase. He once again used Transcendent Insight to examine one of these larger kobolds. Quilled kobold, leader, level 25, health 100 halves, 100. They were leader-class monsters that possessed significantly higher health. In normal circumstances, he would never dare to tangle with these leader-class kobolds. However, at present, even they were his prey. Soon, he brought over the group of kobolds to the meadow, before breaking off their aggro by moving out of their line of sight. Now, together with the previous group, this already crowded place started to become congested. Nian's corralling of the kobolds to the meadow progressed smoothly. After half an hour, he had managed to lead 4 more large groups of kobolds into the area. This small meadow was now thoroughly crowded with over 300 quilled kobolds, a number that would leave anyone completely speechless. finally finish eat a broken bar. A faint smile could be seen on Nian's face as he stared at the group of kobolds in this meadow. The final step would be to reap the rewards of all his efforts. He nimbly evaded the attacks of the kobolds as he made his way toward the rock face. Then he activated the Crawler Rings ability. An attractive force immediately emerged from both his hands, and using this attractive force, he began to quickly climb up the rock face. After reaching an appropriate height, he found a suitable ledge to stand on. As he firmly stood on the ledge, he looked down upon the meadow and saw the quilled kobolds everywhere. If he waited too much longer, all these monsters would begin to disperse. Nian switched out some of his gear with the 3 pieces of equipment that increased intelligence, then retrieved the Thunderbolt Blaze scroll and activated it. 8S system, do you wish to cast Thunderbolt Blaze? 8. Yes. 8S system, casting Thunderbolt Blaze scroller broken bar. 8. As he began to read the words on the scroll aloud, a succession of hard-to-pronounce invocation syllables left his mouth. Casting this scroll required a set of syllables and gestures. In other words, it would require 10 seconds to cast. The scroll in his hands gave him the feeling as if it was a giant sphere of fire, raging and ready to combust. It was time. The Thunderbolt Blaze scroll was activating. The fire elements in the atmosphere frantically converged, making the surrounding atmosphere increasingly hot as waves of scorching air rose up into the sky. It seemed as if some type of otherworldly destructive power was being awakened, ready to rain destruction upon wherever it was summoned. Clouds of flames, that resembled the beautiful shade of red from a sunset, began to pulsate in the sky. Yet such a dazzling existence represented utter destruction. Thunderbolt Blaze was an area of effect magic that called down a storm of flames upon the enemy and could only be learned by an elementalist. It was also a rank 1 magic from the Elemental Palace, which meant that its destructive power this early in the game was astonishingly powerful. It could even deal decent damage to monsters over level 30. So there was no need to talk about these quilled kobolds that were only slightly over level 20. The crowd of kobolds apparently sensed the danger and began to grow restless. Before long they began to disperse in every direction. In life and death battles in his past life, he had learned that 10 seconds was a very long time. Many things could occur in 10 seconds. In fact, magic could still be easily interrupted by an enemy when it was mid-cast. It was also enough time for a thief to erupt with a fervor of skills, dishing out their entire combo which could kill a mage on the spot. However, in this current situation, 10 seconds was actually quite short. By the time the quilled kobolds reacted to the danger, it was already too late. From the start, 10 seconds was never enough time for them to safely flee from the meadow. Nian aimed in an area where the kobolds were the most concentrated. Thunderbolt Blaze. The blazing cloud began to congeal in the sky, before it rained down flames on the entire area. A frightening torrent of fire. 8 E boom, boom, boom. 8 spheres of flames bombarded the quilled kobolds, causing sparks of fire to fly everywhere as the kobolds let out mournful cries. It resembled a scene straight out of the apocalypse. Wave after wave of fire rained down, pushing all of the quilled kobolds in a 20-meter radius down to the ground with so much force that they weren't even able to lift their heads up. In the midst of this fiery hell, a vast cloud of damage values, A'200, 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 rose into the air every second and blotted out everything else. Just how spectacular of a sight was this? Even the tanky leader-class kobolds were unable to endure such terrifying damage. Nearly 10 full waves of flames rained down upon the area in the spell's 15-second duration, leaving all of the quilled kobolds fully roasted. In the most concentrated area of the spell, the quilled kobolds resembled harvested wheat as they toppled over by the dozens. 8S system, you have successfully slain a quilted kobold. Plus 1800% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 5290 experience points. 8S system, You have successfully slain a quilted kobold. Plus 1800% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 5290 experience points. A broken bar. While all this was happening, Nian looked at his experience bar. It was filling up at a frightening rate. 56% a broken bar, 67% a broken bar, 83% a broken bar. A tilde eating, dong. A tilde. The crisp sound of the system prompt echoed out. He had leveled up to level 8. However, it didn't end here. His experience bar was still continuing to fill up at the same alarming rate. 12% a broken bar, 56% a broken bar, 73% a broken bar. 8 tilde. A system. You have successfully slain a quilted kobold. Leader. Plus 2800% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 25,290 experience points. A tilde. 8 tilde. A system. You have successfully slain a quilted kobold. Leader. Plus 2800% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 25,290 experience points. A tilde. A broken bar. Nian noticed his experience had yet again reached 100%. A brilliant radiance enveloped him while the melodious jingle played again. Another level up. Now he was level 9. Yet the experience bar still didn't stop. Only when it reached 56% did it finally come to a complete stop. What a frightening amount of experience. Nian had only been level 7 while these quilled kobolds were all level 20 or higher. Hence, the experience multiplier was quite astonishing. As such, on top of their base experience, he had received experience equal to at least 18 times the base experience. So the amount of experience he had received for each kobold was excessive beyond reason. The incredible amount of experience caused Nian to go from level 7 directly to level 9. Not only that, but he was also more than halfway to level 10. If Sleepy Fox were there to witness Nian's astonishing leveling speed, he would probably faint from shock. Nian suppressed his excitement as he examined the destruction left behind by Thunderbolt Blaze. After a short while, the remnants of the spell had already slowly begun to scatter. The most havoc was done to the central region, which was now a complete mess. There were kobold corpses scattered all over the place while the earth was charred black. Quite a few of the corpses even sparkled with light, which was a clear sign that items had been dropped by these kobolds upon their deaths. Thunderbolt Blaze only affected everything in a 20-meter radius. So there were still quite a few kobolds who had survived because they were outside of the spell's range. However, they all had long scattered and fled due to the terrifying might of the spell. Thus, he would be able to safely retrieve the items that had dropped from the corpses. Nian leapt off the ledge, descending the rock face, and proceeded to collect his spoils of war. From the leader-class kobolds, he obtained 5 pieces of silver-grade equipment, each one for a different profession: warrior, thief, mage, paladin, and priest, but they were only for level 20s. By the time he reached that level, how could mere silver-grade equipment possibly catch his eye? He threw the equipment into his bag, before beginning to collect the money that dropped from the kobolds. Confirming that he hadn't missed anything, he began tallying his profits at 12 silver, which was a considerable sum. Nonetheless, the main purpose of this trip had been to quickly increase his level. With that accomplished, he put his normal equipment back on and threw the intelligence-increasing equipment into his bag, then retrieved a return scroll. 20 seconds later, a brilliant radiance enveloped him as he was transferred back to the city. Before doing anything else, he checked the leaderboard rankings. Currently, the rank 1 player was also no higher than level 9. The same as him. The vast majority of players had yet to surpass level 5. Seeing this, Nian no longer felt the need to rush and raise his level. At least at the moment, his main priority was retrieving the second chapter from the Book of Order. Suddenly, he received a Kala broken bar. 8 tilde e-boss, i.e. a broken bar. A tilde you at speak up. A tilde 8 tilde the materials you gave me, I ended up using them all for concocting only a broken bar. A tilde bird stammered nervously. A tilde oh, so what were the results? A tilde. 8 tilde AO can probably make back 3 silvers a broken bar. I'm really sorry a broken bar. It's just that my success rate is really low a broken bar. A tilde bird responded in a rather embarrassed tone. He understood full well that the alchemy ingredients Nian had provided were worth at least 10 silver. After diligently practicing, he had managed to burn through this supply in less than a day. Yet despite his earnest efforts, he couldn't even recoup a third of the costs. No matter how rich his boss might be, Bird feared that such incompetence wouldn't be tolerated by anyone. 8 tilde E head to the Alchemist Guild. I'll meet you by the entrance. A tilde Nian sucked in a cold breath of air after hearing Bird's results. Even incompetence should have its limits. A broken bar. Wasn't this guy's success rate a bit too low? If he had given the same amount of materials to any other alchemist, although it would be unlikely to earn a large profit, at least he wouldn't be making a loss. Just why were most of these material going to waste when they entered Bird's hands? 8 tilde eel right a broken bar. 8 tilde uneasiness had long crept upon Bird, as he even bordered on complete despair. It seemed this time around Nian was probably going to fire him. A broken bar. Bird impatiently paced back and forth in front of the Alchemist Guild's entrance. Nian had only just asked him to meet up, but he was already jumping to conclusions. He was definitely going to be given the boot. Various alchemists entered and exited the Alchemist Guild. Although their attires were varied, the vast majority had silver moon badges on their chests, a symbol of an apprentice alchemist. Occasionally, 1 or 2 junior alchemists wearing a gold moon badge could be seen as well. When one of these players passed by, an expression of envy could be seen on Bird's face. At this point in time, the gold badge on their chest represented a noble status. Within a guild, these alchemists were highly valued because the pills, potions, tonics, and other concoctions they could prepare were extremely vital for the guild's growth. Generally, a large quantity of alchemy materials would be provided to an apprentice alchemist upon joining a guild, but in exchange, they received none of the profits from their concoctions. In essence, they would serve as nothing more than free labor. On the other hand, when they were able to increase their proficiency in alchemy and ascend to the rank of a junior alchemist, their status would soar by leaps and bounds. Once such a talent worthy of being nurtured was discovered, the talent would receive generous benefits, and from receiving no profit whatsoever, their income would suddenly become comparable to a white-collar worker. It wasn't long ago that Bird also dreamed of such a leisurely position as a valued guild alchemist, though at present, he had already given up on such an extravagant hope. Dark Hero, the guild Bird formerly belonged to, was a well-known name. Prior to Conviction's release, they had long secured a strong presence in several other games. Although they weren't big players in Conviction yet, they were nonetheless much more united than the average guild. The only reason they had made an exception and allowed Bird to enter their prestigious ranks was because he obtained a hidden skill. Though, after only several days, he was expelled because of his abysmal success rate. They quickly realized that if they wished to nurture such an incompetent alchemist, who was devoid of any skill, it would take an unimaginable toll on their resources. Even though they were by no means poor, money didn't simply rain from the sky into their pockets. Why was he unable to accomplish anything, while there were many others who had already struck it rich in the game? Since he only had enough money left to get by for a couple more months in real life, Bird felt an indescribable sense of urgency. Just as his circumstances were taking a turn for the better, after finding another backer who was willing to help him grow, he ended up messing up yet again. Reasonably speaking, every apprentice alchemist should have roughly the same success rates while concocting, yet why was his so low? As Bird nervously paced back and forth near the entrance, he happened to raise his head and notice Nian walking toward the building. "B-boss, a broken bar," Bird awkwardly exclaimed, not knowing what else to say. "Save it for later, let's head inside first." "Do you have your own workshop yet?" Nian asked. The Alchemist Guild had many private workshops that players could rent for 30 copper a day, enabling them to work freely without being distracted by any outside disturbance. As for those who couldn't afford to rent a private workshop, they would have no choice but to endeavor in the bustling halls of the Alchemist Guild, where the noise and clamor was likely to negatively influence their concocting. "No, I don't. Renting one is too expensive. A broken bar, Bird responded. He was unwilling to part with so much money just for the sake of a quiet workplace. Nian headed over to the receptionist. The pine wood desk she worked behind was patterned with a rippling wood grain, giving it a sense of antiqueness and succinctness. The beautiful NPC who was wearing a blue flower dress went by the name Salania. Her eyebrows resembled crescents while her eyes were as blue as sapphire. She had a straight nose, and 2 locks of hair hung down from her shoulders with a ruby at each end. In every sense possible, she perfectly captured the essence of viridian grace, and the game's technology was able to present this fluidly, interpreting the word perfection with flawless accuracy. "Hello. How can I help you today?" Salania asked. Her voice was akin to a nightingale, exceedingly pleasant to listen to. Such a beauty would inevitably cause any man's heart to start racing. Though for Nian, he had long become accustomed to these NPCs. Not affected in the slightest, he said, "I'd like to rent a private workshop." "What grade of workshop would you like to rent?" "There are common, fine, and luxurious workshops available to rent at 30 copper a day, 5 silver a day, and 60 silver a day respectively," Salania responded. "A common workshop please," Nian said. At this point in the game, a common grade workshop was already enough for any alchemist. "Isn't this too much of a waste?" Bird cried out in alarm. This was another 30 copper going down the drain every day. Nian had already spent so much money on him, yet he failed to produce any results, a fact which made him feel deeply ashamed. "It's only 30 coppers." Nian selected a workshop and paid the deposit, before turning to Bird and saying, "All right. Let's go." Bird followed Nian from behind as they entered the private workshop. Nian scanned the area with his eyes. The workshop wasn't large, only a 5 by 5 meter space. However, since early-stage materials were still relatively sparse, it was more than large enough for preparing concoctions. 2 glass cabinets filled with various potions flanked the left side of the room. The delicate crystal bottles contained red, blue, green, and every color of liquid under the sun. Each bottle had a white label plastered on the side that stated its respective name and price. They were all provided by the Alchemist Guild, but they weren't free of charge. Upon exiting the workshop, they would have to be paid for along with the rental fee. In the center of the room was a large rectangular work table with various alchemy wares arranged on top of it. "When you're concocting, do you have a hard time focusing?" Nian shot a glance at Bird and asked. Bird recalled the previous times when he had been concocting. He realized there really was a dark cloud shrouding his mind, causing him to grow increasingly restless. His eagerness to accomplish at least something in alchemy had negatively influenced his state of mind, which negatively affected his concocting to such an extent that his average success rate was only a mere 3/10 of an average alchemist's. "Yes, I think so. It's best to have a tranquil state of mind before you begin concocting. Shut everything else out and devote your heart to alchemy. Only then will your success rate reach 60%, the standard for the average alchemist." At the same time, the quality of your tools and wares also influence the success rate of your concoctions, where the highest quality ones will even increase it up to 90%. Starting from now, erase any distracting thoughts from your mind and focus solely on concocting. "Go ahead and give it a try," Nian instructed. Although there were no high-level alchemists yet who could impart their experiences upon Bird, Nian had the benefit of coming from the future. His advice was the accumulated experiences of the alchemists from his timeline, and he wouldn't be shy in using this knowledge. Nian placed several portions of alchemy materials on the table. "Yes." Bird nodded his head, picked up a portion, and began processing the materials while taking Nian's advice to heart. Perhaps it was because Nian was standing right beside him, but Bird felt a little nervous as his handling of the materials became clumsy. "This is the Alchemy King from my past life." "A broken bar?" Nian wrinkled his brows. "This doesn't make sense." "There's no doubt the Alchemy King was named Bird leaves no eggs." "On second thought, a broken bar. I guess this should be normal." "No one becomes the Alchemy King overnight. He probably put in a lot of effort to reach that level." "Doing any activity requires an absolutely calm mind. Don't let outside matters distract you. If you're going to be this clumsy every time you concoct in front of me, Then you might as well beat it. Stop making a fool of yourself, Nian harshly chided, not holding back in the least. He had given Bird a chance. It was now up to him to firmly grasp it. If Bird still didn't show signs of improvement, there was nothing left for him to do but boot him out of the door. No matter how much money he had in excess, he wasn't willing to waste it on a useless alchemist. Bird felt like his heart was being stabbed upon hearing these words. Did Nian have any reason to keep providing him materials to practice alchemy? Definitely not. If he really did continue on this path of incompetence, just like the Dark Hero Guild, Nian would kick him to the curb without the slightest hesitation. Even if Nian didn't shoo him away, he wouldn't have the face to stay. In fact, these sort of opportunities were exceedingly rare and he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Taking in a deep breath, Bird slowly calmed his mind and focused all of his attention on the potion bottle in his hands. As the medicinal liquid inside the bottle gently swayed back and forth, a rich color began to emerge. Seeing this, he tensed up while proceeding to the next step, which caused the color to immediately fade. 8S system. Concocting has failed a broken bar. 8. I still failed a broken bar. Bird didn't raise his head to gauge Nian's reaction. Instead, he absent-mindedly stared at the work table that had 10 more portions of alchemy materials set on top of it. There were only 10 more chances left a broken bar if he didn't manage to improve his success rate while concocting. Then after using up these 10 portions of materials, he would probably beat it even if he wasn't being forced to leave. If I fail this time around, then I'm probably just not meant to be an alchemist. Maybe I should delete this character and start over and pick a combat profession. Upon reaching this line of thought, Bird picked up the next portion of alchemy materials. He had nothing to lose, and only everything to gain. Hold the neck of the bottle and rotate at a uniform speed. You don't need to exert too much strength. A broken bar. Nian had never practiced alchemy, so he could only rely on the obtained information from his previous timeline. Bird understood that this was his last chance and finally managed to solely focus on concocting. He was completely absorbed in swaying the bottle in his hand back and forth. 8S system. You have successfully concocted a basic anti-paralysis potion. 8. I actually succeeded. Bird trembled in excitement as he breathed a sigh of relief. The immense pressure he had felt was somewhat alleviated by this timely success, and he confidently proceeded with the next portion. He seemed to tune out every extraneous thought from his mind, including Nian's presence. Staring fixedly at the potion bottle in front of him, he gradually completed each successive step. The focused expression on Bird's face even surprised Nian, whereupon he was finally convinced that this individual was indeed the famous alchemy king from his previous timeline. Bird produced several more potions, his success rate improving to about 50%. Although it was still slightly lower than the average alchemist, it was still a large step forward for him. It seemed he had finally found his path in alchemy. After finally getting a foothold on his path of alchemy, becoming the alchemy king was only a question of time. Nian quietly left the workshop as he allowed Bird to focus on his concocting. Naturally, the latter was too immersed to notice his departure. After there were no more alchemy materials left for him to use, he proudly looked at the 5 potions he had concocted. This accomplishment left him wild with joy. When he turned around to seek Nian's reaction, he found that the latter had already left his workshop. 8. Boss, I produced 5 potions. 8. Bird excitedly messaged Nian. He already desired to master the state of mind his benefactor had taught him. His previous failures had caused him to be on the brink of despair, but right now, he was finally able to see a dim light at the end of the tunnel. 8. Right, not bad. It's still only 50% though. You've still got much more room for improvement, so keep practicing. 8. Nian replied. Regardless of what profession, after one was given a foothold on the right path, the heights they reached would solely depend on their effort and talent. 8. I understand. 8. Bird said in a happy tone. His latest improvements had already exceeded his wildest imaginations. Previously, he would be content if he was able to succeed at least twice out of 11 tries. So long as Nian didn't fire him prematurely, He firmly believed that he could gradually improve his concoction rate. I'm heading to the auction house to purchase some more alchemy materials. I'll send them over to you through the mail. Hurry up and rank up to a junior alchemist. As for the higher quality concoctions, don't sell them just yet. I'm planning to open up a potion shop. When the time comes, you'll be acting as the manager. Nian said. Now that he owned so many properties, opening one or two shops would only be the logical next step. Moreover, since his plots were currently located in undesirable locations, the price of opening and upgrading them would be relatively cheap. He estimated that it would only take 2 or 3 gold to upgrade one of them to a first-class shop. If he was to wait for these slums to turn into a flourishing commercial hub, then the upgrade expenses would have already risen to an astronomical degree. For now, his objective was to turn one of these plots into a first-class potion shop. A shop manager, mere broken bar? Bird emotionally asked. Owning his own shop had always been a dream of his, but he had never had the funds to realize this. Therefore it was never more than a fleeting dream. He would no longer have to worry about money as the manager of a potion shop, because his daily wages would surely not be low. Right, so keep practicing. I won't mistreat those who are under me. I'll definitely give it my all. Presently, Bird was in an indescribable mood. Just recently, he was all too ready to abandon everything and give up. Who knew that the answer to his problems would come to him this timely? As if the dark clouds had parted to reveal the evening moon in all its splendor, everything had suddenly become crystal clear. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress his excitement, but he couldn't prevent his hands from shaking. System. Concocting has failed. A broken bar. Damn it. Nian pondered for a moment. Since he decided to open up a potion shop, he was no longer in a rush to get rid of his black phenol. Instead, he would use it to increase the popularity of his soon-to-open shop. If he sold the black phenol that everyone was going crazy over in his shop, just how much would its popularity increase? One could only imagine the popularity his shop would garner by selling black phenol, an item that everyone was frantically fighting over in the marketplace. Thinking to this point, Nian had drawn up a plan. He headed over to the auction house and bought 10 silvers worth of alchemy materials before sending them to Bird over the mail, alleviating his possible worries of running out of alchemy materials and allowing him to solely concentrate on his alchemy. He then sold off some of his black phenol and the materials required to craft black phenol, earning him 3 gold. Afterwards, he headed to the eastern region of the city to inspect the several properties that he had purchased. Presently, Kalor's eastern district was still a slum. The NPCs that roamed this area all wore tattered and worn-out clothing, while on either side of the streets the shabby wooden homes seemed to be teetering on collapse. From its current appearance it seemed like a bad joke to think that such a ghetto place would transform into the largest area of commerce in Kalor. Nian had purchased every property in this vicinity that was in a prime location for the sake of helping his father's future business. In his original timeline these properties belonged to Kagzu, but this time around with Nian's intervention, that a business legend would simply have to scram and look elsewhere. According to his knowledge of the future, the best place to open up the potion shop was near a certain intersection. He quickly approached the most suitable property out of the 12 he owned. System. Are you certain you wish to upgrade the property? The current upgrade will cost 2 gold. Yes. System. The property has been successfully upgraded. A building arose from the ground on the plot Nian selected. It was a one-story building constructed out of white marble bricks, which made for a detailed and aesthetically pleasing view. Inside, there was a countertop and rows upon rows of shelves. There were even exquisite runic carvings on the corners, bringing a strong feeling of the Viridian Empire into the atmosphere. System. Do you wish to hire an assistant? Nian glimpsed at the list of possible employees. Rows upon rows of names were spread over numerous pages, and on every single page was the information of the NPC, the cost of hire, and other related things, all available for reference. NPC employees could represent the player to manage the store and they could be entrusted with selling goods. However, They could only sell merchandise by the preset prices given by the owner of the store. They could not make their own decisions, as their intelligence was not programmed to do as such. Name, Caridi. Gender, male. Age, 30. Trust, 30. Ability, quick run. Employment cost, 20 silver, month. Name, Tesla. Gender, male. Age, 26. Trust, 28. Ability, increased strength. Employment cost, 18 silver, month. Nian kept on flipping through the list as he continued his search for someone suitable. All of them varied in their odd abilities. Some had speed-related abilities, some had intelligence-related abilities, some had power-related abilities. A broken bar with a difference in ability also came a difference in price. What was the name of that employee at the Golden Age potion shop again? A broken bar. Nian's impression of that NPC was a bit hazy. It was a cripple, I remember that. His name was a broken bar. Nian continued scrolling down the list, and finally when he flipped to the latter parts of the list, he noticed a familiar name. Name, Insirai's the cripple. Gender, male. Age, 56. Trust, 37. Ability, employment cost, 50 silver, month. I remember. It's him. Although the cost leaned on the expensive side, there was no hesitation in his mind as he confirmed his decision. An NPC employee that possessed an unknown ability and was even a cripple. A costed 50 silvers a month. There was clearly something odd going on. From his previous timeline, he remembered that the Golden Age potion shop had always kept an air of mysteriousness around this cripple. However, someone still managed to dig out his ability. It was the diplomacy ability, something which was very rarely found. It was an ability that allowed him to hold smooth communications with all NPCs, and even made them build up favorable impressions towards him. Having paid the employment fees, Nian noticed a crippled old man slowly walking in his direction. The moment this old man entered his vision, he heaved a sigh of relief as this was indeed him. My lord, I am Insirai's. My family and I would like to express our deepest gratitude for employing my humble self. Wrinkles covered his face, and his skin was as withered as an old tree bark. In addition to his crippled leg, it was quite difficult to praise him in any way. Insirai's has family members? Now that I think about it, our broken bar that actually makes sense. This is the store I'll be handing over to you. I'll also inform you on how to manage this business. Nian greeted Insirai's with a small nod, while he contemplated on how to get the most out of this cripple's diplomacy skill. For now, I'll just have him look after the shop. It's not like I would have to worry about him stealing merchandise or embezzling money. With his 37 trust, a broken bar after all. An employee's loyalty is almost guaranteed when their trust is 30 or over. While preparing the store for business, Nian instructed Bird to bring the completed black phenol over so that it could be sold. He also made a recruitment poster which read, "Hiring alchemists, those interested contact 30." If he wanted the shop to prosper, relying on the future Alchemy King alone was insufficient. He would only be satisfied when he had a large number of alchemists under his command. What should I name this store? A broken bar. I'll just call it Starry Night Potion Shop. Nothing too special, while fairly easy to remember. He instructed Insirai's to sell the black phenol, the recipes, and the raw materials. In addition, to prevent his identity from being known, he hid his name as the shop's owner. The price of a portion of raw materials was set to 20 coppers, a single bottle of black phenol was set to 60 coppers, and a single black phenol recipe was set to 30 silvers. These prices were far above the market price, especially the price of the recipe, which he made ridiculously expensive. Nian planned to start off with these absurd prices, giving the large guilds an opportunity to be the first to buy them. Of course, if they felt that these prices were too high, they were free to go elsewhere. The price of black phenol was not going to drop anytime soon, and considering the necessity of this item to progress in the game, there were bound to be people who would buy them. As such, he planned to rob as many people of their money as possible, while the demand still far exceeded the supply, before he would slowly lower the price when the market began to stabilize. Obviously, even at this lower price, he would still make a decent profit. With everything set up, he inspected the shop. It's still pretty empty. I really need more goods to fill the place up for it to become a genuine business. The quality of the average alchemist in conviction was simply too low. At present, even if he hired a few, they mostly likely wouldn't meet his standards. Therefore, there was no need to hastily start a large-scale recruitment campaign since other shops were likely in the same predicament. Having such thoughts going through his mind, he prepared to leave the shop. Since when was there a potion shop here? 3 players discovered Nian's shop as they passed by the area. After all, how could they not notice it when such a fine, brand new building suddenly emerged within these slums? Let's go have a look. The 3 players headed over to the store, and at the same moment, they noticed Nian walking out. Hey, when did this shop open up? The person who greeted him was a warrior named Dauntless. He was a very strapping young man, who stood at 6'3", and had quite a terrifyingly loud and coarse voice. Nian glanced at Dauntless and said with a faint smile, I just happened to pass by as well and went in for a look. I have no idea when it opened. I see, thanks anyway. Bar. Let's take a look inside and see if they have any health or mana potions for sale. It doesn't look like there's any, Nian said quite straightforwardly. After all, the shop had barely opened. I doubt a new shop would have many things in stock. Another voice rang out, though this one sounded a bit lethargic. Nian glimpsed at the youth behind Dauntless, a paladin. The word handsome could be used to describe him, but there was just a tinge of inattentiveness to his appearance and even a bit of laziness. Broken bar. This name sounds a bit familiar. However, Nian failed to recognize him and thus walked away, brushing past their shoulders on his way out. There aren't even any basic potions? Why even open a potion store then, not to mention at such a remote place? I'm guessing business must be very poor, the arcane mage noted. Nevertheless, Dauntless and the other 2 walked into the store. Shit, they're selling black phenol and even the recipe too. The hell? What rip-off? This price is absolutely ridiculous. Dauntless' coarse voice erupted behind Nian the moment he had stepped out onto the street. None of them could have ever imagined a place like this would be selling black phenol and even its recipe. Items that were selling like hotcakes, items that every single guild yearned for. From this alone, they understood that this shop wasn't owned by some simpleton. Nian stopped dead in his tracks when that coarse voice burst into his ears, but after making a faint smile, he walked wherever his feet led him. Since this shop had already been discovered, it was inevitable that this news would spread far and wide. When the guilds that thirsted for black phenol learnt of this information, they were certain to head over and check it out for themselves. If they were in urgent need of black phenol, perhaps they would even buy a few in spite of the outrageous prices. Black phenol was already an extreme rarity in the marketplace, let alone the recipe. There was an undeniable truth that many were interested in those 2 things alone. 8 Nian, where are you right now? 8 Tang Yao messaged Nian. 8 I'm in Kalor right now. How's the leveling going with you, Lan, Blue Feather, and the rest? 8 where right now? I'm more than halfway to level 7. How is it? Pretty fast, eh? 8 Tang Yao proudly told him. His skill in casting spells was getting increasingly proficient, and in addition to the fact that Nian provided them with several coordinates, representing places suitable for grinding in the early stages of the game, their levels were rising at quite a fast rate. Though if Nian were to tell Tang Yao that he was already level 9, who knew how the latter would react? 8 Not too bad, 8 Nian said, nodding his head. This speed of leveling was already top tier, outclassed only by the elite players killing werewolves in Sozal Valley. 8 ran into Chen Bo again. That guy spat nothing but bullshit and even wanted to duel me. In the end, I one-shotted him with my flame explosion. 8 MPH. He was trying to convince Yilan and Yao Yao to kick me out of the team. A broken bar. That guy needs to take a good look in the mirror and see who the real loser is. Not a single person in the team paid any attention to him, and even plain boiled water stood by my side. Eventually, Chen Bo couldn't take the shame and left the team himself. A Nian could feel the joy and happiness in Tang Yao's words. Without a doubt, Tang Yao definitely felt very smug about killing Chen Bo, who subsequently left the team voluntarily. Tang Yao's fire chaser set increased all damage related to fire element magic. At present, Tang Yao's damage surpassed most elite fire spec elementalists. Judging from the set of equipment Chen Bo wore, it was impossible that he could survive a single blast from Tang Yao's flame explosion. As a thief, Chen Bo was a complete failure for allowing a mage to successfully cast flame explosion in a player versus player situation. If it were Nian instead, Tang Yao would have had no chance of firing off any spells that had over a second of cast time. 8-AO should remain careful. Chen Bo's the sort who remembers any and all grudges. I'm absolutely certain he'll want to take revenge for this and mess with you in one way or the other. 8. The possibility of Chen Bo finding some people to deal with Tang Yao worried him. After all, he knew Chen Bo was not a particularly magnanimous person. 8-AO think I'm afraid of him? If he comes a few more times, then I'll just beat him up a few more times. 8. Tang Yao was very confident in his current strength. He had always been someone who'd face matters like these directly. Even though Nian had given him a reminder, it was unlikely that he would take this advice to heart. Recalling the incident at the bar that one evening in the previous timeline, Nian felt a lump rise into his throat. Brother, if there is anyone who dares to harm you in this life, I will have him pay twice 10 times the price. No matter the situation or location. Nian took a deep breath to calm himself down, and as he did so, he felt the lump in his throat slowly sink back down. 8. It never hurts to be a bit more careful. 8. Yeah. Do you want to come and level with us? Even the beauties here already miss you. 8. I still need to get a few things done. Go on, ahead without me. Besides, leveling with you guys is too slow for me anyway. 8. Nian said nonchalantly. 8. Ear broken bar. What level are you now? 8. Tang Yao was momentarily stunned. He recalled that he hadn't asked about Nian's level in quite some time. 8. I'm a bit past level 9. Don't tell anyone though, I don't want to attract too much attention. 8. To someone who was as a genuine brother, he didn't conceal his level and told him the truth. 8. Holy crap, already? How did you level that fast? 8. After I finish what I'm doing, I'll take you out to level. 8. Nian said. He still had to get his hands on that chapter from the Book of Order. Only after doing so would he bring Tang Yao with him. He knew of many ways for mages to gain tons of experience, allowing Tang Yao's level to soar up alongside his own. 8. Then it's decided. 8. Tang Yao said with a tone of clear excitement. I wonder how Nian did it. That speed is insane. They continued chatting a while longer before Nian hung up. Meanwhile, he had prepared a few consumables and was now headed for the transfer point. Carefully weighing the difficulties of acquiring the various chapters from the Book of Order as well as the properties and effects of each and every chapter, Nian decided on one, the 6th chapter from the Book of Order, the chapter of freedom. When compared to the chapter of courage, the chapter of freedom was much more suitable for a thief. Nian arrived at the transfer point and selected his destination. 8. System. Are you certain you wish to teleport to Hums, 3rd Field Gate? Since this is a special transfer, there will be an additional fee of 20 silver. 8. Yes. Nian pressed confirm, and when he reopened his eyes, what entered his vision was a vast field of desolation. The dark skies gloomed, the chilly winds whistled. This was a bleak place without even the most minuscule signs of life. Some destroyed remnants of war machinery were semi-buried within the sands, as though speaking of their distant past. This was a former battleground from the ancient era. However, any turmoil had long since been silenced, and now, this was an untouched field holding nothing but death. On the map of Atlanta, Hems was located to the north of the Viridian Empire, and it was rumored that an entrance to an underground city was located there. On the side of the overworld, there were a group of large angels guarding the entrance. If one were to pass through that entrance and enter the underworld, there would be a group of demons awaiting them. They acted as the seals that separated the two worlds. Millions of lives had been lost on these battle-ridden fields during the era of shared governance. Hums, 3rd Gate Field, was a place of legends. In his previous life, when the game developers announced the Chapter of Freedom was located in some place within Homs, the players went into an uproar. There was simply no end to the teams entering, and simply no end to the player deaths that occurred. This place became a true field of death. There were a total of 6 chapters in first volume of the Book of Order. If players were unable to find them within the first 3 months after the game's release, the game developers would announce their whereabouts. Information regarding the following volume would only be disclosed after all chapters of the first volume were found. Due to this impending reveal, Nian was forced to obtain all chapters within this 3-month time period. If he were unable to collect them before the deadline, he'd have no choice but to compete with the other players over the remaining chapters of the Book of Order. No matter what happens, I'll decide after obtaining the Chapter of Freedom first, Nian thought. Although Nian's knowledge of the game far exceeded that of any other player in the present, even a glutton wouldn't be able to consume a large meal in one bite. He needed to gather the best equipment, piece by piece, and gradually grow his personal strength. Only then would he be able to widen the gap between himself and other players. Therefore, these several chapters from the Book of Order were an absolute necessity to accomplish his plans. The vast region of barren land he had arrived in was encircled by a barrier, deeming it a safe zone in Homs. To reach the area populated by monsters, he would still have to walk quite a distance. For his plan he could only rely on his intuition and vague memory of the surrounding landmarks to guide him in the proper direction. After he ventured past the first layer of the barrier, a giant silhouette appeared in his vision near the horizon as it lumbered around the expanse that was Hem's wasteland. Skeleton Kodo. Hems was home to several types of monsters, and skeleton kodos were one of them. They were the remnant spirits of war mounts that had fallen in battle. Reanimated as undead, they wandered these wastelands eternally. Over 300 skeleton kodos dotted the entire region of Homs. Even if all of them were put to rest, they would simply respawn the next day. These skeleton kodos were relatively slow to respawn, but their drops were excellent. If the player was lucky, they might even be able to obtain a skeleton kodo saddle. When the game developers eventually announced the whereabouts of the Chapter of Freedom, countless teams and guilds had rushed to Homs wasteland in a bid to be the first to retrieve it. With the sudden influx of players, it became difficult to fight a monster without having the drops stolen. As a result, deaths due to fighting over a single monster were rather frequent. Nian activated stealth before gradually making his way toward the skeleton kodo, and after drawing close enough, inspected it with transcendent insight. Skeleton kodo, leader, level 23. Health, 1600. A leader class skeleton kodo. A broken bar at his current level, provoking it would undoubtedly be an unwise decision. Although Undead Right had a probability of controlling an undead monster, if the skill failed, he would draw the aggro of the targeted monster. It was especially dangerous because these skeleton kodos were quite fast when they wanted to be. In addition to the disparity in level, there was no way he would be able to escape. He needed to formulate a plan if he wanted to take control of a skeleton kodo, and the first step would be finding a suitable meat shield. If I recall correctly, there should be some lower-level undead to the east. I'll head there first before deciding what to do. Nian slowly retreated from the area. Only after leaving the skeleton kodo's field of vision did he dare to break his stealth and sprint off towards the east. About 3 minutes later, he spotted a few lower-level undead. They wielded rusty battle axes and wooden shields as they aimlessly wandered around the barren field. Skeleton Soldier, level 15. Health, 800. Although concussive blow might not be effective against these skeleton soldiers, with his current stats, he would still be able to handle them with ease. He activated stealth, approached one of the skeleton soldiers from the rear, and then opened with Assassinate. A'128. A damage value appeared above the skeleton soldier's head before slowly drifting up and fading away. Wielding Blood Pact +7 and Assassin's Decree +2, Nian's damage saw significant improvements. Even though he was 6 levels lower than the skeleton soldier, he was still able to easily penetrate through its defenses. Upon being struck, The skeleton soldier turned around while simultaneously cleaving at its aggressor with the ancient battle axe in its left hand. Nian sidestepped to avoid the attack and countered with a slash followed by a stab. A'109. A'112. He quickly depleted the skeleton soldier's life until about 60 health remained, whereupon he disengaged from the melee. Undead right. 8S system. Undead right has failed. 8. As the skeleton soldier charged toward him, he activated swift retreat and continued to pull back. Undead right. 8S system. Undead right has failed. 8. With only 40% of his health remaining, he cast Undead right once more but failed on the third attempt as well. No longer having the health to cast this skill again, he dashed back into melee range and felled the skeleton soldier with one final blow. He received 700 experience for his efforts as the skeleton soldier collapsed into a pile of dust. Afterward, he found a safe area to sit down and replenish his health by eating barley bread. When he was fully recovered, he stood up and began to seek out his next target. Nian repeated these actions until eventually, while fighting the third skeleton soldier, the crisp sound of the system prompt echoed after he had cast Undead right. Finally a broken bar eye succeeded. Nian examined his new undead servant. Just like with Dark Gladiator in the ancient city of Sulgata, the skeleton soldier's appearance transformed into a shade of deep, metallic black. Of course, he was now also able to control its actions and movements. 8S system, set a name for your new servant. 8. Without putting much thought into it, he named it Soldier Number 1. Having obtained his first skeleton soldier, the following ones would become much easier. After all, by making Soldier Number 1 act as a meat shield, he was able to safely cast Undead right from the rear. Then, if he still failed to control the undead after 3 attempts, he would simply order Soldier Number 1 to finish it off before moving on to the next target. Finally, he managed to successfully take control of 3 more skeleton soldiers, which he respectively named Soldier Number 2, Soldier Number 3, and Soldier Number 4. After growing accustomed to their movements by having them kill some of the mobs in the area, he began to lead them back to the area inhabited by the skeleton kodos. Several minutes later, he could see a skeleton kodo in the distance. In comparison to it, his skeleton soldiers seemed tiny and pathetically frail. After thinking for a moment, Nian ordered Soldier Number 2 to approach the kodo. Its sole purpose was to simply play the role of bait. Upon discovering an unfamiliar undead encroaching on its territory, the kodo let out a deep, muffled roar and began pawing the ground with its forefeet while puffing out breaths of hot air. The literally brainless Soldier Number 2 had no concept of fear and gradually closed in on its target. In the meantime, Nian entered stealth and slowly circled behind the kodo. Once in position, he ordered Soldier Number 2 to charge toward it. 8. Bang! 8. Soldier Number 2 rushed up and struck the kodo with its battle axe. A'32. With a furious roar, it puffed more breaths of hot air before striking the skeleton soldier with the sharp horn on its head. A'356. A terrifyingly high damage value appeared above the skeleton soldier's head before slowly drifting up and fading away. Nian was alarmed. The skeleton kodo's attack was far too frightening. His skeleton soldiers would only be able to take 3 hits each at most. He neared the kodo and cast Undead right, whereupon a queer energy struck the creature, halting its movements. However, an instant later, the kodo rammed into the skeleton soldier once more and sent it flying back. 8S system, Undead right has failed. 8. Seeing Undead right fail, Nian didn't dare to stick around any longer. He activated swift retreat and hastily fled from the kodo's line of sight while it was still preoccupied with the skeleton soldier. Soldier Number 2 soon returned to the earth as it was beaten senseless like a ragdoll under the relentless assault of the kodo. He waited for Undead right to come off cooldown before making his second attempt by sending Soldier Number 3 toward the kodo. Following the death of Soldier Number 4, he still wasn't able to successfully control the skeleton kodo. For lack of a better option, he brought Soldier Number 1 with him as he once more headed to the east. There, he would gather another 4 skeleton soldiers before returning. So long as he kept at least 1 skeleton soldier alive, recruiting more with undead right wouldn't be too difficult. Nonetheless, doing it this way was still a huge waste of time. And so, after countless attempts, all of which resulted in failure, a full day had passed. Once the servers shut down, Nian took off his game helmet. Although he had some free time on his hands before the servers reopened, Tang Yao had been dragged out by his father to do hard labor, and the rest of his good friends from school were all in other parts of the country. Besides, his hometown was indeed a damnable place, definitely not somewhere a person would want to live. The environment wasn't good, and the public security was a mess. If anyone had a little money, they'd definitely buy a house somewhere else and move out. Thus, Nian stayed home all day exercising and studying. Such routine was also pretty satisfying. At certain times during the day he would think of his father and mother. He was also looking forward to starting his final year of high school, which was just around the corner. Like this, the day quickly passed and 5 p.m. soon arrived. He placed the game helmet back on his head and continued off where he had stopped on the previous day. After an hour or so, he eventually gathered another party of skeleton soldiers and set off towards the skeleton kodos again. Getting just one of those skeleton kodos under his control was extremely crucial to the success of his plan. 8-Yan, how are things on your side? Did you get what you needed to do done? 8-Tang Yao messaged. 8-No, not yet. I encountered some trouble. 8-E heartbroken bar. Anyway, when you get back, send me a message. Also, try and guess what I just found? He broken bar. 8-Tang Yao giggled mischievously, almost unable to hold back his excitement. 8-You at? What did you get? 8-8 in arcane soul crystal a broken bar. 8-8 eerily, what rank? 8-Nian asked in surprise. He even managed to pick up an arcane soul crystal. First the meteor spell and now this. Just how lucky can he get? Very few items were capable of holding his attention this early in the game. The only ones he cared for were the chapters from the Book of Order, the Featherfall Jewel, the Silk Spinner Ring, the Crawler Ring, and Sulgata's Shadow. As for an arcane soul crystal, it was a top-quality item for arcane mages and not an ordinary one at that. They existed in the form of a crystal and only dropped from arcane fairy monsters. However, the chances of this item dropping was frighteningly low. Though, on the off chance an arcane mage obtained one, they could use it as a catalyst to beckon an arcane fairy to their side. The fairy was the same as a summon. Its health was proportionate to the summoner's, its defenses were slightly lower, and it was incapable of attacking. Another downside was that the crystal was a one-time use item, and if the summon died, it would be gone forever. Even then, these fairies were still extremely useful since they were able to significantly improve an arcane mage's mana recovery rate and shorten both cooldowns and cast times. Naturally, the higher rank the arcane fairy, the more valuable it was. An arcane fairy was a great boon to any arcane mage lucky enough to obtain it. In the future, numerous top-class arcane mages would compare their fairies to see who was better. Having an arcane fairy following by one's side was certainly a matter to be proud of, attributing to the fact that these fairies would disappear forever once they were killed. They became even more valued by arcane mages. 8-Eats rank 1. You know what it's used for? 8-Tang Yao asked in a surprised manner. 8-O found some information about it in the library. 8-Nian replied. 8-E, I see, it seems I should pay a visit to the library to check as well. 8-8 be careful, once you summon the fairy, don't let it die. If you can raise it to rank 3, it'll become even more valuable. If you can get it to rank 5, then it'll be priceless. 8-Nian cautioned. Higher-ranked arcane fairies would give arcane mages better bonuses. However, since they were so fragile, very few players were able to raise their fairies to rank 3, let alone rank 5. He had only ever seen a rank 5 arcane fairy once during his 10 years of playing the game. At that time, He was killing monsters in the wilderness when he ran into a level 135 Great Arcanist. The two of them got into a scuffle, and even though he was a level 165 Great Thief, he ended up being beaten like a dog, narrowly escaping with his tail tucked between his legs. Foolishly, he had underestimated the abilities of an arcane mage with a rank 5 arcane fairy, as he had thought that the level discrepancy would pull the fight in his favor. That great arcanist was basically a machine gun that fired magic as he recklessly shot spells everywhere, seemingly losing no mana in the process. It was simply too terrifying. Just don't end up getting killed. Wait for me to finish things on my side. Then I'll help you raise your arcane fairy's rank. Nian said. If they had a rank 2 arcane fairy, leveling would become much easier. No problem. Hurry up already. Tang Yao broke into a fit of excitement after hearing Nian's words and couldn't help but become a little impatient. After numerous attempts and losing several dozen skeleton soldiers, Nian had still not managed to succeed. It seemed Undead Right's success rate was also influenced by the level discrepancy between the caster and target. Racking his brain to no avail, he finally decided to check the game's official website to see if there was any information regarding this skill. Surprisingly, he did find something, which was quite a rare occurrence. According to the information there, Undead Right had a 20% chance of controlling the targeted undead if it was equal to the caster in level. For every level the undead exceeded the caster, the chance of success would fall by 1%. The success rate would further diminish when facing leaders, sub-elites, and so on. In short, if the target surpassed the player by 20 levels or more, the success rate became nil. Since this was the first time he had come into contact with this type of skill, he wasn't too knowledgeable regarding its intricacies. Apparently checking the official website every once in a while still held some benefits. He was only level 9 while the skeleton Kodo was level 23, not to mention a leader class monster as well, so his low success rate thus far was to be expected. However, if he was incapable of controlling a skeleton Kodo, he wouldn't be able to proceed with the next step of his plan. As time gradually ticked away, Nian grew increasingly impatient. The only consolation was that his experience was steadily rising. Killing the undead in this area also wasn't a bad way to level. At this point, he had forgotten exactly how many skeleton soldiers died, as he didn't care to name them anymore. Was it 27 or 28? Regardless, he ordered one of them to get a skeleton Kodo's attention while he circled behind to cast Undead Right. The skeleton soldier gradually approached the Kodo. Once it got in range, the skeleton soldier brandished its battle axe and charged forward. Upon being struck, the Kodo violently lashed out in a rage-fueled stupor. Bang! The skeleton soldier was knocked flying away. Taking advantage of this moment, Nian cast Undead Right. As per usual, he began backing off after using the spell but halted his retreat when he noticed a change occurring in the Kodo's appearance. Did I succeed? He quickly pulled up the system announcements to check and soon found his answer. I did succeed. He mentally commanded the Kodo to move, and almost immediately, it trembled and then began lumbering over to him. Ha! I finally succeeded. Having obtained his first Kodo, he was finally able to move on with the next step of his plan. Undead Right's duration on the Kodo was relatively long, so after thinking for a bit, he decided that he might as well do a bit of leveling. Where are you right now? Nian asked, sending Tang Yao a message. I'm leveling with Yulan, Blue Feather, and the others. Why, what's up? Tang Yao responded. Since their first encounter several days ago, he had become much more familiar with Yulan and her team, even occasionally running a dungeon or two together with them. Furthermore, thanks to Nian's guidance, their team's equipment progressively improved. They were even able to run Fallen Shaman Camp now. Return to the city, Nian said. He could only bring Tang Yao alone and not Yulan and the rest. Right, let me say goodbye to them first. Tang Yao said. Several minutes later, Tang Yao sent Nian a message. I'm back in the city. Where are you right now? 8-E head to the transfer point and teleport to Hums, Third Field Gate. The transfer fee is 20 silver. Do you have enough money? 8-Nian asked. 8-Hums, Third Field Gate a broken bar? Wait, isn't that a level 20 zone? Why are you all the way over there? 8-Tang Yao cried out in alarm. Why was he in a level 20 map at his level? That was practically suicidal. 8-I'll know when you come over. 8-Nian said. 8-Uga broken bar. Alright, fine a broken bar, give me a minute. I don't have enough money on me right now. 8-Nian had asked him to come over alone, so it definitely meant this was important. Since he had full trust in his brother, he didn't ask any more questions. 8-Do, if you don't have enough money, I can send someone over to cover the restart, Yan said. If Tang Yao wasn't able to gather up the funds, he could only ask Sleepy Fox to borrow some money. 8-Do, no need, I'm only short by a little bit. I'll just ask my father Zay to lend me some. 8-Do. 8-Do, all right, then hurry up, I'll be waiting. 8-Do. Afterwards, Nian sought out another skeleton Kodo. He still used the same tactic of distracting them with the skeleton soldiers while he got into position to cast Undead Right. If he made Kodo number 1 fight, it would make short work of the other Kodo, meaning there wouldn't be any time to cast the skill. However, without at least several dozen attempts, the probability of him succeeding was very low. Undead Right. Thanks to the skeleton soldier drawing its attention away, the Kodo didn't notice him approaching from the rear. After he had used the skill, the Kodo trembled before its bones slowly transformed into a deep metallic black. He successfully took control of another Kodo with Undead Right. A feeling of pleasant surprise washed over his mind. Against all expectations, he succeeded. No one could ever be certain when it came to chance. Sometimes a person would fail several dozen or even hundreds of times over, but other times, they would prevail after only 1 or 2 tries. And so, Nian obtained his second skeleton Kodo, which he named Kodo number 2. These 2 Kodos resembled dinosaurs from the ancient past as they possessed thick, sturdy forelimbs, an immense frame, and 3 sharp horns at the top of their heads, while pale cyan flames flickered in their eye sockets. With 2 Kodos at his side, his leveling speed would improve significantly. 8-Do, I'm at Hums, where are you? 8-Do, Tang Yao sent a message asking. 8-Do, stay put, I'll be there in a minute. 8-Do, Nian replied, bringing the pair of skeleton Kodos and skeleton soldiers with him as he headed over to the transfer point. After walking for a while, he eventually spotted a short, chubby figure waiting by the transfer point. Scaria broken bar. Are these your pets? Tang Yao asked in shock, as he stared at the skeleton soldiers and Kodos by Nian's side. Yep, follow me. We're going to level 9 already, no wonder your leveling speed is so fast. A broken bar. Also, you scared me half to death when you were bringing those Kodos over. I thought some monsters had roamed into this area, but since these 2 giant lukeheads are on our side, leveling will definitely be much quicker. Tang Yao exclaimed in excitement. It's not bad, Nian laughed. While Tang Yao made a good guess, his fast leveling speed had nothing to do with these Kodos. Where's your arcane fairy? It's just hiding. It's a little afraid of strangers. Only then did he notice a chubby little blue fairy hiding behind Tang Yao's back. It resembled a boy with an adorable face and was surprisingly agile despite its appearance. As it hovered in the air, a faint blue light fluttered and spiraled around its body. 8-Do, blub, blub. 8-Do. Occasionally, the fairy blew tiny blue bubbles from its mouth that floated into the air. As long as an arcane mage properly guarded their arcane fairy from being killed by other players, they would receive an endless supply of mana. This was especially useful for arcane mages who had many high damage spells in their arsenal. They would be able to freely cast these spells without worrying about running out of mana. At the same time, their cooldowns and cast times were significantly reduced, meaning they would be able to cast the same spell again shortly after use. However, when an arcane mage faced other players, their fairy would easily become the priority target of the enemy's attacks. Therefore, raising an arcane fairy to rank 3 was an incredibly difficult task, as for anyone who owned a rank 5 fairy, It meant the player who raised it was also extremely skilled. For that sort of player to not have any powerful enemies was only natural. So, what kind of benefits do you get from a rank 1 fairy? Nian asked. Mana recovery rate plus 200%, all cooldowns a 30%, all cast time minus 30%. Wow, that's pretty good. Truthfully, Nian was also shocked. Indeed, arcane fairies were quite overpowered. From now on, don't get into too many fights with other players. It would be a shame if your fairy ends up dying. Tang Yao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, all right. He resolved himself in his mind. If he wasn't guaranteed to win in a duel, then he absolutely wouldn't participate. There shouldn't be a problem if he only stepped on relatively unskilled players. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to resist the itch growing in his heart. After all, it would be too much of a tragedy if he wasn't allowed to duel other players after obtaining an arcane fairy, an existence that would enable him to dominate others. Nian revealed a wry smile. He knew his best friend's personality all too well. Even though Tang Yao gave a straightforward reply, his mind was definitely thinking something else. The only way to guarantee that nothing bad would happen in the future was to make him improve as quickly as possible. Once he had the strength to protect himself, then he would be able to escape unscathed even when encountering an expert. Let's set off, Nian said as he turned around and led Tang Yao with him back to the previous zone to hunt more skeleton kodos. Upon encountering one, he would make his kodos act as tanks while he used undead right from the rear. If the skill failed, then they would simply finish it off. 8S system, you have successfully slain a skeleton kodo. Leader, plus 700% experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 28,290 experience points. Watching his experience bar fill up, Tang Yao was shocked. He was just following Nian and still hadn't done anything, but after Nian ordered Kodo number 1 and Kodo number 2 to finish off the other Kodo, his experience bar suddenly shot up from 62% directly to 73%. This leveling speed was really too frightening. One had to understand, when he was with Yilan and her team, he would use Meteor to kill mobs en masse. Yet after over half an hour of grinding, his experience bar would still only fill up by a mere 6%. Don't move too far away from me, Nian said as he picked up the items that dropped from the skeleton kodo and then controlled kodo number 1 and number 2 to seek out their next target. The leveling here is so fast. What did it drop? A fortune gem. Wow, we're pretty lucky. A single fortune gem was worth around 5 silver. From Tang Yao's perspective, this was already quite a large sum of money. Although he didn't voice it, he was still brooding over the 20 silver he spent to teleport from Kalor to Hums. That one trip practically stripped him of all of his savings. While they ventured forth, Nian suddenly recalled that Tang Yao probably didn't have much money left. Thankfully, the profits from this trip should more than make up for it. Tang Yao, you should be the one collecting all the drops from now. I'll only take the items that I need, and you can have the rest to sell, Nian said. He wasn't lacking in money, plus, dealing with the tedium of getting rid of equipment was annoying. You don't want them? I'm not short on money. Well, now that I know you're rich, I guess I won't be shy about taking the drops, Tang Yao happily exclaimed. They were childhood friends, ones that had grown up together since they were in diapers. If they had to be polite with each other in these circumstances, then they wouldn't be brothers. After a while, a white radiance enveloped Tang Yao. He had leveled up. Damn. This leveling speed is friggin' amazing. It's like I'm riding on a rocket. Tang Yao glanced at his experience bar. He was already 5% to level 8 and at this rate he would easily reach level 9 within 2 days. Have you picked up anything good? A piece of level 20 silver equipment, a paladin skill book, another fortune gem, and 2 silver. I'm not sure how much I can sell the first 2 for, Tang Yao said after checking. Give me the fortune gem. You can sell the rest, Nian said while inspecting the skill book. Surprisingly, it was the skill book for silence. You can list this skill book up in the auction house, but don't sell it for anything less than 50 silver. Wow, it's that expensive, Tang Yao exclaimed, then continued, hey, I'm fine with splitting the profits from selling there, skill book with you. The silent skill book was far too valuable in his opinion. Perhaps Nian wouldn't mind passing on 1 or 2 silver, but this was an entire 50 silver. No need. Nian laughed and then continued in an unconcerned tone, it's only 50 silver. That amount wasn't even enough to pick at the gaps between his teeth. What did he mean by only 50 silver? Recently, less than half of that had nearly stripped him of everything he had. Just how much money did this brother of his have? Nian led the pair of skeleton kodos in, clearing out to the rest of the monsters in the vicinity. During this, he would also occasionally use undead rite in an attempt to recruit more servants. After all, the chances of success might be slim to none, but what harm was there in trying? Since the kodos' spawning areas were rather sporadic, Nian had to lead his minions all over the region to hunt them, while steamrolling everything in his path. By the time he had killed 10 kodos, he was able to bring yet another skeleton kodo under his control. Now, with 3 kodos, he possessed enough manpower to move on to the next phase of his plan. Tang Yao was left awed by the sight of these 3 immense skeletal minions. What's your experience at now? Nian asked. 57%, Tang Yao responded. Nice, you'll be leveling up soon. I'll stick around for a little while longer, but then I gotta head off and take care of some business. When you reach level 8, let your arcane fairy have all the experience. Then I'll help you evolve it to rank 2. Afterwards, I'll bring you to somewhere you can train on your own. Raising a fairy from rank 1 to rank 2 was fairly easy, but getting it from rank 2 to rank 3 was 100 times more difficult. From rank 3 and onwards, the amount of experience required became even more excessive. This was also one of the reasons why arcane fairies were so difficult to nurture. Sure. Tang Yao nodded. He wanted to prioritize leveling himself. But since Nian had something else in mind, he decided to simply follow his instructions. Besides, he would have many more opportunities to tag along with Nian in the future. Leveling with his brother was just too exhilarating to miss out on. So, where am I going to train? Tang Yao asked in confusion. After all, with his current stats, attempting to solo grind mobs in this region was practically committing suicide. There's a region to the east where level 19 skeleton soldiers spawn. You should be able to train at that place. Oh, and don't worry about their levels. You'll understand what I mean when we get there, Nian answered. Tang Yao was still slightly bewildered. Would he really be able to kill level 19 mobs at his level? However, since Nian said so, it definitely meant he had a plan. Nian led the kodos around the zone, clearing out everything in his path. Eventually, a jingling sound rang out and he was enveloped in a brilliant radiance. He had leveled up as well. Upon reaching level 10, he opened his character page and saw that he now had 7 stat points and 2 skill points to allocate. For the sake of being able to equip Sulgata's boots sooner, he unhesitatingly placed all 7 points into strength. After allocating his stats, he glanced at his strength, which now amounted to a total of 53. Although it seemed like a far cry from the 130 points he'd need to equip Sulgata's boots, in actuality, it was almost within his reach. Nian did, after all, have many methods of raising his strength without needing to rely on the stats gained from leveling up. The chapter of freedom being one of them. The reason he had set out to retrieve this chapter next was because it increased strength by a considerable amount. If he were able to equip the restored shadow of Sulgata, then everything would be perfect. As for the 2 skill points, he placed a single point into both intermediate marksman and adept hands. The former increased a thief's proficiency with bows and crossbows, which increased ranged damage and provided a 1% armor-piercing effect. The latter enabled a thief to nimbly switch between different stances when using a dagger, such as reverse grip, forward grip, and so on. It also increased damage by 2% and provided additional benefits to steel. The steel skill was just a method for a thief to earn some extra income. For someone such as Nian, who was already filthy rich, it provided little to no benefit when leveling. However, it wasn't entirely useless to him, since there were a few quests where it came in extremely handy. These were profession-restricted quests, available only to thieves. The rewards were quite generous as well, even including top-quality pieces of equipment that were capable of making most thieves go green with envy. However, Completing those quests would have to wait until after he retrieves the Chapter of Freedom, which would allow him to equip Selgata's boots and gain the steel skill. Since he received 2 skill points every 5 levels instead of only 1, thanks to the Chapter of Courage, he wasn't so conscious about where he was allocating them. He would place a point in any skill that he felt would be useful. Eventually, Tang Yao also leveled up and reached level 8, whereupon he began diverting 100% of the experience he gained to his arcane fairy. As they set off and hunted more Kodos, the fairy's experience bar began to fill at a frightening pace. There were very few regions that spawned undead near Kalor, not to mention that, by the time he reached level 20, 30, and onwards, there would basically be no suitable areas to make use of undead right. Therefore, he had to take advantage of these maps while they were still considered off-limits by most players. If Tang Yao nurtured his arcane fairy now, then he'd have a much easier time leveling in the future. This would be especially true if he improved his magic attack and learned more high-damage spells, as his damage output would reach unprecedented levels with the aid of his arcane fairy, enabling him to dispatch large groups of monsters in a quick and efficient manner. After leading Tang Yao around killing mobs for almost half an hour, the arcane fairy finally evolved. Thankfully, raising a fairy from rank 1 to rank 2 was fairly simple. Rank 2 to rank 3, on the other hand, was much more difficult. What are your arcane fairy's properties now? Nian asked. Mana recovery rate plus 300%, cooldown minus 40%, cast time minus 40%. Magic damage plus 10%, and a broken bar ignore level difference plus 2. Tang Yao gasped in surprise upon reading out the final property. Very good. That's just the property we needed. With it, you should be able to kill the level 19 skeleton soldiers by yourself, Nian said. The reason he had been so confident Tang Yao could be left on his own was due to the ignore level difference property. His plans had long taken even this small detail into consideration. Afterwards, he and Tang Yao headed to the east. Eventually, they came across a large chain of unbroken sand dunes where hordes of skeleton soldiers wandered aimlessly at the base. Get on top of one of those dunes. As long as you don't fall down below, the skeleton soldiers won't be able to attack you, Nian explained. Since skeleton-type monsters were inherently awkward and clumsy, they were more or less incapable of climbing these sand dunes. Leveling here is much faster than following me. You should be able to grind out a few levels easily, but I still suggest giving all the experience to your arcane fairy since it's that important to your progression right now. I know those skeletons are level 19 and you're only level 8. But the amount of experience you'll gain for killing monsters 11 levels above you will be incredible. Not to mention, all of it will be going directly to your fairy. So, if you keep grinding, you should be able to evolve it again in just 3 days. Due to the discrepancy between the amount of experience needed for each rank, arcane fairies required a slightly different method of gaining experience than players. If Tang Yao were to follow the normal way, even if he were to give all of his experience to the fairy, it would still take at least a month for it to rank up again. Who knew what sort of unforeseen dangers a player might encounter during that time span? In the previous timeline, a player had used a similar method to train their arcane fairy. After an entire month, they were able to evolve their fairy to rank 4. Yet, no matter how much they grinded afterwards, they were unable to raise it to rank 5. Later, they discovered that after rank 4, an arcane fairy no longer acquired experience from monsters, but rather experience obtained by killing players. However, most arcane mages who were able to reach this step would have their fairies slain by an enemy before they could get the required experience. If you walk alongside the shore, how can your feet not get wet? Even powerful experts could be killed when they were ambushed by a group of players. You're right. This place isn't bad. I'll hurry up and raise my arcane fairy to rank 3. That way we'll be able to level together again, Tang Yao exclaimed. His fairy already had such amazing properties at rank 2, he could hardly imagine how monstrous it would become upon reaching rank 3. Generally, most arcane mages would be level 40 50 or higher before their fairy reached rank 3. If one were to emerge in the present, then the player who owned it would be far ahead of the pack and possess an equally astonishing might. Go off and level then. You shouldn't run into any more mana issues since you have your arcane fairy with you, especially now that it's rank 2. Just send me a message when you're about to leave, Nian said before examining the remaining duration on his skeleton kodos. The very first one he took control of, Kodo number 1, still had a little under an hour left. Alright, no need to worry. I'll definitely finish the task in 3 days, but I'll probably end up sticking around for 5, so you don't need to go looking for me before then, Tang Yao replied. After getting his fairy to rank 3, he wanted to stay here a while longer to quickly raise his level. Your gear is a little behind, but you should be fine since your arcane fairy increases your magic damage. Even if you wait until level 15 to replace your equipment, it still shouldn't be a problem. Well, I'll leave you to level then. Afterward, Tang Yao made his way up to the top of one of the sand dunes and began bombarding the skeleton soldiers below with magic. Although most of the spells in his arsenal were single target, Meteor being the only notable area of effect magic, he was still receiving a considerable amount of experience. This was because he was able to continuously chain spells without worrying about mana. After leaving Tang Yao, he and his kodos headed off into the distance. As his silhouette gradually receded before finally disappearing into the vast horizon, Tang Yao glanced at Nian's back once more, then returned to bombarding the skeleton soldiers with magic. He would have to survive out here on his own for the next 3 to 5 days. A broken bar, what a lonesome life. Tang Yao sighed to himself. He opened his friends list and began searching for beautiful women to talk with. He babe, what are you up to? I'm leveling. You wanna chat with me to pass the time? E too busy. You wait. Don't be so quick to brush me off. I'm actually an expert. I'm leveling in a level 20 zone right now. I'll prove it by bringing you here when I get back. Haha, broken bar like I believe you. The other side abruptly disconnected from the chat. Tang Yao let out a bitter smile. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one would believe him? He pressed the avatar of another beauty and proceeded to bother them, harassing beauties while leveling. That was the only way he could keep himself amused in this tedious grind. He also found the sound of his fairy blowing bubbles by his side to be quite pleasant to listen to. No matter how he felt, if he wanted to become a genuine expert, he needed to be capable of tolerating long periods of loneliness. In the meantime, Nian was slowly venturing deeper into Hem's wasteland, a place where strong winds would scatter yellow sand across the barren land. Here, practically no plant could be seen as almost nothing could survive the harsh conditions. The sky was overcast and blotted with sand, the unchanging scenery easily capable of making a person lose their sense of direction. Nian checked his coordinates. Although his memories of this location were fuzzy, he felt as though he was going in the right direction. After 10 minutes, Nian finally found a graveyard in the vast barren. Countless tombstones jutted out of the ground, dotting the entire land. It was an endless graveyard that stretched out as far as the eye could see. This quiet graveyard, which had experienced the passing of numerous ages, stood testament to those who had died. As he looked a little further, he spotted a ruined building hidden within the yellow sands. It was the entrance that led to the catacombs underground. Here lied necromancer Abraham, who led an army of undead from the underworld to invade the Viridian Empire. He was a dreaded figure who controlled death, fear, and disease. After he was smited by an archangel, his body was eternally sealed inside this tomb. According to legends, a thief had entered this tomb in an attempt to rob the necklace of Abraham. However, the thief failed in his grave-robbing attempt and died in the catacombs, leaving behind the chapter of freedom. As Nian drew closer to the catacombs, a dark wave of energy washed over the area. Suddenly, numerous skeletons pried their bony hands out of the sand as they began climbing out of their graves. One turned to tens, then hundreds, then thousands until the entire graveyard was filled with countless skeletons. The vast graveyard was now dotted with skeletons stretching out as far as the eyes could see, resembling a sea of bones. In that instant, Nian understood what the term "a army of skeletons" truly meant. He was even able to vaguely imagine the spectacular sight of an ancient battlefield. Abraham's tomb was almost within reach, yet there was a near insurmountable barrier in his path. An endless sea of skeletons stood between Nian and the entrance. There were simply too many. With transcendent insight, he inspected one of the skeletons among the crowd. Skeleton warrior, level 13. Health, 520-520. In the previous timeline, the owner of the Chapter of Freedom was a thief named Quiet Life. He was the representative thief of the Victorious Return Guild and one of few players worthy of the title Shadow Dancer. He would earn significant achievements in guild wars, stronghold sieges, and town sieges, killing at least 100 enemies in every battle, most of which were cloth-armored professions such as magi and divine priests. Not only that, but he was quite elusive as well, possessing many life-saving skills that enabled him to escape unscathed, despite being completely surrounded, on several occasions. Shadow Dancer, an honor that all thieves sought after. Just because someone was high-leveled didn't necessarily mean they would obtain this title. In order to advance to one, they were required to go through an incredibly difficult profession advancement quest that pushed their abilities as a thief to the limit, and upon passing it, they would receive greatly increased stats and skill rewards. A thief that achieved Shadow Dancer was an extremely terrifying existence. They were able to emerge in unpredictable places as they hid among the shadows. Once they took action, it was almost guaranteed to be a certain kill. Although they were unable to do much against their equally powerful warrior and paladin counterparts, the other side was helpless in pinning them down as well. The best counter to a Shadow Dancer was a priest's marking sigil or a paladin's divine eye. Moreover, Magi with high awareness also had a 50-50 chance of beating a Shadow Dancer in a duel. Interestingly, they were only able to maintain such a victory rate for none other than the fact that they possessed a ludicrous leveling speed. Oftentimes, when a Magus encountered a Shadow Dancer, the former would hold a level advantage of 10 or higher. Although there was nothing to criticize about Quiet Life's ability, the Chapter of Freedom's contribution could not go ignored when discussing his advancement to Shadow Dancer. Victorious Returner Broken Barney Yan let out a deep sigh. The sea of enmity he felt towards them was certainly not shallow, and it only increased after they were bought by Kaoxu and subsequently became one of the 5 major guilds under his control. Those 5 guilds were Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Bloodlust Blades. Each one held so much power that, upon joining forces, they would become unchallenged in the entire server. In the end, no one came even close to toppling his sovereign-like position in the game. In fact, many guilds were barely able to sustain themselves under Kaoxu's oppression. Rumors told that the guild leader of Victorious Return and Kaoxu were actually business partners in real life, which meant they would certainly form an alliance in the end. As such, if there was an opportunity to weaken Victorious Return, Nian wouldn't let that chance slip by. Regardless of whether they were going to be purchased by Kaoxu and his overbearing wealth, he would never let down his guard. He gradually grew more determined as he stared at the vast sea of skeletons up ahead. I won't allow anyone to stop me on my path to becoming powerful. He glanced at the skeleton kodos beside him. His reasoning for taking control of them was so that they could open up a path for him towards the tomb's entrance. Afterwards, their mission would be complete. As for the interior of the tomb, long after Victorious Return had removed the Chapter of Freedom, Nian had explored and leveled in this place before. So, he had a general impression of its internal structure. As long as he got inside, he would be able to recall these memories. Nian ordered his minions to clear a path as he headed toward the tomb. The kodos protected his front and both flanks while the skeleton fighters protected his rear. The 3 kodos spearheaded the sea of skeletons, pushing aside everything in their path which knocked many skeleton warriors away. Many of the skeleton warriors began attacking the kodos as damage values rose up above their heads. A'12, A'12, A'12 A broken bar. As soon as he set foot on this graveyard, it was as if a single rock had set off a wave thousands of stories high. Like a swelling tide, upon sensing the breath of the living, These skeleton warriors frantically surged toward him and barred his way forward. The Kodos pressed on while clearing the path ahead, losing a large chunk of health each time they moved forward. If it weren't for their astonishing health recovery rate, they would have collapsed a long time ago. At the current pace, however, these Kodos would die long before reaching the tomb's entrance. This somewhat deviated from his predictions. He had to somehow increase their speed. Otherwise, he would sink into a sea of skeletons and undoubtedly meet his demise. Nian ordered the Kodos to speed up. However, this allowed a skeleton warrior to squeeze through their defensive formation. Brandishing the long sword in its hands, the skeleton warrior slashed towards him. He sidestepped the attack and countered with vital strike followed by a reverse grip slash, striking the skeleton warrior in the back. A*165 A*152. The skeleton warrior that had slipped through didn't have much health remaining in the first place, so with his high damage, Nian was able to finish it off in only 2 attacks. In this fashion, the Kodos accelerated while he dealt with the skeletons that slipped through the formation. When he was no more than 20 meters from the entrance, the skeleton fighters protecting his rear collapsed. Although relatively few skeleton warriors attacked from the rear, their frail defenses were unable to endure constant assault. The horde of skeletons unceasingly swelled and surged towards them like the raging waves of the sea, while Nian and his Kodos were like a reef within. They were battered relentlessly, in danger of being engulfed at any time. And yet, when the swells receded, they still remained resolute, towering like monoliths over the surrounding sea of skeletons. He glanced at the health bars of his Kodos. The highest one had 800 remaining while the lowest only had 300. Having received Nian's command, the Kodos fiercely charged into the mob of skeletons, sending skeleton warriors flying in every direction. Numerous skeleton warriors fell beneath his feet, meaning many items had dropped as well. But he had only bothered to bend down and pick up 1 or 2 that he felt were fairly valuable. As for money and ordinary items, he absolutely wouldn't care about them, nor would he dare to retrieve them. After all, the longer he dallied in place, the higher the likelihood of his death. Amidst the intense assault, Nian was now only 8 meters from the entrance. With his destination being almost within reach, his heart began to race. Eventually, one of the Kodos' health bars was close to being depleted as numerous cracks began appearing and spreading on its skeletal frame. A thud. The Kodo finally died, and as its bones fell to the ground, it buried 4 skeleton warriors along with it. One of his Kodos had died. Nian was greatly alarmed as only 2 Kodos remained. Not only that, but they didn't have much health left either. He felt an impending sense of doom. If all of his Kodos died, he would lose his final screen of protection. The moment he was engulfed by the sea of skeletons, let alone a complete corpse, not even his bones would remain. With one less companion, the 2 Kodos that were already barely holding on were put under even more pressure. Furthermore, the gap left Nian with no other choice but to step up and deal with a wave of skeleton warriors surging toward him. As soon as he killed a skeleton warrior with Assassinate, 2 more emerged and charged at him. He dodged the first skeleton warrior's attack, but it was unable to evade the second's as it slashed his chest. A*32. In the next moment, 5 more skeleton warriors poured in from the gap and began surrounding him. There were simply too many skeletons. As he was gradually overwhelmed, his health constantly fell lower and lower. 65% a broken bar, 37% a broken bar. Upon falling below 15%, he hastily drank a health potion and applied a combat bandage. +20, +20, +20. As he fended off the assault, he shot a glance in the direction of the tomb's entrance. The ruined building stood 3 meters high. After centuries of erosion by wind and sand, its walls were covered in cracks. In fact, it seemed like it could collapse at any time. The inside of the tomb was hidden in darkness, but he was still able to vaguely make out a flight of stairs leading below where the darkness, as if it were a man-eating beast, awaited its prey with an open maw. With what little remained of their health, Nian and the 2 Kodos pressed on. After another 3 meters, the second Kodo ran out of health, and like the previous one, It let out a muffled groan before collapsing into a pile of bone fragments. He became even more alarmed as he glanced at the remaining Kodo's health bar. A'12, A'12, A'15. A broken bar. A string of damage values rose up above its head. Under the constant assault of the skeleton warriors, it eventually ran out of health as well. He had lost his final barrier of protection. Soon, an endless sea of skeleton warriors swarmed toward him. It seemed he would be engulfed at any moment. Damn it, a broken bar, I'm running out of time. He helplessly glanced at the tomb, which was only a few meters away. Could it be that he was really going to fail at the final step? Countless skeleton warriors were like frantic beasts as they swarmed toward him. Two of them slashed him with their swords, resulting in his health falling from 37% to 21%. As he searched for an escape, his eyes happened to land on the beam of the tomb's entrance. Without the slightest delay, he immediately shot out a web line from his silk spinner ring. It flew over the skeleton warriors' heads and stuck to the beam. With a hard tug, he was pulled towards the tomb's entrance as his body soared over countless skeleton warriors. While midair, he glanced back at his previous position. An instant later, it was engulfed by a surge of skeleton warriors. He quickly approached the tomb's wall. However, just before crashing into it, he held out his right hand and caught hold of the beam. After stabilizing himself, he climbed up on top of it and stared down. The skeleton warriors beneath him grew restless as they constantly stirred around. However, they were incapable of reaching his location, which allowed Nian to breathe a sigh of relief. He was finally safe. With only a little health remaining, he hastily found a spot to sit before eating some barley bread to replenish his health. Those skeleton warriors seemed to have a fear of Abraham's tomb as they didn't dare to approach it. Nian sat above the tomb's entrance while his health gradually recovered. Moments later, his low health was once more restored to full. No longer in danger of dying, his mind felt much more at ease. Turning around, he jumped off the beam, and after a graceful landing, he walked through the entrance before descending down the flight of stairs. All of the steps had become smooth and flat due to erosion from the elements, while their surfaces were covered in the ancient characters of the undead. Down below was an endless darkness where the silence would infinitely magnify even the softest of sounds. The silence was so palpable that he was even able to hear his heartbeat and breathing. It was almost as if he was walking toward the gates of death. The sinister smell of death and decay drifted upward from the deepest abyss of the tomb. Nian's footsteps were light, sticking close to the wall as he made his way down. Although he had traversed this place once upon a time, by the time he reached this area, it was already long explored by victorious return. The difficulty of exploring a new map and the difficulty of exploring a new dungeon was quite comparable in the sense that many sub-elites and elites would emerge. However, with the former, once they were killed, they would never respawn, just like the skeleton executioners guarding the pyramid entrance in the ancient city of Sulgata. Not to mention, this was a level 10 player challenging a level 20 map. Perhaps in the entire server, Nian was the only one who would dare to make such a crazy attempt. Nonetheless, the chapter of freedom's allure was too hard to resist. Relying on his limited vision, Nian fumbled his way down until he reached the bottom of the stairs, where he was able to see a few dim rays shining from up ahead, making his surroundings much brighter as he approached. Embedded into the walls on either side of him was a line of night pearls. The pale hazy light they emitted added to the gloomy and enigmatic atmosphere of the tomb. After entering, a sense of nostalgia arose within him as the familiar surroundings began stirring up his old memories. He had come here quite often to level in the past, so he had long explored every part of this place. Up ahead, shadows appeared to dance and flicker about, presumably due to monster activity in the area, sending Nian on high alert. When he explored this place in the past, he had never encountered monsters around here. In fact, the area where monsters spawned was still quite a ways away. Nian slowly turned illusory until he completely blended into the background. Hidden within the shadows, he inched his way across the wall with his hands guiding him. Eventually, he came across a wide open room about 400 square meters in size with a 10-meter high ceiling. There were candles everywhere, emitting flickering flames as shadowy figures wandered about. In this dim lighting, he was finally able to make out the appearance of one of these monsters. It was a pale-skinned figure in a black changpao, a vampire. After examining their numbers, he counted over 30 of them, all blocking the path forward. He activated Transcendent Insight. Vampire Baron, Elite, Level 25. Health, 3000. They were actually vampire barons. Nian sucked in a cold breath, as he suddenly recalled a certain piece of information. Vampire barons were the hardest level 20-30 elites to deal with. Their health wasn't all that high, but they were incredibly fast and possessed high damage. At the same time, they were also able to siphon health with their attacks, thus making them very difficult opponents. Even when he was level 27, he had fallen victim to one of these monsters in another map. Undead were very sensitive to the breath of the living. If any living being approached within 7 or 8 meters of them, they would instantly be able to detect that being's exact position. As such, a thief's ability to stealth wouldn't be as effective. There were over 30 of them and they were all grouped around the passage forward. He had no chance of sneaking past them. He would already be hard-pressed to deal with a single vampire baron, let alone such a large group. How am I going to get through here? He thought for a moment, then looked up toward the ceiling entirely constructed out of stone. Various ancient designs covered the surface, forming an enormous, dark red maelstrom with a deathly pale skull depicted at its center, in which pale cyan flames calmly flickered in its eye sockets. The piece of artwork left a surreal impression, and as if staring at a god overlooking the world down below, the observer would be unable to look away. The unidentified skull and the flickering flames made the atmosphere exceptionally mysterious. As he examined the smoothness of the stone, the corner of Nian's mouth exposed a smile. He activated the Silk Spinner Ring's ability and shot out a web line which adhered to the wall. Borrowing the tension of the line, he flung himself upward. While still in midair, he activated his Crawler Ring's ability, whereupon both of his hands emitted an attractive force that enabled him to firmly latch on upon making contact with the wall. Like a spider, he made his way up the wall toward the ceiling and then began crawling to the other side. He was able to sense the vampire barons below him growing restless, presumably because they sensed the breath of the living. However, never would they suspect that he was actually right above them this whole time, and even if they did, they would have no way of attacking him. He nimbly crawled under the ceiling and eventually neared its center. He was drawing progressively closer to the skull, and when he drew within 5 meters of it, he felt a strong sense of crisis growing in the back of his mind. There's something odd about this skull, a broken bar. After coming to a realization, he immediately came to a halt before making a large detour around the skull. It's an explosive trap. His sharp intuition had once again saved his life. After safely circling around the skull, Nian finally relaxed. If he had accidentally triggered that trap a moment ago, in that sort of circumstance, there would have been no way for him to avoid the explosion in time. He would have been reduced to ground meat. Thieves had a relatively high chance of avoiding damage even if they stepped onto a trap thanks to their reflex stat. However, many were extremely deadly. They would instantly kill anyone who triggered them, just like that explosive trap in the skull. Luckily, he had been quite prudent and didn't approach rashly, leaving him enough time to sense the peculiar energy contained inside of it. If he had actually triggered the trap, then the result would have been obvious. He slowly made his way forward for 10 minutes until he was more than 20 meters away from the closest vampire baron. Then, he let go of the ceiling and fell back to the floor. After safely passing through this dangerous region without any mishaps, Nian proceeded deeper into the tomb. Although the lighting inside the tomb was very dim, he was already very familiar with the path he was walking through. Occasionally, when he encountered an ordinary vampire, even though he could deal with them, he would still duck away. After all, he hadn't come here to level. He had only one goal in mind, and that was to retrieve the chapter of freedom. As he stealthily traversed the labyrinth-like passages, he eventually arrived at the second floor of the tomb. During this period, he had come across several locked silver treasure chests. However, since he didn't have the lock-picking skill or a suitable key, there was nothing he could do about them. He did have a silver key in his bag, but sadly it only worked for silver chests level 20 and under, while the ones in this map were all at least level 25 or higher. After passing through a cell, he discovered an object hidden in a corner. Only when he approached closer did he find that it was actually an old shabby chest. It was a chest that wasn't locked. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. This journey had been too trying on his heart, finding so many chests yet being unable to open them, but at last, he had finally encountered one that he was actually able to open. It had taken him this long to encounter a chest that he could actually open, while, even though the journey had been so difficult, Nian bent down and opened the chest. After fishing around for a bit, he grabbed hold of what appeared to be a skill book. He took it out to examine. Skill book, Grace of the Civet. Requirement, level 20. Description: the player will gain a powerful movement ability by harmonizing mind and body. Properties: depending on the height, fall damage will be reduced by 10% to 50%. Climbing ability plus 10%, balance plus 10, reflex plus 10, dexterity plus 10. Restriction: thief can be learned by any faction. So it was actually Grace of the Civet. For a level 20 player, the properties of this skill were relatively decent, but they weren't anything amazing. The first two properties, reduce fall damage and climbing ability, weren't as useful, but for Nian, it was nevertheless a very fitting item. This was because the path that he walked was different from other players. Ordinary thieves only cared for dexterity and balance. Nian on the other hand focused on dexterity while simultaneously using special items such as the silk spinner ring, crawler ring, featherfall jewel, and so on to create his own special way of playing a thief. The thief profession wasn't limited to being only good at scouting, disarming traps, and assassinating lightly armored targets. With what he was doing, he was giving this profession an entirely new definition. In his previous timeline, he had always thought about creating such a thief but never possessed the strength to do so. The drop rates of the silk spinner ring and crawler ring were incredibly low, which meant they were expensive enough that he couldn't afford them. As for the featherfall jewel, he was incapable of getting his hands on that as well. Although he did indeed beat Tree and Forest on Specialist and a featherfall jewel did drop, when it came time to distribute the items, he never even had a chance of obtaining it himself. In the end, a mage in the team took away the jewel with the rest of the team receiving 3 silver each. At that time, he was simply a bystander with no influence. When he was high level, he already exceeded the level requirements to enter Tree and Forest and thus couldn't go back to obtain this item. Meanwhile, the equipment that had the featherfall jewel socketed into them were all expensive beyond reason. So even then, he still couldn't afford one. As for Grace of the Civet, it was also an uncommon skill book. If not for him being the first to enter Abraham's tomb, this item would have went to someone else. Although the skill wasn't extremely important, it would at least be able to aid him in executing his plans more fluidly. Nian placed Grace of the Civet into his bag. I'll have to wait until level 20 before I can use it, so I'll just keep it for now. After passing through a long and narrow tunnel, he entered a relatively small room that was about 100 square meters in size. There, he found 3 coffins made out of white marble. They appeared fairly ordinary with a simple twisting rune design carved into them. The grooves in these carvings were filled with a bright red paint that resembled the color of blood. They were fate rune formations. These 3 coffins weren't actually as simple as they appeared. In fact, they were a very strange type of furnishings. Speaking precisely, they were the undead race's fate items. When the player opened these coffins, the fate rune formations would activate, and then a random surprise would emerge. Once a coffin was opened, it would reset after 10 days. There were stories that told of players obtaining various high-quality items, such as the Helmet of Death or even a fragment of a legendary grade piece of equipment. However, there was also a player who had been unlucky enough to spawn a vampire prince, which, as one would expect, killed them in an instant. The 3 marble coffins lay there in silence, a sense of enticement luring one forth, yet also the fearful unknown lurking about in the air. Nian had to admit, like many other players, he was extremely greedy, particularly when equipment was involved. Even the slightest possibility of top-quality equipment emerging was more than enough to make countless players go frantic. However, he wasn't a person without rationale. With the fate dice, he had been both lucky and unlucky. Despite losing 10 strength, he also obtained astonishing benefits in Undead Rite and Pandora's Box. Considering the events since then, the usefulness of the former spoke for itself. As for the latter, it possessed the overpowered abilities of influencing luck and raising the grade of an item. As such, he was entirely content with disregarding the loss he suffered. Nonetheless, that didn't necessarily mean he was willing to repeat such a gamble. If, instead of him, an irrational person were to arrive here, they would definitely be blinded by greed and open these coffins without much consideration. On the off chance a vampire prince emerged, no matter how strong the player was, would they be able to run? Of course not. Such a high-level entity would never allow its prey to escape. Therefore, their situation would be tantamount to a death sentence. From Nian's perspective, the consequences of dying weren't something he could brush off. Not only would he fail to retrieve the chapter of freedom, he would lose the chapter of courage as well. He might be greedy, but he also understood his limits and only sought things that were achievable with his ability. As for opportunities that led to outcomes outside of his control, he felt better off foregoing them. After experiencing it once, he no longer wished to tangle with the fickle hands of fate. He walked past the coffins and passed through a corridor sandwiched by iron bars. When he encountered a region with too many monsters, he patiently hid in a corner until the Crawler Ring and Silk Spinner Ring's abilities were off cooldown before climbing over from a relatively high and hard-to-reach location. Furthermore, as he grew more accustomed to the Crawler Ring's ability, he became even more proficient in using it in conjunction with the Silk Spinner Ring. Now, he was able to cross over most obstacles effortlessly. Without the Silk Spinner Ring, a player who possessed the Crawler Ring, upon arriving here, would have no choice but to turn back lest they be killed in one of these passageways. After using the Crawler Ring to cross over a mob of vampires, he carefully scanned the passageway below. Completely empty, a broken bar. I should be safe. He deactivated the Crawler Ring's ability, after which he dropped down from the ceiling and gently landed on the ground, not making a single sound in the process. However, just as he was about to make his way forward, the sound of a spell being cast, originating from a pile of crates, arrived in his ears. He spun around in search of the caster and noticed a pale-faced figure with a sinister appearance, condensing a dazzling sphere of lightning in its hands. Wandering Mage, Level 23. Health 820-820. Many players often underestimated these Wandering Mages because of their low health, but Nian knew better than anyone just how terrifying these monsters were. With their formidable magic power, they were easily capable of emptying his health pool in only 2 spells. Fortunately, the cast times for their magic was relatively long. Perhaps he would be able to throw off this Wandering Mage if he ran now. However, there was a good chance that he might alert the monsters up ahead, sinking himself into an even more dangerous situation. As such, the best course of action was to deal with this problem while it was still within his control. After it finished casting the spell, the crackling sphere of lightning shot towards him. Nian rapidly retreated. Just as this lightning ball was about to hit him, he rolled to the side and narrowly avoided it. The ball of lightning whizzed past him, striking the wall, and exploded into a shower of sparks. After regaining his balance, he retrieved the crossbow of blood and fired at the Wandering Mage. 8-yush, whoosh, whoosh. 8-3 crossbow bolts streaked through the air and struck their target. A'15. 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 Sadly, if not for the on-hit true damage effect applied to the bolts, he wouldn't have even made a dent in the Wandering Mage's health bar. This was also one of the reasons why thieves only use crossbows to draw aggro instead of farming mobs. They simply dealt too little damage. While it was entirely possible for a thief to take advantage of terrain exploits to kill high-level mobs, if any player believed one was able to kite a high-level monster to death, they would be a complete idiot. Nian had no hope of killing the wandering mage with his crossbow. The time he spent between shooting and evading was long enough for its natural health recovery to nullify a significant portion of the damage he dealt. Since that was the case, just how much time would he waste before finally killing it? However, during that exchange, he was able to figure out the cast time for his opponent's spell. He promptly put away his crossbow and dashed toward the wandering mage with a dagger in each hand. As he closed in on his opponent, he raised one of his daggers and bashed the pommel on the wandering mage's head even though he was unable to stun it. Undead monsters were highly resistant, if not completely immune, to stuns. For a profession that relied on such effects, this was an extremely depressing problem. It meant that he was unable to interrupt the wandering mage while it was channeling its spell. Unleashing a flurry of attacks, a string of damage values rose above his enemy's head. A'63, A'67, A'65. A broken bar. Despite the gap in levels, the damage was quite decent. He struck the wandering mage with Assassinate followed by Vital Strike. Although it didn't really have any vital areas to speak of, since it was undead, the damage scaling on the skill was better than a normal attack. As it was nearly finished channeling its spell, he hastily pulled back. After all, if he was too close, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Finally, the wandering mage shot a ball of lightning at Nian, who promptly dodged to get out of the way, taking cover behind a pile of crates. An explosion echoed out as the spell smashed into the crates, sending them flying everywhere. In that instant, without missing a beat, he leapt out unscathed and resumed his assault. Even though this method was quite tedious, after 5 minutes, he was able to whittle his opponent's health away until it finally died. Seeing the wandering mage collapse on the floor, Nian breathed out a sigh of relief. With his current stats, although he was able to kill monsters much higher level than him, the process of doing so was truly exhausting. Spending so much time to kill a single monster was simply too inefficient. Bending down to pick up the items that dropped, he was surprised to discover a recipe. Junior Magic Resonance Potion Recipe. Requirements: Junior Alchemist. Properties: Magic Power plus 20. Materials: Rosagem Grass, Powdered Cowhorn, Neutralizing Agent, Sulfur. His luck was surprisingly good. He actually found such a valuable drop. Even though Bird wasn't able to make use of it for now, he would be advancing to a junior alchemist pretty soon. The value of this recipe in the present-day market was extremely terrifying, at the very least, selling for 1 gold. Rosagem Grass was not at all expensive while the 3 other materials could be purchased from NPC shops. With regards to the current level of the player base, a potion that increased magic power by 20 was too frightening. Naturally, if the average player was over level 20, they wouldn't think much of these potions since they were drops from level 25 maps. Furthermore, level 0A30 Junior Alchemist concoctions had no level requirements. He stored the recipe away in his bag and proceeded on with his journey through the tomb. Since all of the monsters here greatly exceeded his level, he had a tough time dealing with even the most ordinary of mobs. Henceforth, he took even more care with every step he took forward, spending a significant amount of time. In the end, he spent nearly 2 days exploring the interior of the tomb before finally reaching its core. For the purpose of retrieving the Chapter of Freedom, let alone 2 days, he was willing to spend any amount of time on it as long as he succeeded. Nian sat on top of a tall pillar as he observed an enormous plaza below. Occasionally, he would spot squadrons of vampires making round patrols. The existence which they were guarding lay at the very center of this place, a huge crystal coffin, the final resting place of necromancer Abraham. Legends told that Abraham was sealed there eternally, never to awaken again. Guarding by his side were 2 of his descendants, both of which were level 25 Lord-class monsters. Not far from the coffin was a stone platform, and placed on top of it was the Chapter of Freedom. Currently, he was thinking of ways to evade the eyes and ears of the patrolling vampires. 8 Where are you right now? 8 Suddenly Nian received a message from Sleepy Fox. 8 I'm outside of the city, leveling. What's up? 8 You finally beat Sozel Valley. Of course. We only did it on easy and normal. Are you interested in joining us? Sleepy Fox asked. He was hoping Nian would guide them through Sozal Valley on Specialist. I'm busy right now, and besides, I don't really need anything there. Nian responded. Although the drops from the dungeon were pretty good, in comparison to the Chapter of Freedom, they weren't even worth mentioning. With 2 chapters from the Book of Order, he would never have to worry about his gear not being good enough. Therefore, there was nothing inside Sozal Valley that was capable of attracting his interest. Sleepy Fox let out an awkward laugh. Just one sentence from Nian had shattered his hopes. Did Nian really have no interest in beating Sozal Valley on Specialist? Could he have already beaten the dungeon with another team? His background really was too mysterious. Nian thought for a moment and said, I heard the game's official website should be announcing a new dungeon tomorrow. Go take a look. The drops there should be beneficial to your team. You geese should also prepare for the level 10 dungeons. Since the devs have finished working out most of the kinks in the game, they should be releasing a new dungeon every 2 or 3 days. That's why these low-level dungeons don't really interest me. Since he already had a set of good equipment, he didn't mind passing on the current dungeons. Only those who needed to improve their gear would be forced to run dungeons several times over in search of better equipment. Also, I heard a new potion shop opened in the eastern slums of Kalor. Apparently, they're selling black phenol. Do you know who the owner is? Sleepy Fox probed. He suspected Nian was the owner of this shop. It was when he recalled Nian selling him so many bottles of black phenol at once that he started to connect the dots. Even if this shop wasn't Nian's, he was definitely connected to it in one way or another. That shop still hadn't sold out of black phenol, seemingly possessing an endless supply. If there wasn't a formidable power behind it, how was it possible to run such a large business operation? It was opened by one of my friends. Unfortunately, he isn't fond of being in the spotlight, so that's all I can say. Nian answered after thinking for a while. It was better to keep some matters hidden. So it was like there's a broken bar. Oh, I almost forgot, you're still busy leveling, right? I shouldn't disturb you any longer then. Let's talk some other time. Thanks, I'll see you later. Sleepy Fox's call had suddenly reminded him of a certain matter. Since he was so busy dealing with monsters these past 2 days, which constantly left him on edge, he had completely forgotten to check up on his shop. Since he was mainly focused on retrieving the Chapter of Freedom, it would be a while before he would be able to return to the city. However, he recalled that there was a section in the chat that automatically posted news from it. He had never opened one in his previous life, so he hadn't developed the habit of monitoring its progress. He searched around a bit before finding the shop notice window. When he opened it, a large row of messages covered his vision and left him in a momentary daze. 8-02:39, notice. Starry Night Potion Shop has sold black phenol recipe for 30 silver. 8-02:40, notice. Starry Night Potion Shop has sold black phenol X12 for 7 silver, 20 copper. 8-02:40, notice. Starry Night Potion Shop has sold black phenol recipe X1 for 30 silver. 8-02:41, notice. Starry Night Potion Shop has sold black phenol recipe X1 for 30 silver. Nian's eyes widened in shock as notices flooded his screen. He never expected the shop to sell so much in only 2 days. Over the last few days, the activity surrounding Sozal Valley, instead of lessening, had actually increased substantially. Even though the drops from the dungeon were good and the werewolves that gave decent experience, the main reasoning behind this event was due to rumors of a new dungeon opening soon. For the sake of being better prepared when it opens, various players and guilds were feverishly gathering better equipment to improve their strength. As a consequence, the demand for black phenol was greatly magnified. So, when the supply in the auction house eventually ran out, the major guilds began taking note of the Starry Night Potion Shop. Unfortunately, the black phenol and black phenol recipes they were excessively overpriced. It was as if they were being squeezed for everything they had. However, since the owner was nowhere to be found, there was no one to negotiate with. Thus, After struggling for a long period of time, they finally caved in and began buying the shop's goods one after another. Despite being fully aware that they were being cheated, there was nothing they could do because the only place left that had black phenol and black phenol recipes for sale was the single shop in the middle of the slums. Oftentimes, this was just the way the world worked. After summarizing 2 days' worth of sales, he had earned another 25 gold. In terms of earning money, who would be able to compete with him? With more money in his pockets, he planned to rapidly expand his capital. After all, if he left it sitting there, its purchasing power would only slowly depreciate, because as the players gradually advanced in level, the value of in-game currency would definitely fall. Furthermore, since he had reached level 10, it was finally possible for him to use the transfer point to teleport to other cities, allowing him to proceed to the next phase of his plan. His ambitions didn't stop only at Kalor, as he planned to purchase land in other cities too, but he wouldn't get the chance if he was late. The competition over in-game real estate was extremely fierce. Who would wait for others when all of these properties were being quickly eaten up? Not to mention, his act of monopolizing the black phenol market also had an underlying effect. It would reduce the capital of the major guilds at least by some extent, slowing their rate of expansion while rapidly increasing his own. Having received some good news, Nian's mood instantly took a turn for the better. He had already figured out, as well as memorized, the movements of these numerous patrolling vampires and, simultaneously, thought out a suitable plan. Although there was one small flaw in his plan, he still resolved to give it a try. Nian stared at the darkness below and walked the route he would take in his head. Finally, he jumped off the pillar, activating stealth the moment he came in contact with the ground before disappearing into the background. If he wished to stay outside of the detection range of these vampires, he needed to stay at least 10 meters away from them, which was exceedingly hard as he was no longer able to overlook their position from atop the pillar. Thus, he could only madly rush forward while strictly following the route he memorized in his heart. He was completely relying on memory. Fortunately, he was confident enough that even if he was running around in the dark or his eyes were shut, he would still more or less be able to find his way. After traversing about 50 meters, he came to a halt and held his breath. Only 10 meters ahead of him was a group of vampires passing by before eventually moving into the distance. Afterwards, a group of vampires appeared from the rear and were walking in his general direction. Noticing this, Nian rapidly sped up and hurried forward in order to avoid them. Like this, he was constantly running and stopping. After a mere 100 meters, he had already evaded over 30 groups of patrolling vampires. His memory, though not the best of the best, was undoubtedly excellent. After madly rushing another 30 meters, he came to a halt once more, having finally arrived within 30 meters of the Lord-class vampire earls. These earls wore brightly colored attires and possessed fair, beautiful complexions. Their azure eyes were keenly scanning the area around them. While maintaining his stealth, he looked past the vampire earls at the very top of the square stone platform where a delicate, black wooden box was placed. A mere glance instantly caused his heartbeat to race uncontrollably. The chapter of freedom was nearly within reach. As long as he was able to get a hold of it, it would belong to him. Then, he could safely teleport away with the unknown transfer scroll. Suddenly, 3 groups of patrolling vampires emerged from different directions. Nian took a deep breath while trying to maintain a calm breathing pattern. The following step would be the most important. If he was able to avoid these 3 patrolling groups, he would have at least 30 seconds to get past the Lord-class vampire earls and seize the chapter of freedom. However, he wasn't fully confident whether he was in an absolutely safe spot. The reason he had taken his time staying up on that pillar for so long was because there were simply too many patrolling groups near the stone platform. 2 of the patrolling groups were now extremely close to the 10-meter range, forcing him to take even more care as one wrong step would lead to him being discovered. This was simply toying with death. As the 3 groups of vampires made their patrols, they were drawing closer and closer to Nian. Very soon, they would cross that 10-meter range. Seeing this scene, A huge lump emerged in his throat. "Calm down." He slowly calmed his mind as he stared at the patrolling vampires nearby. The size of each patrolling group was fairly large. Some had several dozen in their ranks while others had over 100. In any case, he was clearly able to see their sinister appearances. One group left the square followed by another. Apparently, Nian's hopes were being fulfilled. However, at this moment, an intense shout penetrated the air, shattering the silence in the square. Nian quickly locked onto the source of the sound. A vampire had discovered him. Subsequently, all of the vampires drew their attention to him, including the vampire earls up ahead. Upon noticing an intruder, all of them went into an uproar. "Shit, they saw me." There was not an ounce of hesitation in Nian's mind nor any to his movements. He whipped out a basic haste scroll and tore it immediately. Then, with as much strength as he could muster, he sprinted towards the Chapter of Freedom. This was his final chance. If he failed to retrieve the chapter, then he would be forced to escape with his unknown transfer scroll and wait until the next opportunity arose. It was quite possible that he would never get another chance prior to level 20. After all, without the unknown transfer scroll or something similar to save his life, he would never dare to come here to seize the Chapter of Freedom. When the vampire earls noticed his presence, they immediately dashed forward with an extremely fast speed, seemingly leaving after images. In the meantime, countless vampires began pursuing him from the rear, cutting off all paths of retreat. A vampire lunged forward, causing him to spin to the side to avoid it. Not daring to slow down, he made a mad dash. Damn it, a broken bar! If only flash powder, web scrolls, or sheep transformation scrolls were effective. If only I had Tempest Step, or Advancing Dash. If only a broken bar. However, there was no time for ifs. The present Nian was only level 10. He was no longer a level 180 great thief. He could only rely on his limited set of skills to display his limits. In the previous timeline, when he was level 10, he was an ordinary player who couldn't be any more mediocre. However, everything he did was completely unaverage and out of the ordinary, just like what he was doing now. He still hadn't reached his limit. He was like the wind as he rapidly drew close to the Chapter of Freedom. It was only about 7 meters away, so close. He already took out the unknown transfer scroll and tightly held it in his hand. As long as he retrieved the Chapter of Freedom, he would scram. The numerous hordes of vampires in the rear were quickly left behind in his dust. At that moment, Nian suddenly noticed the two vampire earls just in front of him. They bore their fangs and claws as bloody streaks of light flashed toward him. In the instant that the earls clawed at him, he ducked his head and lunged forward. Then with his right arm bracing the ground, he did a flip and dodged the earls' attacks. Hiss, hiss. They angrily screeched as their attacks struck empty air. Now only 3 meters from the stone platform, he stared at the black wooden box containing the Chapter of Freedom and activated the Silk Spinner Rings ability. Soon, a web line shot into the air and stuck to the wooden box. With a hard tug, it flew into the air toward him. Lunging forward once again, he extended his left arm and caught the box before transitioning into a roll. He had obtained the Chapter of Freedom. Though, the celebrations were cut short as he suddenly found himself unable to budge an inch. It was as if an invisible force had firmly bound him. In the rear, one of the earls swiped its sharp claws toward the back of his head. It seemed, in the next moment, his brains were going to be splattered all over the ground. However, an intense white light suddenly burst forth from Nian's palm. As the earl's claws made contact with his head, unexpectedly, there was no blood or gore. The earl paused for a moment in a daze. Since it had low intelligence, it had no idea what was happening. Nian's entire body had turned illusory. In the next instant, he disappeared without a trace. The earl's attack had missed. When Nian opened his eyes, his heart was still rapidly beating. Just a moment ago, if he had been even a millisecond a broken bar, he never expected the earls to possess Spirit Bind. Such a skill was simply too terrifying. Spirit Bind was a skill exclusive to monsters and could be used when they were within 3 meters of the enemy. Upon activation, both the user and the target would be unable to move for 5 minutes. As long as the earl that targeted him didn't die, he would have been stuck there for the whole duration. Unless he had teleportation, a nullifying skill, or something along those lines, there would be no chance of escape. Fortunately, he had activated the unknown transfer scroll just in the nick of time. Otherwise, his brains would have been splattered all over the floor of the tomb. He had re-emerged in the barren wasteland with no idea where he was. However, he could at least confirm that he was in Hem's wasteland. There was a group of skeleton fighters charging toward him, so he quickly sprinted away. As he ran, he was no longer able to hold back the emotions stirring in his heart and excitedly opened the box that contained the chapter of freedom. A chapter from the Book of Order appeared before his eyes. This was one of the chapters from the first volume, the Chapter of Freedom. Nian quickly examined the chapter's properties. Chapter of Freedom. Description: the sixth chapter from the first volume of the Book of Order, an incomplete piece of the legendary book. Properties: receive 2 dexterity and 1 skill point every 5 levels. Stealth plus 15, cloak plus 15, reflex plus 15, strength plus 30. Disappear, allows the player to stealth in the middle of combat. Has a certain probability of avoiding the enemy's attack. Passive, stealth plus 20. Sacrificial gambit, sacrifice 30% of your current health for a 50% chance to deal 200% damage, 20% to deal 300% damage, or 10% chance to deal 500% damage. Cooldown, 2 days, 1/2. Restrictions, can only be used by a member of the Righteous Guardian of Order. Note: item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's bag. With 2 chapters from the Book of Order in his bag, Nian suddenly felt reinvigorated as a wave of joy and relief washed over him. Now that he had these 2 chapters by his side, there was simply no comparison between the current him and his former self. Disappear was an exceptional life-saving skill. In his previous timeline, it enabled quiet life to turn the tide of battle or escape the grasp of death unscathed on multiple occasions. As such, one could imagine just how vital this skill was to the success of both him and Victorious Return. As for Sacrificial Gambit, Nian already possessed 360 health, or 30% of that would be around 100. In other words, once the skill was activated, he had a 50% chance of dealing 200 damage, 20% chance of dealing 300 damage, or 10% chance of dealing 500 damage. Although there was a 20% chance of missing, in terms of potential single-target damage output, it was still an extremely terrifying skill. In that respect, Sacrificial Gambit classified as an advanced thief skill. Although a 2-day cooldown might seem a little excessive, such a powerful skill naturally demanded some restrictions in place, much like Elemental Palace magic and Templar magic, which had similar drawbacks. Not to mention, there was also Adjudicator of God, the skill from the Chapter of Courage, which required 10 full days before it could be used again. To this date, the skill had still yet to come off cooldown. Even if used efficiently, he would only be able to cast such a skill 36 times a year at most. With Adjudicator of God, Disappear, and Sacrificial Gambit, Nian reckoned he was pretty close to tackling another chapter from the Book of Order, but now wasn't the right time. Checking his stats, he confirmed that his strength had risen to 83. If he learned the 5 passive skill books he had requested from Sleepy Fox, then figured out a way to raise his strength by a few more points, he would finally be able to equip Sulgata's boots. 8-E how's things on your side? 8-Nian sent a message to Tang Yao. 8-E not bad, I'm still grinding on the skeletons. My arcane fairy is only at 67% though. Hell, why is it so hard to rank it up? I've been at it for 2 days already. I swear I'm about to die from boredom. If I took the experience for myself instead, I would have already been level 10! Tang Yao said in a gloomy and dissatisfied tone. 8-Yule, I don't really know what to say. Broken bar arcane fairies are just difficult to raise. Hold out for another day or 2, alright? 8-Nian chuckled. In truth, this sort of monotonous grinding was like a form of torture for someone as restless as Tang Yao. Then again, His brother's temperament could use a bit of grinding and tempering a broken bar. 8-SI broken bar. I understand. 8-Tang Ya replied dejectedly. Rather than 1 or 2 days, he would be here for at least 3 more. After all, if he stayed here to train for another 2 days after raising his fairy's rank, he would easily be able to reach level 10 or higher. Naturally, he didn't want to let such an opportunity slip by, since if he wanted to come back here, he would need to fork over another 20 silver for the transfer fee. Not to mention, without the skeleton Kodo's protection, he would have no way of reaching these sandy dunes. 8-Yule, you should keep leveling. I'll be returning to the city first, but before that, did you bring a return scroll with you? I can give you one if you did. T. 8-E no worries, I brought one. I'll be fine on my own. 8-E, alright. I'll be leaving then. Catch you later. 8. Nian found a spacious and empty area before he began channeling a return scroll. After a brilliant flash of light, he was teleported back to Kalor. 8. Have you found the skill books for backstab and eviscerate yet? 8. Nian sent Sleepy Fox a message as he leisurely strolled toward the auction house. 8. You found them. Where are you right now? I'll have someone deliver them to you. 8. Kalor, I'll be beside the auction house entrance. 8. Agacha, someone'll be there in 5 minutes tops. 8. Nian patiently waited at the auction house entrance. Soon, a player from Holy Empire found him and initiated a trade, placing 7 skill books in the trade window. 8. Here are the items our guild leader asked me to give you. 8. Here's the 30 silver as payment. 8. He placed the money in the trade window. 8. Right, thanks. 8. After receiving the payment, the Holy Empire player said goodbye before departing. Nian scanned over these skill books. Backstab and Eviscerate were both active skills that dealt decent damage. This left him quite satisfied since he was currently lacking such skills, hence why he had asked Sleepy Fox to search for a few. Afterwards, he glanced over at the 5 remaining skill books. Power of the Barbarian, Primal Strength, Strength Amplification, Strength of the Restless, and Power of the Warlock increased strength by 6, 5, 5, 5, and 6 respectively. Despite being uncommon, skill books such as these were fairly inexpensive, although their efficiency was limited, and thieves didn't place much importance on strength. Once they entered Nian's hands, it became an entirely different matter. After learning the 5 passive skills, his strength rose to 110. Now, he was only 20 points away from his target of 130. This gap could be easily remedied. He proceeded into the auction house and sat down in a corner. After purchasing all equipment and consumables that protected against petrification, he opened up the gem section in the auction house's catalog, whereupon a dazzling display of glittering jewels was presented before his eyes. After searching for strength gems, immediately hundreds of results were projected on the display. The strength gems were all of the lowest quality, a strength +3. If he wished to socket them, then he would need to bring them over to a jewelsmith and pay a fee of 3 silver. In ordinary circumstances, most players would never part with such a sum. After all, equipment was swapped out too often at this stage of the game. If socketed on a good piece of equipment, there was the fear that the piece of equipment would be wasted. If socketed on a mediocre piece of equipment, then it was a waste of money. Therefore, player demand for strength gems greatly declined, which was why their price was somewhat on the low side, costing only 3 silver. Nian spent 24 silver to purchase 8 strength gems. Afterwards, he headed over to a jewelsmith and socketed 2 gems each into his gloves, shoulder guards, leg guards, and leather chest armor. After spending close to 50 silver, his strength had finally reached 130. Having finished this long and arduous journey, he attained a level of strength that was hard if not impossible to reach for an average thief of his level. And so, Nian was able to equip Selgata's boots without any problems. Thanks to this amazing piece of equipment, his stats were greatly increased once more. Not to mention, with the Shadow Dance skill, his ability to survive was enormously improved. He happily admired the boots on his feet, with their sleek design and the elegant yet unassuming runes etched into them. They emitted a beautiful glow that didn't appear too ostentatious, further adding to the mysteriousness of this fragmented legendary grade item. Afterwards, he turned off the visual effects and began strutting around as he broke them in, feeling extremely satisfied while doing so. A level 10 thief wearing such good equipment, a broken bar from an ordinary player's perspective, this was an unimaginable occurrence. Sigh, how long will it be till I can wear a complete legendary grade item? Now that would be really awesome. A broken bar, Nian muttered under his breath. However, legendary grade items were simply too rare and unimaginably difficult to obtain. In his past life around when he was level 120, Convictions game developers had released some statistics. In all of Atlanta, there was a total of over 50,000 pieces of legendary grade equipment scattered across the continent. In the Viridian Empire, there existed roughly 10,000. Yet the number that fell into players' hands didn't exceed 20. Many players owned fragments, but very few were able to collect all of the pieces to make a whole. As for the so-called godly equipment that players liked to brag about, they were no more than sub-legendary or fragments of a larger whole. Nian walked toward the eastern district to check up on his potion shop since he was unaware of how the situation had developed over the past several days. A few minutes later, he arrived at the shop where he occasionally saw one or two players walk in and out. All of them wore relatively good equipment. Presumably, they were errand runners belonging to the major guilds. "Welcome back, my lord," Insarai's hastily greeted after noticing his arrival. Nian slightly nodded in reply before reviewing the shop's earnings, 28 gold. Following the opening of the new dungeon, the major guilds would shift their attentions away from Sozal Valley, meaning the demand for black phenol would gradually diminish. At that point, he would sell for whatever he could get. Thus, it was imperative that he emptied his stock as quickly as possible. "My lord, yesterday and the day before, Mr. Quiet Nanan, Mr. Still Grieving, and many others who saw your hiring sign came inquiring about your presence, but I was unable to reach you." Insarai's handed over a large list of names containing in the excess of 60 to 70 individuals. They were all alchemists that had come to apply for the advertised position. Even though the Starry Night Potion shop only sold one type of product and had just opened, the black phenol stir had left many players shaken and wondering about the connections and financial resources of the shop owner. So when this mysterious figure began hiring, many alchemists flocked over in the hopes of gaining benefits. "I didn't think there would be so many people." Nian couldn't help but feel a little shaken as he skimmed through the list of names. Name, Still Grieving. Occupation, Junior Alchemist. Name, Quiet Nanan. Occupation, Junior Alchemist. A broken bar. After going through all of them, he counted 67 individuals. Surprisingly, there were 12 who were already junior alchemists. Among them, he found several familiar names that were fairly famous in his past life. 8 years from now, if they continued along their paths unaltered, both Quiet Nanan and Still Grieving's net worths would be over 100 million. Although he wasn't as famous as say someone like Bird Leaves No Eggs, he was still a top figure in the alchemist circle. The game had only recently opened, so they likely still hadn't found masters yet. A broken bar as for the others on the list. They were also notable alchemists that had no lack of fame. If he personally interviewed these alchemists, then naturally his connection to the Starry Night Potion shop would be exposed. Among the potential hires, there were certainly a few who came harboring hidden motives. However, if he insisted on hiding his identity, he wouldn't be able to get any business done. After pondering for a moment, he called Bird over to the shop. Out of the people by his side, Bird could at least be considered trustworthy, so having him manage the shop shouldn't pose any problems. By placing him in the foreground, he would still be able to act from behind the scenes as the mysterious shop owner. Nian rejected the applicants who didn't have a good reputation in his previous lifetime before sending a message to the rest, telling them to come over to the Starry Night Potion shop for an interview. Altogether, 10 junior alchemists and 26 apprentice alchemists received a request to be interviewed. Even if he were restricted to only employing half of them, that would still be good enough. As for Quiet Nanan and Still Grieving, who were famous alchemists in his past life, he would spare no expense in hiring them. Nian went into deep thought. If he were to spend 5 gold, he would be able to upgrade the shop from Tier 1 to Tier 2. The benefits received from this included increased floor space and a second-story expansion, which he had already set out plans for. On that floor, the hired alchemists would each receive their own personal workshop. Furthermore, they would be barred from carrying any of the shop's medicinal ingredients outside, making for easy supervision while preventing people from stuffing their own pockets. In this fashion, even if he invited a few unscrupulous individuals, he would have nothing to fear. He eventually came to a decision. If he seized the moment by developing the shop right now, it would eventually become a golden goose that would provide him with a steady source of income. Besides, from his perspective, 5 gold was an investment he was willing to undertake. 8 System. Are you certain you wish to upgrade Starry Night Potion Shop to a Tier 2 shop? The upgrade will cost 5 gold. A. Yes. The Starry Night Potion Shop transformed into a structure of even greater splendor, appearing all the more conspicuous in this slum of short, run-down buildings. Presently, in the entirety of Kalor, no other such shop existed. Now a 2-story building that towered over its surroundings, the Starry Night Potion Shop gained an exterior constructed entirely out of white stone. Radiating a dazzling brilliance, the shop was breathtaking to behold. With intricate, beautiful designs carved into each pillar and crossbeam, they left any who gazed upon them in a state of reverie. Even the interior of the shop received a makeover, as the furnishings and containers appeared ever tidy and pleasant to the eye. Shortly after being summoned, Bird entered the shop through the doorway. "Boss, I'm here," Bird called out as he staggered into the shop and glanced around, seemingly lost in admiration. "It really is a Tier 2 shop. I wonder who the owner is," he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim. "My broken bar good. I have a little task for you," Nian acknowledged, then continued, "Starting from today, I'll be leaving you in charge of this potion shop, at least for now, a broken bar, and I'll assign you with a few tasks. As for benefits, if the shop does well, you'll receive a bonus at the end of each month. Naturally, I won't overload you with work. After all, your main goal should still be improving as an alchemist, since according to basic convention, you'll only start getting a salary when you become a junior alchemist." "Wait, you're the one who opened this shop?" Bird emotionally exclaimed. He knew Nian was wealthy, but he never expected him to be this wealthy. He heard from others that buying up a plot of land took at least 1 gold, opening a shop required 2 gold, and upgrading one cost upwards of 5. Such exorbitant prices would leave the vast majority of players overwhelmed, wallowing in despair at their own inability. As for him, the prospect of opening up a shop was similar to staring at the clouds on the horizon, beautiful but perhaps eternally out of reach. However, even though he was only acting as the shop manager, being entrusted with such a responsibility left him feeling touched and filled him with great satisfaction. "Of course I'm the one who opened it. Why else would I ask you to be the manager? Anyway, let's get down to business." In a little while, a batch of potential hires will be arriving through these doors for an interview. For now, I don't want to reveal myself, so I want you to hire them in my place. As for the relevant arrangements and information, I'll send them over to you in a bit. "I understand." Bird simply nodded his head. In that respect, Bird could be considered quick-witted, almost immediately understanding the underlying meaning of these words. For some reason or another, Nian didn't wish for his identity as the shop owner to be known to the public. As for the exact reason why, he didn't dare to ask. "Good, since you seem to understand, let's move on to explaining your job." The NPC over there is in Siri's. He's the sales clerk of this shop on the 1st floor, while the 2nd floor is a workshop for the alchemists. For you to be able to do your job, I'll allow you the privilege of withdrawing a portion of the shop's money from him. Use it to buy alchemy ingredients so the workshop upstairs is always fully stocked. At the end of each day, bring everything that was produced over to him, because he'll be in charge of selling them. As for setting the prices, you can ask me. Finally, There's one more slightly inconvenient task I need to ask of you. Give me a report of the shop's income and expenses at the end of each week. Since the system automatically calculates that for you, it shouldn't eat up too much of your time, Nian instructed. Whenever something came to mind, he would supplement with further detail on the spot. As Nian spoke, Bird quickly noted his words down lest he forget, though it seemed his daily workload wasn't going to be all that much. As long as he properly managed the shop, everything would be fine. Nian thought, if it's like this, then even if I don't personally manage the shop, it should still be able to operate smoothly under the procedures I've set. Plus, there shouldn't be any flaws in these policies either. Suddenly, he spotted a hesitant look in Bird's eyes, as if he wished to say something yet didn't dare to. What? If you have something to say, just say it, Nian said as he glanced at Bird. Boss, it's like there's a broken bar with so many people applying, many of them already being junior alchemists. Why did you pick me? Bird hesitated for a moment before finally asking the question that was brewing in his heart. If he hadn't, it would have kept gnawing away at the back of his mind. Nian chuckled in response, then said, it's simply because I felt you were more deserving of trust than others, that's all. Trust? Her broken bar. Bird took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he last heard anyone say that to him. When he was at his lowest, even the dogs would avoid him. When he chose the name Bird leaves no eggs, he did so as a subtle jab at himself. However, since then, he had staggered along and crawled to his current position. If he were to turn timid or afraid now, then he would be no more than a useless scoundrel. Especially in a time where no one believed him, having even a single individual put faith in him meant that much more. Thank you, Bird said from the bottom of his heart. Nian simply smiled. After explaining the matters regarding managing the shop, he continued, there are two alchemists you should be especially mindful of. The first is Quiet Nanan, while the other is still grieving. Listen carefully to their conditions for employment, then inform me of them. With those two, as long as they didn't go overboard with conditions, he would happily employ them. All right, I understand. Bird nodded his head, though he felt a bit of unease creep into his heart. After all, these two were junior alchemists while he was but a mere apprentice alchemist with a below-average concocting success rate. It was no wonder he was feeling slightly pressured. Bird had yet to fully embark on the path that would lead to him becoming the alchemy king. So at present, he was no different from an ordinary apprentice alchemist. How long will it take you to become a junior alchemist? Nian asked. I think a broken bar another 3 or 4 days at least. Nian nodded, then said, hurry up and practice. Here, this is a junior magic resonance potion recipe. When Quiet Nanan and Still Grieving join, give it to one of them and have them start production immediately. These potions should fetch a decent price in the current market. Right. I'll pick the one with the higher production rate, Bird responded, although he couldn't help but feel dejected. If he were already a junior alchemist, then Nian wouldn't feel the need to hand over such a valuable recipe to others. However, he wasn't a narrow-minded person. He understood that he had to rely on his own ability if he wished to accomplish anything. If he wasn't up to the task, then it was only natural for Nian to pass it on to someone who was. The relationship between a contracted alchemist and the employer was roughly the same as a mutual collaboration. By providing them with alchemy ingredients and recipes, as well as being in charge of selling their concoctions, the employer would receive majority of the profits while the alchemist would receive a base wage and a smaller share. If the alchemist received a lucrative recipe from the employer, meaning the concoctions they created sold well, then they too would be able to bask in the profits. However, if the employer provided a recipe that wasn't profitable, then both parties wouldn't earn much. Don't worry, there'll be better recipes in the future. I have a few anti-petrify potion recipes with me. Hand one to each of the junior alchemists and tell them to focus their production on these. I've also stocked the workshop upstairs with various kinds of alchemy ingredients. 7,000 portions to be precise. 2,000 of them are for anti-petrify potions, Nian said. After so many visits to the auction house, he had already amassed a large quantity of potions, recipes, and the various ingredients required to create it. He also acquired over 80 pieces of equipment with resist petrify +7 or higher. He purchased most of them for under 30 copper while buying the ones with better properties for 50 copper at most. Unlike anti-petrify potions, the demand for black phenol would slowly dwindle over time because, aside from the werewolves in Sozal Valley, there weren't many other places that had monsters with fear toxin. As for anti-petrify potions, they would be useful for quite a long time even after the hype around Medusa's lair died down. Therefore, their price would always remain stable. Although Nian had purchased a large quantity of anti-petrify potions, the amount being poured into the marketplace was simply too much. Even though he would still have an influence on the market, causing the price of anti-petrify potions to rise, he wouldn't be able to hold a monopoly over the market like he did with black phenol. Nonetheless, the price of anti-petrify potions would still rise by at least 5 times. A 400% return on investment was enough to make most people go wild with joy. Medusa's lair was known as one of the harder and more profitable dungeons. Hence, the teams that were able to run it were also ones that could afford the related expenses. The most valuable was still the equipment with resist petrify. Although the Gorgons didn't particularly have high attack, their petrify ability was extremely difficult to deal with. If the player continuously used anti-petrify potions to remove the status effect, then the number of potions consumed in a day would be staggering. However, if the player's resist petrify stat was 14 or higher, then there was basically no need to fear being petrified. If 3 or more frontliners were outfitted with resist petrify gear, a team would be able to save at least 20 silver after running Medusa's lair for a day. However, frontliners couldn't wear too many pieces of equipment with low defensive stats. Optimally, they would only have 1 or 2. Otherwise, if it were 3 or more, the decline in survivability would completely tank and the team could easily be wiped. As a result of this, the value of equipment with resist petrify +7 or higher became that much more apparent. A single piece of such equipment, no matter how lacking it was in other categories, would sell for at least 10 silver. And just like that, he would be able to make a profit of at least 8 gold or more. After settling the matters regarding the potion shop, Nian was preparing to leave, when suddenly, a 26-year-old man in an ash-gray robe walked into the building. He glanced at both Nian and Bird before his gaze finally rested on Nian's body. "Excuse me, do you two know if the shop owner is here?" the player asked. From his perspective, between Bird, an apprentice alchemist, and Nian, the latter looked more likely to be the owner. As Bird's gaze fell on the player's neck, he noticed the collar of his robe was embroidered with a flower design using silver silk. A hint of envy flashed through his eyes. It was exactly this silver flower design that represented a dream that he had yet to achieve. It signified the honor of a junior alchemist. Nian shot a glance at Bird from the corner of his eye. Finally, Bird walked up to greet the player. "I'm the owner of this shop. Do you have any business here?" Bird answered. He didn't seem the least bit hesitant or lacking in confidence. In fact, he actually somewhat possessed the airs of an owner. "Ah, I see. My name is Quiet Nanan. I heard you were hiring alchemists," the player responded. When he heard Bird announce himself as the shop owner, he was truly quite taken aback. However, on second thought, it did make some sense. The genuinely wealthy players often wore plain and simple clothing. With so many major guilds recruiting, you shouldn't have any trouble finding work as a junior alchemist. "So why did you come here and apply to my establishment instead of working for those major guilds?" Bird answered back with a question as he stared fixedly at Quiet Nanan. A broken Barney Yan lightly nodded his head in approval. Earlier, he had informed Bird that he didn't want players with hidden motives joining his shop. It seemed Bird was quite prudent and knew exactly what sort of questions to ask. "Yikes, I've barely stepped foot through the door, yet you're already throwing me curveballs. Let's see a broken bar. Of course there's no point in joining a weak guild. That's why I've been searching for a strong backer this whole time. When I found out about this shop, I was almost certain that it had a strong backer acting from behind the scenes, but I didn't know exactly who. Perhaps a financial group or a major guild. I'm not sure which, but I'm certain it's an entity with a terrifying amount of resources. It hasn't been long since the servers opened, but you've already got a shop opened when even the major guilds don't. That's why I'm applying here, to see if my intuition was correct. Quiet Nanan responded in a frank and very direct manner. He felt using flowery words to praise and flatter would have sounded insincere, so he chose to go with a more direct approach. How many days had passed since the game's release? Probably half a month at most. Yet a Tier 2 shop had already sprung up in this region of the city. Even if it was located in the slums, how could such an event go unnoticed? Bird nodded his head in approval, then said, "We offer a 10% cut to contracted alchemists at your rank. Are you still willing to join?" "So low?" The other guilds offered at least 20% plus a base salary. Quiet Nanan furrowed his brows. This offer was simply too stingy. He'd be much better off joining a small guild. Even Nian couldn't help but be taken by surprise when he heard Bird's offer. He had given Bird full authority in hiring alchemists, as long as the cut was 30% or lower. Bird had full power in making the decision. Plus, for players like Quiet Nanan and still grieving, he was even allowed to offer a few additional benefits as incentives to getting them to join. Never did he expect that Bird would open with such a low offer. Just what would he do to convince these alchemists to stay? Nonetheless, Nian held the firm belief of not suspecting those he employed and not employing those he felt were suspect. As such, he planned to stick through and observe how this scene would unfold. Bird replied to Quiet Nanan in a calm and collected manner. "We don't offer a base salary here because such a thing is negligible. What we do offer though, is an inexhaustible supply of alchemy ingredients and a lucrative platform to sell your concoctions on. If you want to earn big, the floor above has just what you need. Ingredients enough to keep you busy from morning to sundown. Moreover, we have enough personal workshops to provide one to each new hire. To add to that, we're also planning on expanding rapidly. Tier 3, Tier 4, Tier 5, broken bar nothing is out of our reach. Alchemists will be flocking to our doorsteps every single day. We'll become the largest potion shop in all of Kalor. Hence, only after you've proven yourself, by making this establishment a decent profit, will we even consider raising your share up from 10%. Listening to Bird boast so wildly, Nian was left speechless as he broke into a wry smile. Still, this method was indeed suitable. Since human nature was so fickle, if an offer was too generous, then the other party might not show a sense of appreciation, as they might feel such treatment was naturally deserved. With Bird's method, however, not only was it persuasive, but he would also be able to secure their loyalty if he provided them with sufficient benefits in the future. Seeing this performance, any prior misgivings that Nian held were completely swept away. Bird had shown that he was fully up to the task. Even if he didn't find success as an alchemist, perhaps he would do quite well in management. Perseverance, patience, and a focus on excellent character was the prerequisite for success. If someone possessed all of these traits, as long as they were provided with a good environment to grow, they would definitely flourish. As for those who had these traits yet didn't succeed, it wasn't because they lacked the ability but because they lacked a good platform to support their growth instead. So, as long as Nian set up a decent stage, it was still possible for him to unearth many outstanding talents. Therefore, if he wished to seek out good seedlings, he couldn't only base his judgment off of those who had succeeded in his past life. Of course, those famous existences were much easier to find. Looking at it from this point of view, if they were readily available, then what reason did he have to ignore them? Quiet Nanan contemplated for a brief moment before replying, "Can I take a look at the second floor?" Bird covertly shot a glance at Nian from the corner of his eye. Seeing the slight nod of approval, he said, "No problem, follow me." As the two began walking upstairs, Nian sent Bird a whisper. "A will be taking my leave. The shop is in your hands. Just like you said earlier, we'll be constantly expanding and recruiting more and more alchemists. Several dozen is too few, and several hundreds won't be enough either. A tilde. Understand, boss." Rest assured, You're leaving the shop's matters in good hands. Nian possessed sufficient capital to invest. As for the question of whether a concoction would sell well in the future or if it would spike in value, he would always be able to put out an accurate judgment. Under his guidance, there would be absolutely no problems in the future business of the Starry Night Potion Shop. Not only that, but he wished for the Starry Night Potion Shop to transform into a behemoth that all future alchemists would aspire to work at. Aside from purchasing from the auction house, he still required another stable source of alchemy ingredients and recipes. Otherwise, the shop would be completely subject to the fluctuation of the market. If an entity capable of rivaling the shop were to arise in the future, then the Starry Night Potion Shop's inability to adapt would really start to show. While pondering over this problem, Sleepy Fox popped into his mind. If he had Holy Empire as a supplier, then he would no longer need to worry about finding a steady source of alchemy ingredients and recipes. What's more, he would also be able to secure a collaboration pact and gradually make their interests coincide. At that time, it was only because Kaogza held control over Victorious Return and 4 other guilds that he was able to secure his powerful position. If Nian wished to gain a foothold, then he couldn't rely solely on himself. However, at the same time, he couldn't be entirely reliant on others. Since he had returned to the past, every step that he took forward was incredibly firm. His strength, both personal and financial, was constantly growing. Even so, he was still well aware that his time was limited. When the game began merging with the real-world economy, he would have no choice but to face up against numerous enemies. The path he would walk in the future was going to be incredibly rocky. He had always felt a sense of urgency at the back of his mind, and it would only be pacified if he put in his greatest effort. After withdrawing 25 gold from the shop, Nian walked out and headed for the auction house to acquire more anti-petrify-related items. While here, he also purchased a large quantity of recipes, ingredients, and other items that might rise in value in the future. He sent all the alchemy-related items to the potion shop and deposited the equipment. As soon as he finished his business in the auction house, Nian checked his personal storage. Inside, items of all shapes and sizes were tightly packed together. In total, the value of everything inside his storage was roughly 9 gold, and it was expected to rise by a significant margin in the future. Even with everything settled, he still had 16 gold remaining in his pockets. He headed over to the transfer point area to proceed with the next phase of his plan. 8S system, are you certain you wish to teleport to City of Jadeite? Hildelock. The cost of teleporting to another city is 1 gold. The transfer fee was this high because there was a considerable travel distance between the two cities. This was also why there tended to be less travel to other cities. Yes. A few seconds later, a fascinating city, one that seemed to come out of a dream, emerged before Nian's eyes. As a matter of fact, this city was erected right in the center of a forest. Numerous tall trees towered high into the sky, covering the entire city in their shade. The forest's emerald green washed over the city's pure white buildings, creating a breathtaking and harmonious spectacle. This, when combined with the mottled sunlight that shone down from the canopy above, made for a matchless scene of beauty. Although there was a constant flow of players walking down the street, the bustle and liveliness here was much less than in Kalor. Hildelock was one of 6 major cities in the Viridian Empire. The real estate here had the highest potential to rise in value because there were more high-level maps around the city. As such, the popularity of this place would progressively rise in the future. At the same time, Hildelock had the fewest properties for sale. In total, there were only about a dozen or so plots listed. At present, there wasn't much attention on the city, but in the future, the land would become extremely expensive. The prosperous commerce in this city simply couldn't be compared with Kalor's, but the prices were excessive beyond reason, at least several dozen times more expensive. Nian was currently eyeing the potential of the real estate market here, which was his reason for coming. He definitely had to buy the most valuable property with the highest potential to appreciate. Only then would he get the most value out of his investment. He headed for the administrator's office located at the heart of the city. Upon arriving, He was greeted by the sight of a magnificent crystal palace flanked by courtyards on both sides. Each courtyard contained a fountain and a lush garden where various kinds of exceptionally beautiful flowers grew, all seemingly struggling over each other to stand out more. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Administrator Callan. He was Hildelock's administrator, a slightly obese, middle-aged man with a robust stature and an amicable expression. Greetings, adventurer from Kalor. You've come a long way. How I can help you? I'd like to purchase some property in Hildelock. I see. Then please follow me. Administrator Callan led Nian inside. After entering the office, he was presented with a holographic model of the city which listed all available properties. We have a total of 12 properties listed for sale distributed here, and furthermore here Broken Bar. We offer excellent quality service to those who would like to do business in Hildelock. Not to mention, we also have laws to protect your interests. However, since you're not from this city, we have a regulation that you must follow. If a resident from another city wishes to purchase a piece property here, they will need to pay an additional 60% in fees. When reselling a property, there is also an additional exorbitant transfer fee, Administrator Callan explained. Nian examined the 12 properties. The cheapest was 2 gold, but since he wasn't a resident of this city, it would cost 60% more. It would be best if he found a resident of the city to help him purchase property in his place, but unfortunately, he didn't have a trustworthy contact here. He glanced over the model of the city and quickly found the property he wished to purchase. It was located in an intersection by the southern gate of the city. The price was about 8 gold, and it was a considerably large property, perfect for a large auction house. Even if he had to pay 60% more, it would still be worth the purchase. In the future, the southern part of Hildelock would become its most bustling area. This was because players would have to pass through this city to reach many of the soon-to-be major dungeons such as City of Gold. Not only that, but the southern gate was also to become a hot spot for players forming teams to run nearby dungeons. One could well imagine the potential for development in the future. I want to purchase this property, Nian said as he pointed at the property near the southern gate. The price of this property is 8 gold. Since you're not a resident of the city, the total will come to 12 gold and 80 silver. After paying the money, he received the title deed for the property from Administrator Callan without any problems. With this piece of paper in his hand, he suddenly felt much more confident. As someone who experienced firsthand what it was like to be miserable and destitute, he understood that owning a piece of property was the best form of reassurance.